History begins in the city of Suzhou, where the main character studied at the secondary school of Sin-Yi. The young Master Lin was on the sidelines in the sports hall of his school. The young cultivator began to look around. Suddenly, it seemed to him that this was all an illusion. Realizing that he was actually again at school, Xiao was extremely surprised. All classmates, meanwhile, continued to engage in to pass the standards. Then the guy finally realized that he appeared on the day of passing the physical exam. Looking in the mirror, Lin was in shock because he returned to the past where he was 17 years old. The teenager began to remember his life, where even alliances and emperors could not resist him. However, in the end result, the worst enemy struck Xiao, while killing his beloved. But now he had the opportunity to start with a clean sheet and change his fate. Naturally, the young man set out to take revenge on his offenders, among whom were even gods. At that moment, a certain magic declared him. Lin realized that the constitution of Shenjue again activated the flow of energy. Suddenly, the coach caused his ugly classmate Qing to pass the exam. Cao bravely went to the test, knowing that she could definitely go through him. Xiao, in turn, remembered what fate in a past life suffered a girl. The young lady approached the measuring and dealt a crushing blow. Thus, she received the highest score because the blow was as many as 166 kilograms. Of course, everyone began to admire Qing, saying that she was simply incredible and showed a good result. At this time, Lin suddenly began to make his way through the crowd of students and accidentally hooked Qian. The girl was seriously angry with him and began to make claims. The guy, in turn, immediately began to ask for forgiveness, saying that he did not specifically do it. But the touchy person grabbed her whip and tried to hit the Xiao. Exploring the attacks from her, the young man continued to apologize to her, saying that this really happened by chance. But the restless Xian continued to behave aggressively and rush at Lina. Suddenly, Qing stood up for his defense and urged a girlfriend to calm down, especially since he was still to pass the exam. At this moment, the teacher just called him to pass the physical do. Surprised by Sa asked whether the teacher had just named his name. She remembered that at that time she did not really know him, and they had to get to know each other better. In this connection, the guy smiled at her and said that it was really he. After that, the teenager headed for the meter of force where the coach was already waiting for him. At the same time, the young man perfectly understood that he should not use all his power. Because this threatens him with unnecessary problems, Chen began to say that he could not knock out 80 kilograms. Lin, in turn, decided that 500 kilograms should be enough. Then Xiao fixed his fist in the pair, the result of literally everyone shocked. After all, the guy took an attack of 700 kilograms, which was incredible. After some time, the main character came a message. The guy immediately took the phone in his hands. Seeing the notification that his brother was at home, the young master remembered how he left the house in his last life. Then he committed suicide that he became a real tragedy for the whole family. Naturally, the young cultivator could not allow him this time to do the same. Suddenly, Qiang called out the teenager, intending to once again deal with him. However, the young man ignored her and headed for the exit, which of course outraged the classmate. Qing, in turn, approached the destroyed meter of power, realizing how strong Lin is. But she could not understand where such power came from in the 17-year-old guy. Meanwhile, Xiao rushed to his home to finally see his older brother. Running into the house, the worried Lin shouted his name, but the guy was nowhere to be. Then he went to the next room, where the joyful Zhuan noticed that he quickly came. The young man instantly hugged him and said that he was bored with him. A dumbfounded teenager asked why he was doing himself strangely. Xiao asked him a counterclaim whether he was fine and whether something bad happened. Assuming that his younger brother failed the exam, Xuan immediately asked if he did not pass the test. Without waiting for the response of the relative, he called him to dine and said that there was nothing wrong with that, adding that being an ordinary person is normal because most people live like that. But Lin suddenly said that he passed the exam best of all, and soon he would come from a solid university. Naturally, Xuan did not expect such a result and was shocked by the achievement of the young man. Soon they began to have lunch, where there was the most diverse food prepared by an older brother. At the table, they said that the future of their family depends on the Xiao. Since Lin Sr. at one time could not protect the School of Martial Arts after his father left, the teenager immediately remembered his past life and realized that he could not make previous mistakes. In this connection, Xiao confidently said that he would personally return his belonging, adding that after a certain time he will find a way to cure Zhuan and everything will be fine. The older brother thanked him for the anxiety, but his ailment was extremely difficult to heal. At that moment, someone suddenly demanded that the guy immediately go to him. A moment later, the new chosen one of the former girl Xuan knocked out the front door. Zhao said that she does not want to meet with a cripple in a wheelchair and found true love. The protagonist began to believe that it was Li who pushed his brother to commit suicide. The dumbfounded older brother asked how she could do this with him. Because they spent so many years together, Jia brazenly said that, unlike him, he is rich and strong. Moreover, he was able to move his feet on his own. Then Yu let him throw a pack of money into him, saying that this was him as compensation for parting. At the same time, Chan noticed that the disabled person should be grateful in general, because they could not give him this money. Li showed her new handbag and said that she cost several $1,000s, which he could never afford. At that moment, let him go up to him and giving a slap in the face that he was a useless mass in a wheelchair. The young master literally boiled with anger but tried to keep himself in his hands. While his older brother shouted angrily to immediately get out of his house, in response, Chan hit his stroller with his foot and thereby turned it on his side, so Xuan was on the floor. After that, an angry bandit began to beat a defenseless disabled person. Then the young cultivator could not stand it and rushed at the Yu, starting to apply crushing blows to him. Chan could not contrast him with anything. The guy continued to beat him with his feet. Suddenly, he tried to get up, but the teenager once again attacked him with his fists. As a result, Yu was again subjected to numerous blows from Lin. Zhao, shocked from what was happening, said that he had no right to do this with him. Then as Xiao rushed to her, the frightened girl immediately backed back, saying that he cannot hit a woman. But at that moment, the teenager hit her. Li immediately grabbed her nose and began to shout that he was not a man, since he allowed himself a similar one. The guy, in turn, replied that he did not beat the real girls, but such as she is with pleasure. The frightened Xian instantly began to apologize to him and ask him to let go. She said that if he booked his knowledge in martial art, he would still understand him. But since yes, there is nothing more than a discharge, he should teach a lesson in life. After which the young man once again began to beat an arrogant cephaloresis. After a couple of minutes, Zhao helped him get to his feet, and they went to the exit together. Xuan thanked his younger brother for his help, but at the same time he was absolutely depressed, saying that he had noticed her mercantile side before, especially after what happened. She had never come to visit him. And once he sold his favorite things to buy and give her a certain necklace, she suddenly said that very soon he would find the necessary medicine and will certainly put it on his feet. The elder brother smiled and replied that it would be impatiently to wait for this moment to travel together. Naturally, Lin intended to take revenge on all the offenders Zhuan, who brought him to suicide. Meanwhile, Chan and Jiao got into the car, where he immediately called his bandits in order to kill two brothers. Mercenaries, in turn, requested 2 million for their imminent deaths. Whether she asked Yu whether he really decided to kill them. Yes, in turn, he asked a counter question whether she still loves this disabled person. Zhao replied that she was worried about the police, but he no longer nourishes any feelings to Xuani. Chan said that he spent 2 million for a reason, and the police would not come to them. At that moment, someone called the house of the protagonist. Xiao immediately broke off, having spoke to his brother that he himself would go and find out who decided to help them. Naturally, the young master believed that Yu did not calm down and again came to figure it out. Opening the front door, the young cultivator instantly began to express his faintly. However, on the threshold was Qing with her sister Qian. Dumbfounded to Na asked why he was so evil. Lin replied, recently one bad man came to him, and therefore suggested that he was again. Suddenly, the girl asked him for forgiveness for the behavior of her hot-tempered sister. Then she called on Qian also apologizes, but the girl refused to do this. Xiao again recalled the events of a past life where, because of his brother's death, he fell into deep depression. It was precisely because of him that Lin, of course, was going to prevent this. Suddenly, he ran a hand over her cheek and said that he would not allow her to happen something bad. Chen, in turn, grabbed the whip again and tried to attack the young man, saying that her sister came to apologize to him, and he again spreads his hands. The teenager immediately asked for forgiveness for his behavior and noticed that she reminded him of one girlfriend. By virtue of her upbringing, the girl said that nothing terrible happened and he would not apologize to him, then angrily urged her sister to calm down and not behave in this way. Since because of her they constantly fall into trouble, the Qian did not understand why Qing sided with the guy. Soon they hurried to leave the limits of the court of Xiao and said goodbye to him. However, Lin unexpectedly showed a desire to spend them home so that no one would stick to them. In this connection, he instantly warned his older brother about what would be suitable soon. But the indefatigable sister once again negatively reacted to his proposal. Qing again hastened to influence her, saying that she constantly spoils everything. Then, they finally went to the girl's house, leading an uncomplicated conversation along the way. At the same time, Qing willingly supported the dialogue with a young man, which of course acted on her sister's nerves. The teenager, in turn, smiled at her and did not pay attention to Qian's attacks, which was simply uncontrollable, and all the time tried to provoke him in every way. Naturally, Xiao did not bother with it, and continued to please with her sister. As soon as he spent them home, Lin turned to the bushes, from where he was a suspicious noise and called for wishers to show up. After a couple of seconds, armed bandits came to him and said that they had paid a decent amount of money for his head. The guy asked if they really decided to take their lives for a couple of millions. The leader of the thugs said that now he will not be laughing, because this is the last moments of his life, adding that their gang is one of the dominant in this city, after which he tried to attack the young man. Xiao timely managed to evade a stab and asked if this is really Kai weapons. The bandit in response broke into a malicious smile and said that he knew too much. The main character, in turn, also began to attack cowardly thugs. Thus, the young master struck a crushing force to the main blow in their gang. The dumbfounded leader of the criminal group asked if the guy is at the stage of normal QI. Realizing that they were clearly scared, the young cultivator ordered them to kneel until it was too late. At this time, they began to understand who dealing with, but how at that age Lin could be so strong. For them it was a mystery. Xiao once again called on the bandits to attack him, but they refrained from such attacks. One of them said that they clearly could not cope with the fighter of this level. The other was absolutely in solidarity with him and called on the leader to immediately retreat, since no money would save them. Then, the leader of the thugs realized that you let him substitute them, and it was necessary to deal with him. Soon, they tried to escape, but it was not so easy to do from Lina. Once a bold bandit, at the moment turned into a crying child and began to ask for mercy. Xiao agreed to leave them alive because he was not a monster, but at the same time he demanded the leader of the leader. The guy understood that life is much more expensive than this knife, although he cost him a solid amount of money. In this regard, he gave his weapon to Lina, saying that it was as an apology. The young man naturally accepted the gift and ordered them to no longer appear on its territory. The thugs literally dumbfounded in place. Xiao again directed his formidable look at them. Then they realized that it was really better for them to quickly hide in order not to provoke him. Lin, in turn, exhaled with relief because he was on the verge of death, and if they were more skilled, he would have the end. Since in fact this dagger is covered with 2 layers of qi and almost destroyed its equipment. Moreover, it was only at the stage of normal qi, and at this level you need to use your skills with particular caution. This knife was in the 2nd stage of qi. There were 10 of them, where after the 8th, there were legendary guns. Also, the blade cost at least about 700,000, but it was useless against the Grand Masters. But even based on this, the weapon could be significantly improved, and a high-rank cultivator could create an incredible knife. However, such strong fighters sometimes did not need to be weapons at all, because their fists were stronger. At that moment, an worried older brother ran out to meet him and asked where he was. The teenager said that he simply decided to spend the girl's home, because it's too late. Suddenly, Xuan said that a girl named Qing is very attractive, and he should not miss this diamond. Xiao smiled and urged his brother to go to bed. He also intended to lie down earlier. Entering his room, Lin lay down on the bed and examined his knife, which he wanted to improve. In addition, in a past life, he constantly hunted the improvement of various guns. Thus, the young man began to have time to modify the dagger before sunrise. However, at a certain moment, the knife suddenly fell out of the magical sphere. The extremely surprised Xiao realized that this time he could not improve the blade. The protagonist was shocked by the fact that he was the Mooner Emperor and could not improve weapons. Then, the young master realized that he would have to deal with Jia, and yes, without this dagger, so that no one else will ever begin to mock him and his older brother. How this happened in a past life, where everyone called him the shame of his family. At this moment, the young cultivator once again mired in his memoirs, and even in the death of Xuan, everyone blamed him, because people do not understand hanging a label on a person. But if you look at the root of the problem, it will become clear that it is Jiao that is to blame for this. The teenager dreamed of the day when he finally revenge on all the offenders of his brother. The next day, Li with Qian spent quite fun time without suspecting anything. At some point, they retired to spend the evening well. However, it was at that moment that they were disturbed by the servant Yu, which he certainly did not like. The guy suddenly burst into his boss, but he was furious and immediately jumped into the corridor, where he began to beat his subordinate, saying that he never bothers him at such moments. However, the guy managed to talk about the fact that mercenaries with some person were waiting for him in the living room. In fact, it was Se-jin, who stated that he did not like when he was forced to wait and have to pay for it. From boss Chan immediately turned into a helpful dog, who called on Jane to deal with Xiao. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries said that the guy pretends to be a high school student, but has Gan Chi. But Jin noted that this could not be, since it is necessary for this for at least 60 years. The thug continued to stand on his own and stated that this was really the truth. Yu, in turn, called him abnormal and asked not to get into the conversations of adults. But the young man still claimed that no one could compare with this teenager. At that moment, Se unexpectedly inflicted a powerful blow to him, as a result of which he flew to the side. What he did not expect from his high-ranking patron, which was Jin, Chan seemed to receive true pleasure when Jin showed his abilities. Suddenly, he said that it would cost 2 million, but yes, he decided to add 4 more so that he would deal with the mercenaries. Naturally, the extremely self-confident Jen agreed, since the amount was quite large. At the same time, Yu noted that the money decides everything, because with their help you cannot worry about anything. Meanwhile, Jiao approached him and stated that Qian was talking absolutely right. Then they began to discuss what little things she wanted this time, but suddenly refused to decorate. Suddenly, Lin appeared in front of them and said that Yu was really insignificant because he even kills his people, adding that if he wants to kill him, you just need to try to do it. Stunned and instantly called to the aid of armed bodyguards, Xiao immediately threw some nuts into them, which could cause considerable damage to the guards. The perplexing thugs simply could not do anything. They did not even have time to shoot at the guy. After that, the young man said that today Jiao and Koyan would answer for his many crimes. The protagonist, in turn, grabbed a wooden stick and rushed towards Li with Y, having stated that they are obliged to pay for ridicule of his brother, which means to die. Realizing that he was the end, but instantly said that in fact, Jiao came up with this. The shocked girl began to object, saying that this was not at all true, but it was no matter who was the first to suggest killing his brother. After all, the young cultivator intended to deprive both of them, which he stated confidently. But at that moment, Jin appeared. He was easy to block the teenager's blow, then called on the fat man to pay doubly, as the young man is really strong. Of course, frightened Chan said that he would give him as much money as he would wish. Xiao, in turn, understood that in front of him was a real master of martial arts, and was brewing a difficult battle. In the process of confrontation with a young master, Jin demanded 11 million for his murder. When Yu heard this summa, he immediately asked Jin to make him a discount. Zhao, in turn, urged him not to spend such money because they were not sure that he would kill the guy. But he did not like this disposition of affairs, and in this regard, he demanded 12 million. The shocked Yu finally agreed to his conditions and asked to quickly deal with Lin. Xiao, meanwhile, took advantage of the moment and attacked an arrogant fighter. However, in the last second, Jin managed to catch his fist, which the guy was clearly surprised. Jen said that their games ended on this, and now the Malay will taste of the strength of the martial artist. Without hesitation, the teenager hit the teenager, but Lin also grabbed his hand without much effort. Jin asked how the young man managed to stop his attack, the size of 700 kilograms. She replied that his power is incomparable with the third stage of the body of Qi, and he did not even feel 700 kilograms. Then he also asked the enemy, is he really at the middle stage of the body of normal Qi? C, in turn, decided to ignore it and again began to apply crushing series of blows. At the same time, Lin understood that he needed to finish the battle as soon as possible because time played against him. In addition, now he was in a disadvantage and Jen was only stronger. Jin immediately began to provoke a guy, saying that in fact he was not as strong as he seemed to him originally. Soon, they once again moved from words to business and began to wave their fists. After a certain time, Xiao still found a gap in the defense of CE and attacked him. The blow was so strong that the martial art master flew to the side. With all his might, he tried not to show how hard he had to do after the attack. Lin began to concentrate all the force and use the technique of Dan Duan to finally defeat Jin. He also needed to intensify since there was too little time and energy. The dumbfounded Qian asked the well-being of the mercenary. Zhao, in turn, suspected something was amiss. At that moment, Jen began to expect blood. Yu, even more nervous. Then he wiped his blood from his chin and noticed that he clearly underestimated the malts because he really has special skills. Xiao replied that the power of the SC fell sharply by 300 kilograms, and he would not defeat him. Only he understood this late. Then Jin took a certain pill and put on quite familiar gloves. Having stated that power does not always solve the outcome of the battle, and sometimes you have to resort to tricks, Lin finally remembered that in fact these gloves belonged to his brother, who sold them to buy a gift for Li. Soon, the main character again entered a fierce battle with Jan and suddenly missed a blow. As a result, the young master literally flew into the wall, thereby breaking it with his body. Zhao and Koyan, of course, began to rejoice at such a turn of events and in every possible way encouraged Sei. However, the young cultivator hastened to get to his feet to continue the deadly duel. Although he understood that it would be much more difficult to fight, given the strengthening of Jin, which in turn was shocked by the courage of the guy and did not understand why he still had not surrendered. The young man noticed that he really had a blow much stronger. But this would not change anything. At that moment, the teenager again began to remember his past life, where during numerous fights with his older brother, he experienced a similar pain. Suddenly, Xiao took advantage of a magical strengthening to continue the battle. Frightened Yua let Jane urgently urged Jane to end this upstart. Naturally, he recognized this technique of Gan Qi and could not believe his eyes because such a young guy could not achieve such a result. In addition, it is impossible to collect all 8 elements of the body of Qi, otherwise it would have been dead. Meanwhile, Lin gathered his thoughts and once again hastened to attack Jin, who stated that he could not deceive him because he could not collect all 8 key elements. A moment later, Xiao began to move much faster and imperceptibly took out his dagger. Then, with a lightning-fast movement of his hand, he cut his throat with a self-confident fighter. The young man noticed that he had killed a huge number of people, and now death has come for him. Soon, the teenager rushed towards the frightened Jiao and Qian. They immediately backed back. Having put a knife to the throat, yes, Lin demanded to give him the records of his atrocities, and then he would survive. In fact, in a past life, Xiao took up the investigation and found out that the fat man was a drug dealer. Of course, the cowardly Borov began to say that they had never done anything bad. At this moment, Li said that she also never wanted them with her brother's brother, adding that she just wanted to part with Zhuan and stay friends with him. The fat man, in turn, could not stand her in a brazen lies and gave her a slap in the face, urging her to shut up immediately. Xiao was not going to endure their antics and intended to finish them as soon as possible. Li instantly began to insult Chen, stating that she had never loved him at all. Then she said that it would immediately personally bring these notes to the teenager. Lin said that if yes moves, he will no doubt cut his throat. But at the same time, Chen understood what these notes threatened with him, in connection with which he demanded that she do not dare to carry them, Xiao. At that moment, outside the window they heard the characteristic sound of police flashing lights. Law enforcement officers followed directly to a huge estate, yes. The frightened Yu asked if he really called the police. The young man answered positively, adding that he will not personally scold his hands about him, and now he will have to spend a long time behind bars. By that time, Zhao brought several books and said that they contain a complete list of CN crimes. Suddenly, police officers ran into the mansion and arrested the girl with yes. After a certain time, the main character went with the police to the department, where he was thanked for the capture of criminals. Captain Hua said that for many years he tried to catch these bandits because they committed many crimes. In addition, they constantly changed names and ran from law enforcement officials for 6 months. The young master also thanked them, because if not for them, he would have problems. But most of all, the young cultivator was struck by the fact that Jen was able to survive, despite a mortal wound. Suddenly, Xiao asked Yun how they would punish the drug dealer Qian. The captain confidently said that he was only facing the death penalty, and he would personally insist on this. Lin was again surprised because an honest policeman is really rare in their days. After that, the guy rushed home, while he managed to hide the gloves of his older brother. What Swan will be immensely happy, otherwise the captain of Hua would definitely confiscate them. Meanwhile, Jin and the frightened Yu were in prison and waited for their fate. C could not come to terms with the fact that some high school student beat him. Suddenly, he grabbed the fat man by the throat and ordered him to tell everything that he knew about this boy. The cowardly Qian immediately told him everything, including the address and the presence of the elder brother of the disabled person. Jen was pleased with this result and hastened to remove the handcuffs with a master key. However, he was not able to do this. Then he decided to call his brothers. Jin issued all the necessary information and ordered to hang this Maltz on the bridge. The next morning, Xiao presented his magical gloves to his older brother. The dumbfounded Zhuan asked where he took them. The young man told the story of how he bought them in a second hand. Naturally, he did not believe, realizing that the teenager went to extreme measures to return them. The guy, in turn, smiled and thanked the younger brother. Lin urged him to calm down. Xuan noticed that he perfectly understands. In fact, Xiao hardly returned the family relic that he got from his parents. The young man smiled and said that he would never lose these gloves again. At that moment, they knocked on the front door. As it turned out, it was Yang. A perplexing teenager asked why he came. At the same time, he remembered that this is the only friend who did not turn away in a difficult moment. But in a past life, death suffered. Extremely worried whether he urged a friend to talk in the house and not stand on the threshold. Soon, Jan said that the sect of dark matter was hunting for them, and they want to hang Xiao on the bridge. In this connection, he began to say that it is better for them to collect things and immediately get out of here. However, self-confident Lin said that they would not run away and will repulse this faction. But Jan continued to say that he could not cope with them, since their stage of development is much higher than him. The guy noticed that if they run away, then tomorrow they will come for Li and just kill him. The fat man was shocked by such an answer, and still stood on his own, saying that they could not be saved. But Xiao was not scared by high-ranking fighters because last night he dealt with a stronger opponent, which most likely was connected with this clan, and asked them to avenge him. In this regard, the teenager immediately called on Yana to hide Zhuan in a safe place. He himself hurried to pick up the gloves from the older brother to finally end the ill-wishers. The guy handed him a family relic. Lin knew how to use them in such a way as to increase his strength 10 times. Naturally, the main character met with this faction in a past life, but he did not think that they would appear so quickly. At the same time, the young master was well aware that the world has long been divided into light and dark. Of course, law enforcement officers could affect the situation, but slightly, while in the Guild of Dark Matter is full of different masters and each of them is ready to kill. One thing could be said for sure: there are no good people in criminal organizations. But the world is so arranged that the weak are sent to ordinary work, strong fall into the ranks of the police, and only back to the bandits. And the path of the young cultivator was fundamentally different from the life of an ordinary person. Suddenly, Xiao caught himself thinking that he would like to go to the world of the immortals. However, for this it was necessary to become stronger and try to modify the knife, because it could only be improved twice. What Lin began to do once again, it was the last attempt to improve. After a certain time, the young man still managed to improve the blade, and he instantly changed his appearance. But Xiao embarrassed one important point: the metamorphoses suddenly stopped. Suddenly, he realized that he managed to make a double transformation of the dagger, thus increasing the level of hardening and, accordingly, the forces, which was an unprecedented result. In addition, the weapon possessed two elements, fire and water, between which it was possible to move. At the same time, it was possible to change forms, and he looked much better than the previous one. Paying attention to the vase on the table, the guy decided to check the properties of an improved knife on it. A moment later, the water attack defeated the vase, rushing through the entire room. The outcome was pleasant. But at the same time, the table was damaged with this. Xiao did not expect the blade would become so strong. At this time, the elder brother of Jane named Kun, who was the leader of the Quan group, headed for Lina's house. Naturally, the head of the guild wanted to take revenge on his younger brother quickly. After a couple of seconds, he easily knocked out the front door to the teenager's house, who immediately attacked him in response with his modified dagger. Then he demanded that the stranger immediately bought him a new door. The brutal Kun asked if he really almost killed his brother. Xiao noticed that he himself was to blame for what had happened, and he should not touch him. The representative of the Quan group immediately rushed towards the young man, trying to attack him. However, the guy easily dodged his blow, which literally struck Kun. Then they again clashed in a fierce duel, where the forces were approximately equal. Lin said that he would not defeat him with such simple techniques, and soon he would go after his brother. At the same time, the master used his strength to the maximum, but could not achieve the desired result, because Xiao was absolutely easily and naturally left all the attacks and managed to mock him, saying that he is too weak for the fighter of the third stage of the body of normal Qi. Kun, in turn, noticed that he had not met such strong opponents for a long time. So, the night promises to be extremely funny. Lin in response only smiled at him. Soon, the leader of the attacking group once again attacked the protagonist, saying that his blow contains 2,000 kilograms. Having struck the crushing force, Kun again could not hit the target, because the young master remained unharmed. After that, Xiao grabbed his hand and pulled down, saying that one force was not enough. adding that even his younger brother was much stronger. At that moment, Lin spent a series of attacks. Kun replied that he had no right to laugh at him. The guy immediately bounced back. Then he said that he did not even think to laugh at him, but simply states the fact. The even more angry, the already distraught leader of the Quan Guild. In fact, the young cultivator perfectly understood if he were quickly, Lin would have already been dead. Moreover, the impact of the master would clearly be enough to send him a deep knockout. At that moment, Kun attacked the guy and spent a powerful series of blows. However, Xiao once again blocked Suan with all the attempts of a furious fighter. Suddenly, Jane's brother realized that he needed to change the fight tactics in order to have a chance to win. But at this time, the teenager took advantage of the moment and inflicted a fairly strong blow. As a result, he broke Kunya's nose. He noticed that he had not seen his own blood for a long time, adding that he really underestimated the malts, and he is quite capable of competing him. Lin began to understand that his forces are not enough to finally deal with him. After all, he already carried out 2 crushing blows and was only able to damage his nose. Kun himself said that he had not yet demonstrated all his power to him. Xiao suspected something was wrong and began to reflect on which trick he would throw the next. Suddenly, the leader of the clan rushed towards the guy, but this time his speed was much higher. After that, with the help of his magical abilities, he inflicted another blow, thus literally breaking the wall to the neighbors, which the young master did not expect. Naively believing that he had defeated Lina, Kun said that now it remains to hang him on the bridge by Xin Yi. But unexpectedly among the Dust Club, he saw something radiant and began to look closely. A moment later, a magical arrow rushed into it, but Kun managed to evade it. Realizing that in fact the young man has a key weapon, the leader of the group was in shock. After all, he never saw anything like it and only heard from the masters about such a phenomenon. At this moment, the dumbfounded neighbor scaredly asked who they were and what was happening at all. Xiao urged her to calm down and said that soon Kun would compensate her for everything, after which he once again bravely rushed towards the Golivorus, intending to attack him. The water attacks of the dagger, in turn, forced the frightened bandit to escape. Since he was finally convinced that this teenager is an incredible fighter, naturally, Lin followed him, trying to overtake the wounded Kun. At the same time, the guy said that he was obliged to compensate for the damage, and he could not just run away. At a certain moment, Xiao caught up with him and put a knife to his throat, asking, did he really see such a weapon? Trying good luck, Kun suddenly again began to try to hit the main character. However, the young master easily left the attack and again fixed the dagger to his throat. Thus, the ruler of the sect was again in an extremely deplorable position, but at the same time, he tried to have a psychological impact on the guy, saying that if he kills him, he was facing a prison. The young cultivator noted that he really did not want to be in jail, and even more likely to be like such a garbage as him. This, in turn, made Kun think that he had outplayed the teenager. Having stated that Brother Quan will certainly find him, and then Lin would not be saved. After all, he is the strongest master of martial arts in the whole city, and he has no equal. In this connection, he began to behave more confidently, and called on Xiao to lower his dagger. But suddenly the guy began to apply fierce blows with a knife, saying that he would not have the opportunity to report on everything to his boss. The wounded and extremely frightened Kun instantly collapsed to the ground and tried to cover himself with his hands. Then he literally began to beg the young man to stop and not kill him. Lin agreed to regret the bandit, but only in order to send him to his brother to prison, which he later did. After a certain time, they were behind bars, and Kun became furious, starting to ask Jian what kind of high school student this, who almost killed him. Captain Hua, in turn, was again extremely grateful to Xiao and began to thank him. Suddenly, Lin asked Yan, saying that tomorrow he would need his assistance, adding that when he calls him in the evening, the captain should be ready if possible. Hua immediately thought that if the guy helps him to catch all the criminals, he would be honored. However, a law enforcement officer still did not know the true motive of the young man why he does this. Leaving the police station, Xiao recalled the events of the past life, as his lover entered the university with him. And in her family there was a real collapse, and as a result, Qing died, of course. He could not allow this to be repeated. Meanwhile, the leader of the guild Zhao saw on the news that Kunya was detained by the police with the help of a certain student, from which Quan was bewildered and could not believe what happened. After all, it seemed absurd that some high school student would be stronger than fighters of the 3rd stage of Qi. His servant asked if he wanted to cancel the reservation. Zhao replied that he had been paid a huge amount and he could not do this. after which he grabbed him by the throat with the help of his magic and urged his subordinate not to climb into his affairs. The guy immediately began to ask for forgiveness from his patron. Kwon immediately let him go. The ward in turn coughed and hurried to leave so as not to interfere with the boss, who intended to initially kill the head of the SE, which would significantly increase his reputation. Xiao meanwhile called Xuani and said that for some time he would not return home. Moreover, tomorrow is the birthday of Qing, and it has no right to miss this event. At that moment, his phone rang. The teenager was surprised and picked up the phone, where a pleasant female voice greeted him and invited him to rent a house. The perplexed Lin could not understand how on earth someone offers him this. Naturally, he refused the service and said that he is actually a poor student. Suddenly, the girl admitted that she was Qing and just wanted to play him. After that, the young lady asked if he was free tomorrow evening, since she arranges a party and hopes that he will allocate time to come to her. Of course, the main character with pleasure accepted her invitation, which he joyfully informed her. However, the young master got the impression that the girl wanted to ask him for something else, in connection with which Lin asked if she had something else to tell him about. She answered positively, adding that her father arranges her date blindly, and she does not want to meet this rich man. At that moment, the girl was shy and suddenly interrupted her narrative. After all, it was extremely inconvenient for her to ask a teenager about this, but she still found the strength to say in herself. A moment later, Qing asked the young cultivator to pretend to be her boyfriend, what was quite unexpected for Lina, who actually dreamed about it. She clarified that this is only one evening, and if everything goes well, she will generously reward him. Sayo understood that for any young man this was a real gift. However, everything was mixed in his head, and he fell silent sharply from hesitation. Then he finally agreed to temporarily be her boyfriend. Qing, in turn, was embarrassed. At that moment, Chen quietly entered her living room and asked what she was doing. The girl was scared and behaved somehow strangely, saying that she wanted to sleep. Na immediately went to her room, which even more gave rise to questions in her sister's head. Suddenly, she realized that Qing fell in love with someone because she behaved also when she liked Ju. At that time, Xiao began to think that he must be at the party, but Quan could pay an unexpected visit. In addition, he won all previous fights only thanks to a magic dagger. In this regard, Lin began to cultivate all night in order to become even stronger. At the same time, he wanted to get to the stall of the soul in order to comprehend true immortality. And for this it is necessary to become a master of martial arts of the last rank and possess magic. For a certain time, the teenager was diligently meditated and finally, he was able to improve. What was the signal of the energy of energy, diverging from the young man in all directions? Thus, Xiao was in the third stage of the body of Qi, which was a good enough result. However, he could use the divine resolution only once every 2 weeks. Lin understood that the world of immortals became closer to him, and soon he would return there. The next day in the late evening, the birthday of the beautiful Qing took place, where her father Wen and his wife Yan met many influential guests, among which was the Jiang family. Naturally, Shu and Qin warmly accepted them. Joyful Lao and Chu approached them and not noticed that they had not seen them for a long time. Also, the head of the family of Na asked his young offspring. The teenager broke into a smile and greeted all those present. Qin caught himself thinking that he was really worthy of her daughter and would provide her with a good existence. Meanwhile, the extremely worried Qing thought that Xiao still had not come. While Chu had already arrived with his father, suddenly Wen knocked on her room and urged to go down to the guests. The girl was extremely reluctant to go down the stairs and saw an arrogant young man, which Shu urged to talk to his daughter, and after that they will join the rest, of course, Chu agreed. The guy immediately began to write her a huge number of different compliments, but suddenly, he held out his hand to her and asked him to let him touch his delicate skin. Stunned by such an impudent behavior of a teenager, the girl called him to behave normally. In addition, he is at her house, but an extremely arrogant young man said that he would soon become his home. Then he lay down on the bed and said that it was better for her to reciprocate him, or he would prohibit her in the basement. King was simply shocked by such statements of Chu and instantly drove him out of her bed. The guy did not expect that the young lady would be so stubborn and would not lead to his tricks. As a result, he uttered an embittered that he would soon subjugate her and kneel down. And if he does not have a mood, then he will kill her at all. She literally froze in place. Such statements suggested that in fact, his family is plotting something bad. Meanwhile, in the forest near the villa, Zhao and their minions watched what was happening. Quan noticed that a rich life is too boring, and there is nothing interesting in it. And soon this beautiful estate will fly into the air, turning into ruins. And the machines of such influential people who cost at least several million will turn to ashes. Suddenly, the guards of the mansion noticed a strange young man who arrived on a broken bicycle. Xiao, in turn, could not take advantage of the meter, as the house was in the mountains and he had to ask his neighbor a bicycle. After that, Lin went to the villa. The bodyguards were puzzled by his arrival. Also, he did not have the opportunity to buy a suit for himself, and therefore the guy put on what was. The guards immediately tried to drive him away, saying that there was no place for the homeless here. The dumbfounded Xiao said that the birthday girl actually called him on her birthday, what only made them laugh, because they really believed that the mouse was deceiving, adding that his clothes are less than their working uniform and therefore he needs to leave. However, at that moment, Qing came out towards him and joyfully ran up to the teenager. Taking his hand, the girl led Lina into the house. The guards were shocked by such a turn of events. Believing that after this incident they would simply be fired from work, Xiao decided to use the moment. In this connection, he turned to them and with a smile on his face said that now he would go to eat expensive food and drink wine. The perplexing SE asked, did he really drink alcohol because he was not 18 years old? The guy said that this was a joke. The head of the family, in turn, thanked all the guests for the presence of his daughter on his birthday. After that, Wen went with Zhang to discuss the signing of a certain contract. But after a moment, they appeared in front of them, who held Qing by the hand. Shu was dumbfounded by such a surprise and wondered who this insolent is. She suddenly whispered to the young man that she needed to hold his hand so that everyone would understand who she had him. Naturally, the teenager was not opposed. The guests immediately began to discuss what was happening. After all, no one had the idea who this guy, the Xian, in turn, was delighted with the act of the sister. After all, she dared to go against her father. The family Zhang also strained this moment. After a couple of seconds, Lin extremely politely greeted all the guests present. Then he called himself a guy Qing, which plunged everyone into a shock state, even Sao herself. Everyone began to say that the party can be spoiled by the presence of this person. Qian continued to rejoice, realizing that in fact this teenager was not so simple. Shu said that the young man should not behave in this way, and if he only needs money, it would be better to get a job. But the main character said that he did not need money at all and he and his daughter have long been together. Father urged Qing to be careful with the choice of a guy, as one wrong step and their family is the end. However, the girl unexpectedly stated that she really loves Xiao and they would be married. All guests were shocked by such a statement, being at a loss. The angry Wen angrily said that she had no right to argue with her father and tried to give her a slap in the face. The young lady reflexively closed her eyes and turned her head, but there was no hit. Because the young master suddenly grabbed the man by the hand and said that he should not do this. Then he added that if he wants to throw his emotions on someone, then he is ready to talk to him like a man. At the moment, the present even began to admire such a brave person. Naturally, Shu accepted his conditions and rushed to go outside to finally figure it out. But at this time, Lao stopped him, saying that he should not be angry with this teenager. Wen immediately apologized to him for his adequate behavior and said that he simply did not expect such a turn. Zhang blurred in a malicious smile and said that he had to apologize to him. At this moment, unknown armed people broke into the estate. Lao said that today the family of X would cease to exist. Chu immediately ordered the thugs to grab all the guests and not let anyone out of the mansion. A real panic began in the house. Everyone scattered around, trying to escape. The shocked Wen watched what was happening and could not understand what he was planning. In this connection, he angrily asked Zhang what he was doing and why he arranged this performance. Laoi smiled again and said that he never liked Shu, especially since he does not deserve a luxurious life. And not so long ago, he tried to destroy his business at all, so karma overtook the Sayum family. The guests at this time tried to run out into the street, but absolutely all the doors were locked. Zhao, in turn, urged anyone not to go to the black exit, since there are probably bandits. But no one listened to Lina, saying that if they stay here, they would definitely die. Soon they headed for the reserve exit, but it really was closed. Nobody was able to call the police due to the lack of a signal. Therefore, there were muffles in the house. King instantly ran to Xiao and called him to leave, but the guy said that he promised to help her and remain. At that moment, Chu called on her father to have fun before they kill everyone. He gave him his permission. Then the bandits began to drag all the young girls up and kill the old women. But Wen did not give up and began to carry nearby thugs, saying that they would not touch anyone. And while he is alive, Zhang would not dare to do anything. Lao hastened to rectify the situation, having stated that he has not yet comprehended the strength of the body of normal Qi, and therefore will have to resort to extreme measures. A moment later, he directed his gun to the head of the family, as well as his minions. Then Wen realized that he was in an extremely deplorable position and could not do anything. The young cultivator realized that now is the time to intervene and help the SE family. In this connection, he immediately put a dagger to the Chu's throat, but Qian also decided to intervene. The girl took advantage of her whip and grabbed his offspring by the neck, dragging him along, after which she ordered people to Zhang to retreat. Otherwise, she threatened to turn his neck. Qian continued to squeeze the throat to her son Lao and urged him to immediately stop it. She also demanded that all his servants lay down their weapons until Chu finally chokes. Zhang immediately ordered his people to lower the weapon and waited for further instructions. All guests began to admire such a confident girl, saying that she was simply incredible. And only the main character understood that everything was not so simple, and Lao clearly provided for such a turn of events. At that moment, they heard a strange sound on the roof and wondered what was happening. Zhang, in turn, broke into a smile again and looked at the self-confident Qian. The young master unexpectedly urged her to immediately run away, realizing that she was waiting. However, the stubborn girl, as always, did not listen to anyone and acted in her own way. This situation was no exception, and after a couple of seconds, the unknown was jumped from the roof. As a result, he landed right onto the head of Qian, and the girl collapsed to the ground. Even Chu was shocked by what happened and immediately backed back. Qing and Elevated immediately rushed towards the stranger, but the young cultivator called them to stop. However, they did not listen to him and attacked Zhao, who easily grabbed them. Holding Xin by the leg and Shu by the hand, he thereby practically immobilized them. The head of the family finally realized that this master was really extremely strong, and they could not cope with him. Lao, in turn, said that this is Quan, who is the leader of the Dark Matrim faction, and he is able to kill more than 100 people without blinking and an eye. Everyone was terribly scared. Xiao also realized that their meeting took place too quickly and nowhere to retreat. Chu urged Zhao to kill everyone except Qing because he wanted to talk to her differently. Quan looked at Van and said that for a start, he would break his hands, and then he would forced painfully to die. But it was at that moment that the main character struck him with a crushing force. Then he began to beat his nearby servants with particular cruelty. Having stated that he will not allow him to harm his lover and he will have to answer for it, Lin continued to beat the once strongest fighter of the city, which shocked everyone into his skills. King caught himself thinking that now the young man is much stronger than he was in the exam. Having finished with Quan, the teenager rushed towards the frightened family of Zhang. The dumbfounded Lao could not understand where the high school student had such an incredible power. The bandits began to defend their patron, although they realized that they could not cope with the guy. As soon as Xiao tried to attack them, Zhao suddenly came to his senses and prevented him. Having released his magic fist, he literally flew into the unsuspecting Lina. However, the teenager managed to block the attack, realizing that Quan could also use Gan Qi. Zhao, in turn, asked who this youth who was able to beat him. The self-confident master said that he knows this name very well since his friends are already in prison. All those present, of course, realized that it was this high school student who helped the police catch the Jin brothers. Wen also realized why his daughter liked this masterful guy. The brutalized Quan noticed that Maltz would have to answer today. In this connection, he ordered anyone not to intervene in their showdown because he wanted to personally take revenge on him. Lin said that today he went after his friends in jail. Thus, they began to destroy the entire estate, finding out the attitude among themselves. The fight was really exciting, and it seemed that the forces were approximately equal. Shu, in turn, urged Qing to go to the hospital with Chen and call the police. The dumbfounded girl asked him what he was going to do and why he was not going with them. Wen replied that now he owed her boyfriend because the young master bravely rushed to defend their family. Naturally, she perfectly understood that his father was absolutely right, and he needed to help. In this regard, Qing urged Shu to take her sister to the hospital, since Xiao was here because of her. Of course, the father was categorically against this, because he could not leave his daughter. But at that moment, Lao suddenly grabbed Yun by the hair and dragged her on the floor, having stated that no one will go anywhere, and today they will all finally die. Shu and Qing were shocked by how much Zhang turned out to be a vile person. Qin immediately ordered her husband and daughter to leave here, but they could not leave her alone. Suddenly, Lao Yi began to beat a woman, saying that she immediately fell silent. Then he once again stated that no one would go anywhere until he would tell about it. King could not endure this, and without hesitation rushed to the aid of her mother. At that moment, the bandits opened a fire from pistols along it. Suddenly, the girl froze in place. A moment later, her dress began to flood with blood. The shocked whore realized that he was injured. The main character heard the wild roar shoo and immediately turned around, but did not have time to understand anything. At the same time, he suggested that something bad could have happened to Qing and you could not waste time. But since he was distracted, Xiao missed the strongest blow of Quan and flew to the side. Zhao smiled and noticed that in such situations it was impossible to be distracted. Lin said that he was absolutely right because you can pay with life for this, and that is why he will kill him quickly. At that moment, the teenager put on a glove of Zhuan. Naturally, Quan naively believed that some high school student would not do anything to him, even so skilled. But when Xiao rushed his fist in it, Zhao sensed an unprecedented aura and realized that he should not underestimate the baby. The head of the clan noticed that he did not expect such incredible power from him. But this would not help him, because there is no fighter more than him and everyone knows about it. Suddenly, Lin inflicted a powerful blow to him. The glove of the older brother suddenly sparkled with numerous lightning. Then Quan finally realized that the guy's ki is much stronger than him, and he simply could not hold back the blow. Having missed an extremely painful attack, Zhao immediately backed away, not knowing what to do. Xiu, however, feeling the advantage, decided to end an arrogant cultivator. Continuing to apply fierce series of blows, thus the master turned into a puppy. The protagonist did not let him go for a second and directed a powerful glove to Quan's body. In the end result, Zhao flew off to the end of the room, receiving incredible damage. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. Dumbfounded, Zhang asked how he felt. The bloodied leader of the Guild of Dark Matter said that he could still fight. Then he slowly and extremely painfully began to get to his feet, realizing that he was not enough for a long time. The young master instantly brought down a flurry of powerful attacks on him, but Quan continued to stand. The young cultivator, in turn, hastened to end him, but suddenly saw Qing. The bloodied girl lay on the floor, and Xiao literally came into rabies. Closing everyone with his formidable look, he asked who dared to shoot at her. The frightened Lao immediately ordered his thugs to open fire on a teenager. The bandits instantly began to shoot him, but the young man was actively activated by the magic barrier. Zhang was shocked and even began to think that in fact this guy is not a man. After which Lin once again grabbed his dagger and rushed towards Yi. Lao, in turn, literally began to beg for mercy and rushed to the end of the room. But Xiao said that, like him, has no right to ask for help, because violence should be punishable by death. A moment later, the teenager attacked him with the magical ability of a modified knife. In the end result, Zhang froze in place, then sharply collapsed to the ground. Chu was in shock and seemed to be speechless, watching the death of his own father. The rest immediately fell to the knees in front of the young men, saying that they had nothing to do with it and they were simply paid. Having come to his senses, Chu also fell to his knees, saying that he was never in the know his father's affairs. However, Lin did not succumb to their tricks and finally ended with their miserable lives. But at the same time, Xiao left several bandits alive to transfer them to the authorities, which, in turn, had already arrived at the estate and ordered everyone to stay in the place. But when Captain Hua went inside, he saw a terrifying picture where everything was flooded with blood. The guy stood in the middle of the corpses and suddenly said that they were just in time, as he finished. Soon, all surviving thugs were sent to a police van for further proceedings. Wen immediately approached his savior and began to thank him. Yan also joined her husband. At the same time, Shu said that from this day, he was a welcome guest in their house and has the right to ask for anything. Without thinking twice, the teenager said that in this case he would like to marry Qing. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and looked at Xiao, realizing that he was really narrowed. The mother naturally did not mind, thinking that this little one was also a romantic. But unexpectedly, Qing stated that this is impossible, since they were familiar with only a couple of days. The shocked Wen, like his wife, could not understand what was happening. Noise instantly demanded an explanation, because earlier they stated that they were meeting. The fool realized that she began to talk about it too early and again got into trouble. Then, the protagonist told the truth about the pretense of her boyfriend, saying that he really wants her to be free. And today she turned 18 years old, and this is an excellent age in order to begin to dispose of her life. Qing, in turn, finally understood what he was talking about. Although she expected a slightly different answer, Ven and Yan were pleasantly surprised by such an incredible speech of a young master. Shu understood that this happened through his fault, because if he had not insisted on an engagement, nothing would happen. In this connection, the father said that the young cultivator is really absolutely right, and from that moment on, the girl herself will decide what to do and what to do in her life. King was extremely grateful to his father for understanding, and thanked him with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, an ambulance arrived. The guards hastened to spend doctors inside the mansion, where soon the Chiang was carried out on a stretcher, which was still unconscious. Naturally worried parents followed her and got into an ambulance carriage. Wen looked out of the window and looked at Xiao, realizing that he was a really good person. King was also placed with a wound in the car, but she could not say exactly what she felt for Lena. The police at that time arrested Quan and his accomplice Zhang, along with his offspring. At the same time, the guy had a good ability. With the help of it, he could take the fighting techniques of others. At that moment, Captain Hua approached him and offered to join the police, because he alone defeated the sect of dark matter. The young man began to say that he clearly lacked skills for this. Moreover, it was necessary to have a Class B. However, Yan assured that with his third stage of the body of Qi, this is enough to become a real police officer. But he must remember, the stronger the person, the more likely he will come from the right path. Then the teenager was finally convinced that the captain really knows about his abilities. After that, Xiao hurried home and said that in the future he would definitely join them. Lin immediately disappeared in an unknown direction. Hua, in turn, looked at him. Then, smoking a cigarette, he thought, realizing that in fact this high school student is extremely dangerous. And since their last meeting, Xiao has become much stronger since I was able to beat Zhao alone. Returning home, Lena met a joyful Yang, who began to say that he was amazing. Zhuan noticed that Hua called them and informed how the guy himself dealt with the criminals. The young man said that this was only the beginning and now the most important thing is to cure his legs, adding that a letter about the reception should come tomorrow. But the elder brother was not so optimistic. After that, Xiao returned Suyani glove and noticed that he also has a gift for Li. Approaching the fat man, he suddenly gave him his modified dagger. A dumbfounded friend thanked him for such an expensive little thing. Because the knife was in the second stage, Ian immediately began to try his new weapon and began to wave the dagger. Lin, in turn, said that today he was very tired and he should sleep well. Going to the room in a good mood, the teenager dreamed of the time when he was at the top of his skill. The protagonist was actually in no hurry to go to bed, as he decided to prod it a little. After all, he needed to switch to the fourth step to finally cure his brother's legs. At the same time, the young master had a special technique of 5 palms with which he could speed up the development process. As a result, the young cultivator began to work hard to succeed. But suddenly, he went blood from his ears, as well as from his nose. The shocked Xiao did not understand what was happening. At a certain point, Lena had to stop the cultivation process, assuming that most likely his body could not withstand such loads with rapid cultivation. The guy was constantly wiped with napkins, but the blood without stopping poured a river. Then the teenager realized that he needed to slow down, so as not to die at all. Suddenly in the morning, Zhuan went into his room to offer to breakfast. But seeing this picture, the older brother misunderstood everything and immediately closed the door. Xiao tried to explain to him that in fact, he decided to meditate a little. But Xuan said that he did not need to make excuses and he understands everything perfectly. The next day at the school, a martial artist said that the Sisters of X received an assessment of A. While most of the class did not pass the physical training exam, it is worth noting that there were only 5 categories, D, C, B, and C, so it is quite difficult for students to enter the University of A. After that, the teacher began to voice the received grades in the class, where the majority had satisfactory marks. But when he reached Xiao, the teacher did not believe his eyes and fell silent for a while. Everyone began to ask him what kind of assessment was there, because Lin was absent in several classes. But after a moment, the coach said that he received the highest rating. C, everyone was in shock. Naturally, everyone began to envy him, because they could only dream of such an assessment. Of course, Zhao himself perfectly understood that he would have a good result. The students, in turn, began to ask the teacher who was still honored to hand over. The teacher announced that Chu Xiao received an assessment, and with a plus in the humanities, it seemed that the girl herself did not expect such an outcome. Most classmates immediately began to object, saying that she did not deserve such a result. Suddenly, Lin recognized her in her neighbor, from whom he had not so long ago asked for a bicycle and broke the wall in the fight against Kun. At the same time, he did not expect that she could pass an exam in the humanities. Passing by the protagonist, the girl looked at him and accidentally hooked his envelope with work. The young lady instantly asked for forgiveness and began to raise the folder with documents, just like Lin. In the end result, they reached for the envelope together and collided with their heads. This time, the guy apologized to her and asked if everything was fine with her. Chu sharply took her folder with work and replied that she was in full order. After a certain time, joyful Xiao returned to his home, where Swan met him. Having taken out the girl's work from the envelope, the teenager was extremely surprised and realized that when they were faced, they took each other folders. The perplexed older brother asked why there is a photo of the girl. In addition, the name is also different. Lin sighed heavily and looked at his brother. The main character instantly went to a mysterious neighbor to pick up his work. However, it seemed strange to him that the girl's house was extremely untidy and dirty. Having knocked on the door, no one discovered the young master, which was also suspicious. Then the young cultivator pulled the handle and the doors were open. Entering inside, from everywhere it began to hang a cold. There was practically nothing inside the bed and a table with a chair. Xiao unexpectedly shouted that he had come for his certificate and would like to return her a folder with work. But in response, there was still silence. Going further, Lin suddenly discovered the girl on the floor. The dumbfounded young man immediately rushed to her to check if everything was not all right. Chu, in turn, began to come to his senses a little, and the guy sighed with relief. Suddenly, the girl said in a trembling voice that she did not eat anything and was very hungry. Then, the teenager hurried to take her to his home in order to properly feed. After some time, he prepared a couple of dishes for her and began to eat. At the same time, she was clearly in a hurry, since she did not use anything for several days. Xiao noticed that if his brother had not slept, he would have prepared her much more different goodies. But the girl said that this was quite enough and she never ate anything tastier. Chu sadly replied that she had not eaten for 3 days and suffers from low blood sugar, because of which she fainted. Lin was shocked by such a turn of events and said that she in vain wanted to become the queen of weight loss. However, the young lady said that she did not think about it at all, and she simply had nothing to eat. Besides, she was preparing for the exam. Suddenly, the guy asked where her parents, suggesting that they were on a business trip. For a few seconds, the girl fell silent sharply and looked down, after which she said that they had died. Xiao asked her forgiveness and said that he did not know about it. But the girl called him not apologized, adding that he will give him a test which lies under her pillow as soon as it finished. The young man, in turn, thought about how it happened that no one dared to help her. After all, people clearly saw the destroyed building. At that moment, Chu put an empty plate and thanked Lina for the late dinner. Then, with a smile on her face, she said that he would bring his envelope with work. However, Xiao drew attention to her rather strange movements, believing that she was hiding something special. But even at the same time, he really was sincerely sorry for the girl, and he wanted to help her. After some time, Chu went to her home and took a folder with documents. As soon as she turned around, a guy stood in front of her with a mysterious look. The girl noted that he did not have to come to her, and she herself would bring him a certificate. Xiu decided to ask directly why in the exam she could not create a force of 20 kilograms, adding that she clearly hides something important from him, but the young lady began to deny everything. Then the teenager touched her with his hand and asked that she had to be near her neck. Suddenly, at that moment, a certain magical sphere escaped from her, after which Chu unconscious collapsed to the ground. The shocked Lin did not understand what happened. The young man immediately rushed to her help, asking what happened to her. After a certain time, the girl came to her senses, but an unknown radiance still emanated from her. Suddenly, a classmate, writhing in pain, said that she was terribly cold and her neck hurts. The main character did not understand how to help him, the poor girl, and took her by the shoulders. Once again, he asked her forgiveness and saw a certain bug near her neck, from which a magic web diverged all over Chu's body. The young master was in shock, not understanding how the seal of the ice spider settled into it, which he asked her, but the young lady could not say anything except that she was cold. The young cultivator knew one thing. It was necessary to pour Ganqi into it. However, even if he cures her, this can harm him himself, because Xiao was only at the 3rd stage of the QE body. Finally, Lin decided to help her and began to do the necessary procedure. After saying that she should not be afraid, as he really tries to help her, Chu, in turn, seemed to lose consciousness again. The seal of the ice spider continued to grow. The teenager worked hard on ridding the disease from the body of such a young girl. A few minutes later, the result was visible, and the guy sighed with relief. Thus, the seal finally faded, thanks to the divine resolution of the Xiao. But on this, the procedure did not end, and Lin continued to pore over Chu's disease. Gradually, the girl began to recover again, which spoke of her partial recovery. A moment later, she opened her eyes and saw her savior in front of her. Suddenly, the girl burst into tears, asking him not to see her dirty body, because she was turned off the water, and she could not even wash herself. Naturally, Xiao began to cheer her up in every way so that the girl calmed down, confidently saying that he would not dare to see her, and in fact she is beautiful. The young lady burst into tears even more and, hugging Lina, began to thank him for his help. Soon, the young man led her into his home so that Chu finally takes a warm shower. Meanwhile, he thought about how the spider seal overtook it, because in public this technique was extremely rarely used. Suddenly, a girl came out of the bathroom in a shirt of Xiao and noticed that his clothes had come her. Lin smiled at the girl and said that his shirt was really going to her. After that, the guy returned to the question of where she had this ice seal. But Chu did not know the reason for the appearance of the spider and said that she always had such a state. Xiao understood only one thing. Someone practices King Ji and intends to install this seal from birth. The young lady, in turn, urged the young man not worried about her, because she was already used to living like that. But the teenager said that most recently she had become more frequent in her such attacks. Chu could not understand how he knew this. Unexpectedly, Lin asked when she was 18 years old. A perplexing girl said that in a week she asked him a counter question why he was asking. Suddenly, Xie said that at 18 years she would die, as this seal would explode in her. The dumbfounded Chu asked the protagonist if he was sure that this thing would kill her, believing that the young master could be mistaken, but the guy said his forecast is accurate, adding that there is a way to finally get rid of the print of the ice spider. Naturally, Chu began to ask him how he could save her from this ailment. But at that moment, she took a sharp step towards the guy and stumbled on his leg. As a result, the girl literally failed the young man, being on him from above. The clumsy Chu immediately began to apologize, saying that this happened by chance. Meanwhile, the older brother woke up and went to the room of Xiao, where he saw this picture. Of course, Lin tried to explain Suyani that everything was completely different from how he might have thought. But as always, the older brother simply left the room, leaving them alone. At the same time, the guy could not understand why Chu still hugs him, which he asked. Suddenly, the young lady said that he was the first who treats her well and shows care. The dumbfounded teenager did not know how to story himself and simply stared at her in surprise. She became incredibly sorry for the poor girl who never knew the love of relatives. Suddenly, Chu asked that he really did not like her. The guy said nothing. Then he stroked her in silky hair and said that the girls should not behave like that. And if they really are destined to be together, then he will do everything possible for this. The classmate once again wept, saying that he is a very good person, after which she again hugged Lina. The young man did not resist her and hugged her in response. Xiao remembered how beautiful goddesses ran after him, dreaming of talking to him. The hugs of Chu were so pleasant and tender that the teenager himself did not want to leave. But unexpectedly, his nose went with his nose, and Lin instantly stepped aside. The worried girl asked what was happening to him and whether he needed help. Xiao replied that everything was in order with him. He also noted that tomorrow they will have to go to one place where not only his brother's legs can cure, but also her seal. Thus, the next day they rushed to the notorious city of Nanya. A curious Chu asked if the seal can be removed here. Lin replied that for this it was necessary to go to the mountains. However, they had a problem with transport, which had to be solved. At that moment, one idea came to his mind. Xiao hurried to realize it into reality. After a certain time, they headed high to the mountains on a huge bull. What was a real test for the girl, as she first saddled the bull. Having reached the evening to a certain settlement, Lin looked around. Then he said, "They were in place." Chu noted that the village looks abandoned. Xu immediately urged her to speak quieter, because not people live here at all, which pretty much scared the young person. Soon, the main character suddenly took her in his arms and jumped with her offense. Once inside the courtyard, the young master called on her to be silent so that she would not see and did not hear. At that moment, a huge bull passed them and headed for one of the houses. For some time, the beast calmly stood opposite the front door of an abandoned building. After a couple of seconds, the door opened, from where the long tongue of some monster rushed, which grabbed the bull. The girl, in turn, was terribly scared, not understanding what was happening at all. With the help of the special technique of Gan Qi, the young cultivator grabbed the demon with a magic hand by the tongue. Then he pulled him along, intending to pull the monster out of the house. After a moment, something similar to a person flew out of a collapsed building. In fact, it turned out to be a jab of 5 poisons, who had a disgusting appearance. Soon the monster tried to attack them by directing his poison, but Xiao managed to activate the protective barrier. She suddenly remembered that she had read about this dangerous poison in the encyclopedia. Lin, in turn, urged the demon not to resist and calmly discuss everything, or inevitable death awaits him. But the toad continued to try to tear out the tongue and the hands of the guy. Suddenly, the monster asked how he knew about this place and why he granted. The teenager said that he needed his help to get into their sacred lands. The dumbfounded monster again asked who he was actually. The young man spoke. It does not matter, but he knows that the toad kills girls every month. In response, the demon bounced aside and said that he himself was not without sin and clearly killed more than one living creature. Xiao once again demanded that the monster calm down and not resist. At that moment, Lin directed his magic hands to the monster and grabbed him by the throat, having stated that he gives him the last chance to save him, or death will take him with him. Finally, the toad agreed to help him find the entrance to the lands that lies through the gorge. But it was impossible to see it with ordinary people, and only he can take them into the wild. Then Xiao let him go. Lin immediately stepped on him and said that he was better not to joke, so as not to go to hell. Naturally, the monster realized that he could not defeat the guy and led them along the sacred lands. Soon they stumbled upon a huge amount of women's clothing, which terrified Chu. She said that these are all the things of the victims of this toad, and if you excavate these lands, you can probably find the bones of the girls. The shocked girl asked why then the police are inactive then. The teenager noticed that they significantly loses to these demons in strength, so they cannot affect the situation. In addition, this monster is far from the strongest creature in these lands. The frightened classmate talked. Would this monster continue to kill? However, Shay said that in fact he not only came for medicines, indeed in a past life they prettily patted him, which means that today the demons will die from his hands. The protagonist began to remember how he and Yan were trapped in the bloodthirsty toads. Li blamed himself in everything, since it was precisely because of him that they were ambushed to monsters. The demons, in turn, decided to get rid of them and already wanted to kill adolescents. But suddenly, one of them approached the young master and began to touch his face, then said that people had too rough skin, and he's more likely young girls, which means they need to gobble up. The young cultivator said that if this is really the only way out, then they will hurry better. Yan was completely bursting out, saying that he was to blame for everything and soon they would die. However, the Black Widow decided to leave them, as she intended to play a little with prey. Having said that before getting rid of their bodies, she will personally suck all the blood from them. Li finally scared that he was literally written on his face. But the Black Snake unexpectedly said that she had a much better idea, adding that she will allow them to escape only if one of them gives his hands. Zhao understood that he had come to real psychopaths who simply wanted to break their psyche. Scorpio with a center legged this venture was to taste, and they urged the snake to quickly proceed to this performance. Lin understood that his friend had never been in such situations and was very scared. Therefore, he decided to give his hands. But at that moment, Jan stated that he was ready to give his brushes. After all, it was through his fault that they were generally in this trap. Xiao was shocked by his act. The Black Snake noted that good people in this world are a real rarity. Of course, Zhao was against this and tried to dissuade them, but the snake already grabbed him with his tongue. A moment later, with particular cruelty, she tore off the fat man. The sight was not for the faint of heart. Thus, Lin in a past life lost his best friend and dreamed of taking revenge on them. Meanwhile, he and Chu continued to follow the monster into the territory of the sacred lands. Having reached the dark fog, the toad noted that they should be more careful, because the path is further covered with toxins. Xiao immediately activated the magic barrier, who absorbed all the vapors of poisons. Chu caught myself thinking that even teachers did not have such an incredible force that Lin had. In fact, the monster led them to his lair, where he intended to kill uninvited guests. Suddenly, the girl noticed very rare flowers, but where they came from here she did not know. Xiao also said that in poisoned places, medicinal plants of the best quality, and that is why he came here. In addition, only in these lands you can cure Xuan's legs and remove the seal of an ice spider. But suddenly the demon stopped in the middle of a poisonous field. Lin suspected something was amiss. The monster instantly said that they should go back, because they won't let them go further, and he could not help. The dumbfounded Chu recalled how he himself said that she was leading them into sacred lands. The monster replied that he had fulfilled his promise, and they are now on their territory. At this moment, the rest of the monsters suddenly appeared, who also wanted to kill them. Cho immediately began to persuade the protagonist to run. but Xiao said that in this case, he would not remove her seal. The girl said that it is not important, and most importantly to survive, especially if she is destined to die, then this is fate. The young master pulled her to him with a sharp movement of his hand and stated that she was wrong, because it is definitely awaiting a happy future and cannot be otherwise, adding that she needs to go forward and he will definitely catch up with her and everything will be fine. After that, the young cultivator sent Chu into the distance of the mountains, with the help of his ability. Then Xiao turned to the monsters and said that it would be better if they were hiding in his holes. The Black Widow noticed that in the mountains a huge amount of miasma, and the girl would die soon. In addition, the guy clearly underestimates them and does not understand what situation he was in. At that moment, a black snake jumped to him, which stated that he would do nothing on their lands. Following her, several dozen snakes rushed towards a self-confident teenager. Thus, Lin was surrounded by vile creatures, but was not at all afraid of them, realizing perfectly well that a couple of days ago it would be a problem for him. But not now. A moment later, the guy used his best ability and suddenly magic fists appeared. The demons naively believed that the young man would not be able to recapture the poisonous attack of numerous snakes. However, after a couple of seconds, Xiao literally disappeared, which was a real surprise for the monsters. The centipede said that he simply decided to play with them and disappeared for a while. The snake continued to gather in one place and literally flooded the clearing. But the explosion suddenly thundered. Everyone immediately backed back, not understanding what happened. As a result, all the snake's clubs were burned, which the monsters did not expect. Lin himself appeared in a completely different place, realizing that he needed to act quickly. Hiding behind the tree, Xiao began to think about whom to kill the first. The choice fell on a frightened toad, which in turn tried to escape. Realizing how much the guy was strong, and they obviously not defeat such a person. After a while, the explosion thundered again. The monster suggested that the Malay had already figured out his brothers. In this connection, he immediately rushed towards a dense forest, but Lin blocked his path. The dumbfounded heel of insects asked him how he ended up here. I ignored his question. The teenager immediately inflicted a crushing blow to him, not giving him time to break. The guy again spent a series of deadly attacks. The rest at that moment heard the cries of the toad and followed a heart-rending sound. The black snake noted that this youth was really extremely strong and it is worth being careful. But suddenly Scorpio called her crazy, which naturally caused a storm of emotions in her. The snake instantly began to make claims, saying that in this case he himself would have to resist the cultivator. The monster, in turn, realized that the guy with imitated his voice to pick them up. Soon, Scorpio alone went in search of such a clever and strong Xiao. Lin continued to play with them, catching them, and eliminating one by one. As soon as the demon took a couple more steps, the guy was behind him. Soon from Scorpio, the trace was caught. The monsters only heard his last shouts. The Black Widow noticed that this young master really surpassed them. The snake, in turn, urged everyone to unite and in no case do not leave each other. The protagonist received true pleasure from what was happening and continued to track the rest. In addition, forests and mountains unexpectedly became the advantage of a young cultivator, what helped Xiao constantly change the location and attack them from the shadows. Soon, Lin rushed towards humanoid monsters to finally deal with them. The monsters, in turn, could not oppose anything to the gifted teenager. At the same time, the young man all the time distracted them with his speeches, which came from different sides. Thus, they constantly spun around, trying in vain to find a guy, from which the demons were only more angry, although they understood that in this situation they were helpless. But suddenly, Xiao said that if they kill each other, the latter would survive. At a certain moment, the black snake could not stand it and rushed towards Lin's voice, having spoke nervously that she personally torn him off. But the teenager, as always, outwit her, because, having come to the sound, she never found anyone. Then she rushed to examine the entire territory. A moment later, Xiao began to speak again. The snake turned around, but the young man was on the other side. Realizing that the Malay had once again outwitted her, she backed away sharply. But it was too late, as Lin pierced her body with a heavy sting of Scorpio. After all, it was she who in a past life tore off the hands of his best friend, and from that day, he dreamed of taking revenge on her. The centipede with a black widow could not believe their eyes and literally fell into rabies. After all, the guy killed their patroness. In this regard, they immediately rushed to attack him. The demon fixed his fiery blows into him. The spider also applied the magical web. Thus, they were able to squeeze him, not allowing the opportunity to escape or evade the attack. After a couple of seconds, the explosion thundered. The monsters were shocked by what happened. After all, they killed their mistress, a snake. At that moment, Xiao again found himself behind them. After saying that they finally made the right choice and killed the leader of their gang, holding the sting of the deceased Scorpio in his hands, Lin smiled and asked who would be next. The dumbfounded centipede said that she would finish him off and took out her powerful weapon, what was like a certain gun. Xiao instantly moved to the monster. Then he hit the installation. Thus, the gun of the gun twisted and looked directly into the demon's head. Lin noticed that the situation has changed fundamentally, and now it will have to collect it in parts. Suddenly, the next explosion thundered, which destroyed a centipede. The Black Widow, in turn, got off only with a slight fright and flew to the side. The teenager immediately ran to her so that she did not have the opportunity to escape. Then the young man grabbed the demoness and with her jumped away from the raging flame. Seeing the burned forest on the horizon, Chu fell into despair, believing that her savior could suffer. However, at the same time, at heart, she still hoped that he managed to escape. Meanwhile, Xiao pulled the frightened spider aside, which was rather strange. Even the poisonous widow herself asked him the question of why he decided to save her. The monster looked at the protagonist and again demanded that he answer her. She naively believed that the young master was leaving her beauty and could not kill the beauty. The young cultivator, in turn, immediately threw it to the ground and said that she should help him. The girl began to say that as a man he is obliged to behave properly with the lady, but Zhao did not stand ceremony with her and ordered to take 5 poisons to the treasury. At the same time, Lin threatened her with death. Naturally frightened demoness agreed to his conditions. After a certain time, they hit the road. Suddenly, a Black Widow said that they were almost in place. But the worried Chu asked if they could trust this monster. After all, the toad has already trapped them. And this spider so far thinks something bad. But the guy was sure that the widow would not do anything to them, and would soon lead to the seedling of healing herbs. A classmate noted that they still need to be on a guard. Xiao again stated that everything would be in order. But Chu demanded that he promise her. The perplexed young man promised her that they would take healing plants and leave. The girl in turn began to think that in fact he did not like her, and he decided to help her out of pity. Finally, having come to the place, the Black Widow said that medical materials are stored here. Lin ordered her to go first and deactivate all the traps. The demoness dutifully went inside. A guy with an extremely worried classmate remained to wait for her outside. Soon, the spider went out to them and said that now the path is free and they can move on. The teenager firmly pressed Chu to him, and they slowly headed inside the outcome. Seeing how the girl was shy, Xiao immediately removed her hand from her lower back. Then he asked for forgiveness and said that he simply did not pay attention. The young lady answered. Nothing terrible happened. They continued the path, and Lin constantly looked around, saying that there is a huge number of necessary herbs. Suddenly, Chu asked him how they could find the necessary plants. The young man smiled and said that she should not worry about it, since he has a ring. At this moment, the self-confident Xiao put on the middle finger a spiritual ring and said that he would take everything. The dumbfounded Black Widow said that he could not pick up everything, because they have saved these herbs for years. However, the protagonist raised his hand up and a certain magic began to come from the ring, which collected all the plants. The demoness was shocked by what was happening and asked where the spiritual ring came from. Lin replied, this did not concern her. The widow was horrified, because she believed that after the death of the rest, everything would go to her hands. But in fact, the teenager was much more prudent than his predecessors. Also, before going to the mountains, Xiao improved the ring, and thereby it became more spacious. Having entered the next room, Lin once again did this procedure. After some time, the high school student cleaned several glades, which broke the heart of the monster. Suddenly, the young man asked if she had something else interesting. The Black Widow answered positively, adding that ordinary people could not go there. Naturally, Xiao ordered her to take him to this mysterious place anyway. Approaching the door of the building, the demoness noted that inside there was a thing from the blood of King Gu. Of course, the guy understood what was talking about, because this was a real treasure, with the help of which it was possible to become much stronger. Once behind the door, the protagonist saw a blood pool in front of him. Chu asked what it was. The young master said that inside he sees worms, but this is clearly not their blood, adding that this is a magic well in which you can rise to a great warrior of martial arts. The Black Widow noticed that in fact the pool was created from the blood of the king of 5 poisons. But if the young cultivator really decided to swim in it, then it is better for him not to do this. Xiao asked why. The The spider, in turn, began to lie so that the guy would not recognize the true magic of the lake. In this regard, she began to say that the pool is extremely toxic, and if it enters it, it may die. And for this reason, she never dared to plunge into a sea of blood. Chu realized that in this case, recovery does not shine for her, since you can easily burn in the lake. At that moment, her faith staggered, because the girl sincerely hoped for salvation. The demoness, in turn, began to think that she really managed to deceive them. However, Lin suddenly grabbed her with his magic hand and dragged her towards the bloody lake. The dumbfounded Chevdova began to say that she did not lie to him, but Xiao decided to find out if she would survive, plunging into the pool. After all, if the blood does not harm her, then the well is safe. The shocked spider began to beg him to let her go, but the guy suddenly overturned her straight into the miraculous pool. Naturally, the demoness knew that she was waiting, since she personally improved this lake yesterday. However, at the same time in the pool there was a special poison, which was not like any other. After a certain time, the Black Widow emerged from the blood well. She was extremely surprised by what had happened, because the monster was completely unharmed. Then Lin realized that in fact everything was not as the cunning spider said. On the contrary, this Miracle of Zero gave strength and strengthened the health of the diverse, as evidenced by a characteristic golden glow, which means that the body of the demoness improved. But the teenager was embarrassed by a rather strange effect of toxins in the pool. The young man spoke to the classmate that the golden light signals the improvement of the body. But at the same time, the effect of poison really gave rise to many questions. At that moment, Xiao pulled out a demoness from the lake. Then, he invited a classmate to plunge into the pool to become stronger and get rid of ailments. The girl, in turn, suggested making her accompany because he wanted to become a master of martial arts. Lin looked at the suspicious state of the Black Widow and thought, after all, if the immortals find out that he has bathed in this lake, his reputation will be destroyed, so Xiao refused. In addition, he understood that the divine resolution improves independently without the help of such wells. Chu looked sadly at the teenager and came closer to the bloody pool, realizing that in fact she had long been going to become the strongest. In the final result, the young lady decided, nevertheless, to plunge into the miraculous lake. Without thinking twice, Chu went straight to the blood lake straight, but the main character suddenly stopped her. Having stated that the effect will be much faster and more significant if it undresses, the dumbfounded girl asked if he really was asking her about it. The young master said that he simply gave her advice, and in no case tried to take the opportunity. After that, the young cultivator grabbed the body of the Black Widow and dragged him. After saying that he will wait for Chu outside, so as not to interfere with her to swim calmly. The young lady caught herself thinking that she still had not thanked her savior. Xiao also noticed that if everything goes not according to the plan, then she should just scream loudly, so that he will provide her with the necessary assistance in a timely manner. Soon the guy went out and closed the door behind him. The classmate began to undress extremely reluctantly because she was really scared. But the brave girl still found the strength, finally, to pass this test. After a certain time, Chu slowly moved towards the blood pool, which was surprised to be warm. The young lady entered the sacred well and plunged into it to the waist. The heart was beating even faster. Xiao was outside and constantly thought only about one thing, so that everything was not in vain. After a couple of a moment, he suddenly heard the cries of his classmate. Naturally, the teenager immediately rushed to her help and opened the door. Then he asked her what happened and why she screamed. However, the girl could not answer him, as she stomped helplessly in the sea of blood. Lin rushed to her in the pool, not understanding what really happened. When she seemed in the center of the lake, Xiao wondered how Chu could sink if it is not deep. Suddenly, a frightened girl rushed into his arms. The young man urged her to calm down, saying that everything will be fine, and there is nothing to worry about, because it is not deep here, and they reached the bottom with their feet. Then the teenager once again curled up what happened to her. Then the girl replied that she just slipped and was very scared. Turning away from her, Xiao unexpectedly called her very beautiful, which of course could not but confuse Chu, who immediately asked him to leave the pool and asked him whether he really considers her pretty. Lin answered positively and urged her no more not to scare him, because he really thought that she was in trouble. As soon as the young man closed the door behind him, the classmate began to feel a strange feeling, which she never experienced in her life, but she could not find a logical explanation of what was happening. For some time, Chu seemed to be under the influence of a drug, feeling complete peace and happiness. At that time, Xiao asked the Black Widow what really was happening in this lake. The demoness said that he would not recognize this until she personally tries, since this cannot be conveyed in words, adding that this is such an incredible bliss that cannot be compared with anything. Suddenly, Lin caught himself thinking that for several minutes behind the door complete silence. In this connection, the guy began to worry about his girlfriend and finally opened the doors. After asking Chu whether everything was in order with her, but the girl did not even have time to dress at that moment. Naturally, her reaction was negative, and she asked in response why he entered without a knock. The main character literally froze in place. Then the girl again demanded that he come out. However, the young master continued to carefully examine the young lady. Soon he was completely close to her. The perplexing Chu asked what he was up to, adding that now the young cultivator behaves indecent. The joyful guy immediately interrupted her, having stated that fortunately her seal finally disappeared without a trace. The girl instantly began to touch her neck, realizing that this bloody pool really turned out to be the healing and saved it from ailments. But she was also concerned about the behavior of Xiao, who began to behave quite strangely. Suddenly, Lin touched her stomach. Chu immediately stepped aside, asking him not to touch her. However, the teenager called on his magic hands to help and immediately grabbed her. The dumbfounded classmate demanded an explanation, asking what he was doing and why. The guy replied that she should not worry, as he just wants to check her veins and bones. Then the girl was finally convinced that the young man was fixated only on treatment. Xiao, in turn, was really as focused on the result of bathing in the pool. But after a rebirth, it was quite difficult to feel ki of a person. Chu suddenly caught herself thinking that she was very pleased to feel the hands of a strong guy on herself. A moment later, Lin summed up that her body had become much stronger, and the seal completely went away. A joyful classmate clarified that she can now practice martial arts. By answering positively, the teenager noticed that at the same time she took all the power of the lake, since the pool literally turned into a blue and transparent sea, after which Xiao invited her to test her forces on the rocky wall behind him. The girl was in anticipation of her power and headed for a stone fence. Lin said that she could bring down the wall with just one blow. Chu was surprised. Then the blow to the rock rushed to strike with a crushing force. The result was incredible, because Chu really was able to carry out an unimaginable attack on the stone, which in turn crumbled into pieces, leaving huge chips within a radius of several centimeters. The young man smiled and noticed that now she had only to train hard in order to achieve unprecedented heights. Soon, Xiao finally urged her to dress and go for the next healing herbs. Subsequently, which Lin immediately went through the doors and went to the Black Widow. The guy grabbed her by the throat and asked where to be a shining spiritual fruit, which he never found. The frightened demoness asked a counter question, who dared to tell him about it. The teenager squeezed his hand around her neck and nervously ordered to answer his questions, while not asking his own. The spider replied that he was guarded by a black snake, but since he killed it, it would be difficult to find a fruit. Moreover, it was rather a poison than a medicine. Xiao lifted her above the ground and once again called not to play with him in these games. Then she finally dawned on her, and she stated that there were only two of them, and one of them was at the head of the clan. Then they hit the road again. The widow noticed that the ruler was hiding in the secret zone, and she was not in the mountains. Chu, in turn, only thought that she was now ashamed to look into Lena's eyes. Having reached the stop, the demoness suddenly stated to get to the head of the clan, "You need to wait for the bus." What seemed strange enough, but the spider insisted on her and said that they always did this. After a couple of minutes, the bus drove up to the stop, and the Black Widow rushed them to sit in it. There was a real crush on the bus, and there was not enough space for passengers, so our heroes had to stand all the way. Suddenly, the demoness came into conflict with an unknown person, but the young master urged her to behave calmer. Naturally, the Black Widow did not want to end the scandal on this, but she had to do this, since Xiao had already boiled with anger. Suddenly, Chu asked her what the head of the sect looked like. The spider replied that she was very beautiful. However, the demoness spoke this extremely not confidently, and the girl again asked what she was hiding from them. The widow replied that in fact their ruler could not wash and rather peculiar for weeks. Of course, the classmate of the young cultivator was surprised by such news. At that moment, the driver suddenly abruptly stopped the bus and rushed everyone to the exit. Lin, in turn, grabbed a girlfriend and spider, after which he silently went out into the street, where not a very pleasant picture opened before them, since the place, to put it mildly, was dirty. The dumbfounded Chu asked if the leader of the guild lives here. The Black Widow said that they could not stand out. In addition, there are only 5 people besides the mistress. Especially no one wants to enter the sect of toxic insects, which in principle was obvious. In a world where there are different levels of cultivators and clans, soon they approached the building, and the demoness noted that it would depend on the actions of Xiao, whether she would give him a fruit. The spider immediately tapped the front door, but no one opened it. Lin asked if she had lied to him. The frightened widow said that she should definitely be at home and knows how to lure her, after which the demoness shouted that she brought the ruler a large amount of money, but no one opened them. The spider literally mentally began to beg to unlock the door. After a couple of seconds, someone opened the door and putting his hand in the opening, demanded money. Everyone froze in place. The teenager instantly broke off the place and immediately ran into the apartment, where I saw a little girl in front of him and wondered how she could be the lord of the guild. With bewilderment on her face, Xiao asked her, was she really the leader of the sect of 5 poisons? The girl answered positively and invited them to her house where the mess reigned. Crouching at the table, Chu smiled and said that in fact it was a rather sweet place. After a couple of minutes, the guy put forward his conditions. The girl asked why he needed this fruit. The Black Widow immediately attacked her with tears in her eyes and asked her to give this plant, because this person simply kills them all, but the young person refused to do this. Having said that no one dares to threaten her, and if he really wants to get this fruit, they should discuss this. The guy instantly jumped up and asked what she actually achieved. The ruler of the clan of the 5 poisons said that she did not need a lot, but she did not manage to put forward her conditions. Since at that time several armed thunders broke to her home. One of them said menacingly that today it was time to pay the bills, but she still has not done this. The frightened girl replied that in a couple of days she could definitely return everything to them. Naturally, this did not work, and the Verzels went inside the apartment, where they began to demand money from her. Their leader unexpectedly grabbed her by the t-shirt and said that she would better return the debt, or he would attach her to the local almshouse, where she will have to do one extremely unpleasant business, and then no one will save her. Suddenly, the girl burst into tears like a child, but this could not pierce the bandits. As a result, the Jip grabbed the girl by the throat, raising her above the ground. The widow demanded that he immediately put her in place, but suddenly she realized that if they kill the head of the sect, she would no longer have to pay. The ruler herself ordered her ward to immediately give money to these bandits. However, the demoness said that neither penny would give them, and they will not do anything to her. The dumbfounded girl asked what she was talking about, because she would just finish her now. Thunder immediately threw her on the floor and stated that then he would have to take extreme measures. The Black Widow, in turn, turned away so as not to look at what was happening, realizing that she was a traitor. The thug said that even she left her, so no one really needed her. Naturally, the accomplices of the distraught Verzila approved the act of their leader, but it was at that moment that the main character could not stand it and decided to intercede for her. Subsequently, what he inflicted on a crushing blow to Gromley, and he flew to the end of the room. At the same time, the young master said that asking to repay the debt is one thing, but to mock the girl disgusting. The shocked fat man noticed that it was their city, and he has no right to establish his own rules here. The young cultivator immediately grabbed a glass of boiling water and poured into his face so that he would come to his senses. Verzila began to shout loudly from unbearable pain, which he led her people. Of course, his minions decided to take revenge on Xiao and attacked him with batons. The Black Widow was already looking forward to a fierce massacre, realizing that Lin is clearly stronger than them. However, the guy suddenly stated that if the matter is really only in money, then he was ready to pay them. Thus, the teenager intended to buy the fruit so necessary for him. Shocked bandits began to ask their patron to ask what to do. The demoness could not understand why he did this, because the young man could definitely easily kill them. After a couple of minutes, Xiao successfully transferred the right amount to the leader of the group, and they hastened to leave. Chu immediately rushed to the aid of the mistress of the sect, but Lin asked if she would give him a fruit now. The girl noted that the properties of this fruit are incredible, and even she cannot control it. Then she asked why he needed him. The guy replied that he just wanted to improve the technique of Gan Qi. The ruler of the clan of the 5 poisons asked in surprise, "Is the young man already at the 8th stage? Because he is so young?" But Xiao did not answer his questions and again demanded a miraculous fruit. Then the girl finally lagged behind him with her questions and went to the locker. Then she took out a wooden box, in which the same fruit was located. The teenager, in turn, approached her and opened the box cover, where he saw something like a pill and smiled, saying that it was really he. But as soon as he tried to pick up the box, the young lady immediately removed her aside. At the same time, he said that he would give him only if he promises her one thing. Lin urged her to directly say what she wants and not to play these incomprehensible games, Then the head of the clan stated that within a month, she would be with him in order to personally see how the fruit would work. He will also be able to do anything with her subordinate Black Widow. The demoness was shocked by such a statement. The Lord of the Guild of Five Poisons noticed that the spider could not resist her orders. The widow, in turn, smiled and said that she did not think about it, and undoubtedly agree with her, naively believing that if she lives a whole month with the main character, her strength will necessarily increase. However, Chu unexpectedly stated that she did not agree with this decision. What was a real surprise not only for monsters but also by a young master. The perplexing leader of the guild asked who she had this guy. The classmate of the young cultivator understood that she was really nobody, but she had a bad foreboding. But Xiao, in turn, agreed to this condition, which literally outraged his girlfriend. Soon they all together went on a long way back on a decrepit bus. The Black Widow naively believed that in fact Lin felt some feelings for her, because it was he who put her alive. The ruler of the clan was only interested in how the young man would use all these ingredients. Chu at that moment looked at the guy and wondered if he really liked such a girl as these demons. But unexpectedly, Xiao smelled a strange aura on the bus. The classmate asked what happened. Suddenly, he realized this is the energy of the very seal that was on the body of his neighbor. In this regard, the teenager began to look around and saw an unknown person. He sat right behind the Black Widow, who caught his gaze and thought that he was looking at her. The stranger looked directly at Lena, which even more gave rise to questions in the guy's head. He understood one thing for sure: this person specially destroyed his aura. But why? It was not clear. Meanwhile, the demoness was finally convinced that the young man looked at her. A moment later, she exposed her legs and began to give him signs of attention. But at that moment, Xiao turned sharply, not realizing that this stranger was wrong. He also suggested that this man created the seal of an ice spider on the body of Chu. Lin unexpectedly asked her to do if she had met the one who put her seal. The girl said that she was really curious to find out who ruined her life and why. Xiao immediately said that this person is on this bus behind them. The classmate was terribly scared. The teenager instantly took her hand, trying to calm the girl. At the same time, Lin urged her not to show the appearance that she knew about it, and in no case turn around. Chu asked what to do. The guy insisted on waiting for the next step of this rogue, by adding that if she wants to punish evil, it is necessary to use the most insidious way for this. The young man also promised her that soon a bright future awaits her, and this insolent would die. The girl looked at Xiao, realizing that she completely trusts him, because he repeatedly saved her life. Suddenly, she squeezed his hand and said that she would not act recklessly, but at this time the same stranger approached her and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Turning around, the young lady was shocked, because it turned out to be her uncle, who was the best friend of her father. At that moment, the girl literally plunged into her memories when her parents died, and uncle promised to take care of a little girl and took her with him. Having come to his senses, Chu asked him why he did this with her and put this seal. The guy smiled and replied that she had already grown up and was able to find out about his secret technique. But the girl could not calm down and at the moment lost her temper, shouting why he did this to her. The guy immediately released a certain magic into it, which immobilized her and took the speech, after which he stated that she should not scream so loudly, since the police do not need him. Then the mysterious stranger turned to the main character named. The surprised Xiao asked how he knew him. The unknown replied that the young master sent his brother behind bars, and naturally he knows him. Lin realized that we were talking about Quan. Also, the thug ordered him to kill himself here and now, or he will destroy the bus with the help of an ice spider with all passengers. At this moment, Chu once again tried to say something, but could not do it. The young cultivator, meanwhile, said that he was absolutely anyway on the lives of these people, what literally shocked the bandit, who in turn did not expect such a turn of events. The guy immediately asked why then he united with the police and put it in Zhao into prison. But Xiao was tired of conducting a useless dialogue, and he inflicted a crushing blow to him. As a result, Uncle Chu flew to the end of the bus while receiving not small damage. Having risen to his feet, he shouted furiously, "Does the teenager have absolutely no principles and morality?" Lin also got up from his chair and replied that only losers rely on such, adding that now he should go to his brother in jail, and he will quickly suit it. Moreover, he was clearly missing him. Nevertheless, kindred souls, no matter how. After that, Xiao rushed towards the stranger, using the technique of Ganqi. The guy immediately said that he could not defeat him, since he is a student of the Yulan clan, and only one touch will be enough for Lin to die. Lightning began to diverge throughout the bus. The young man perfectly understood that his poison is extremely toxic, because even the chairs were instantly rotted. Then Zhao grabbed the poisonous streams of the sepulchre with magic hands and directed it into him. The dumbfounded bandit did not understand how this was possible, because no one was fighting against him. A moment later, Lin grabbed his head and used the blow of the Emperor God. Thus, a strong burn remained on the guy's face, which began to bleed. The protagonist, making fun, noticed that he was very damaged by, because such a force would not bring to good if it is wrong to use it. The distraught thug tried to attack a teenager, while he called his accomplice. Then, Xiao realized that he really did not calculate everything, and found himself in an extremely deplorable situation. The bandit turned out to be the driver of the bus, who grabbed Chu and said that he would turn her neck. Lin said that probably the guy killed a real driver and took a place behind the wheel. But how he found him, he remained a mystery. At that moment, a black widow approached him and said that Xiao was too young and not experienced. Otherwise, he would initially understand that she would not give up so simply and will arrange another trap him. In addition, for a long time she followed him and his affairs in the city of Sin, because the young man literally became a martial arts star, adding that now he will have to obey her and he will become her personal slave. The pseudo-driver in turn stated that they actually have a date today. However, the demoness said that their two are clearly not enough to satisfy her desires. Lin could not stand it and called her an extremely loving person, which naturally outraged the spider, which instantly rushed to him trying to scratch his face. But Xiao was much faster and grabbed her hand, after which he crossed the neck and began to squeeze her, saying that if they do not let Chu right now, then he will have to kill the Black Widow. The guy immediately called on the protagonist does not get excited and let go of the demoness. But the leader said that this young master sent Quan to bars, and he needs to be killed. Chu, in turn, perfectly understood that they could not compare with the young cultivator, and she cannot once again become a burden for Xiao, which means that it is necessary to act herself. Subsequently, which the girl got the courage and stepped on the leg of the bandit. Thus, she was able to free herself from his capture and rushed aside. However, after a couple of steps, she stumbled and fell, realizing that now she was definitely the end. But Lin came to her aid in a timely manner and took him in his arms while his magic hands held the thug. Soon, the young man asked the classmate to close his eyes so as not to see this horror. Meanwhile, the widow's accomplice continued to try to pull the knife out of the hand of Gan Chi. She said that he hates most when they were trying to deceive him. After that, one of the magic hands rushed towards the cephaloresis and inflicted a mortal blow to him. Then he finally decided to deal with the others who were pretty scared. The demoness began to provide her with the last chance to correction. A friend of the late Father Chu also asked him not to kill. Of course, Lin did not bathe on their tricks and said that he dared to put an ice stamp on his girlfriend. And the Black Widow and so long time was unfairly enjoyed by freedom. Soon, the bus literally turned into a mess, and everything was flooded with a huge amount of blood. Thus, he took possession of the skills of his defeated opponents, and intended to use them for the good of people. At the same time, the teenager was honored to finally increase the level of magic fists. He became extremely curious to try them in business, and he released bloody streams, understanding that now there will be no salvation from them. Moreover, they were painted red. Xiu also decided to change the name of his most important technology and nicknamed it Six Weapons. Holding a classmate, he thought about how an abyss fate was. Then Lin said that the time came to leave this terrible place. Chu, in turn, caught herself thinking that her paralysis disappeared, as well as toxins from the body. In this connection, she asked if she could open her eyes. Xiao answered positively. Opening her eyes, the girl scaredly glanced around the empty bus, realizing that he had previously removed all the bloody traces so as not to scare her. But when she looked at the driver's seat, Chu found that Lin had taken up the wheel. Seeing a huge fuel truck ahead, the young lady terribly scared, believing that they would break now, but Xiao managed to wrap it to the side. Thus, the danger passed and they exhaled with relief, saying that it was scary. However, the guy himself did not seem so, and he was absolutely calm, which was strange. Then she still asked where the driver and the others went. Lin replied that he had killed them. Chu thought again, realizing that he specially did it, after which she thanked her savior. At the same time, Xiao unexpectedly noted that they had nothing to worry about, since he erased all the traces and deleted the video. At this time, the unknown girl stood on the bridge and watched Lin rushed into the distance into the bus. She was sad that the teenager killed her Socklins, but at the same time she realized they looked with him. Soon the main character delivered the bus to the station and quietly left with a classmate. The guy who accepted the shift entered the transport and was horrified by what he saw. The worried Chu asked the young master, would he really leave? Xiao replied that no one would notice them. But at that moment, the leader of the clan of the Five Poisons asked, did he really kill everyone? The young cultivator noticed that if she does not tell anyone about this, he would remain alive. The girl immediately rushed into the arms of Chu and burst into tears that her boyfriend was terrible. After all, he killed all the members of her clan, and now she had no one to rely on. Of course, she felt sorry for the young person, but suddenly, Lin invited them to have a bite at his place. As Swan prepared another delicious dish, the leader of the sect immediately hid her tears and asked what it was he who prepared. Naturally, Xiao was furious by such the impudence of the girl and wanted to speak out about this. However, suddenly he felt the presence of a hidden but extremely dangerous aura. Turning around, an unknown person attacked him and said that he had no right to kill her people, but the young man managed to evade the blow. The girls, in turn, were frightened, also not understanding who this is a stranger. The teenager, without thinking twice, attacked the warrior, but she jumped aside. Then he asked who she was and what he wanted. In fact, Lin heard about the Yulan Guild, but he did not know about him before. The girl admitted that she was a student of high school Budo and wanted to know how strong he is. Xiao pushed her away and said that he did not have time for her stupid games. Then he went in an unknown direction. The dumbfounded warrior asked if she had not liked him and is not at all interesting, adding that in fact she can be sweet, and some are even ready to die for her. However, the guy still ignored all her attempts to attract attention, which naturally caused a storm of negative emotions in her, and she began to insult the teenager. A few minutes later, they climbed the stairs to his apartment, and Chu asked if everything was fine with him. A classmate caught himself thinking that being in love with such a person is a very difficult test. Hearing the noise, Xiao could not understand what was happening in his house and hastened to find out. Soon he heard the voice of Yan, who was trying to drive someone away, saying that it was Lena's house. As it turned out, unknown bandits broke into the apartment and literally arranged a pogrom. At the same time, they began to beat the fat man, because he constantly said that they had no place here. Zhuan nervously stated that Hao is also a member of the family and went too far. Thunder at that moment stepped on Li's leg, thereby trying to break her. Then he said that Xiao and he are a real shame of the family and should leave this house. Continuing to put pressure on Yana's leg, the thug ordered to call their loser Lena, which in some incomprehensible way, in his opinion, managed to become famous throughout the city. The elder brother put on a magic glove and nervously said that he had no right to touch Xiao. Hao, in turn, only laughed in response and stated that he should be more accurate with key weapons. In addition, the head of the family ordered him to take them away from him, since he is not worthy of such a relic. At this moment, he literally absorbed the whole powerful power of the swan glove. Then he said that he could not only take power but also spit it back. In this connection, the distraught Hao grabbed Jan's head and said that now this child would die. However, Xiao came to the aid of his family, who immediately inflicted a powerful blow to him. The thug did not expect such a turn and did not even have time to react. Lin said that it was Hao that is the shame of their family and should immediately leave her. Of course, the bandits' minions tried to help their patron. The main character himself promised his older brother and Li that he would definitely teach these garbage. Hao, in turn, fiercely shouted that he was the nephew of the head of the Lan Hai family. But the young master reminded him that the post of elder passed to his father, and it is nothing more than a cog in this system, which means that he cannot affect anything. The furious Hao once again began to threaten him and stated that he was taking too much. His armed servants instantly rushed towards Xiao, trying to attack him. But the young cultivator took advantage of its improved technique of 6 weapons. The crimson lightning immediately rushed in the direction of the thugs, inflicting considerable damage to them. The magical arrow over the share of seconds dealt with nothing suspecting bandits. Thus, he literally sparkling them and inflicting extremely painful wounds, they immediately fell to the floor. After that, Xiao ordered them to immediately leave his house because they are still relatives and he will not kill them. Hao was shocked by such an incredible force of the young man and could not understand when he managed to become so powerful. Trying to escape, he promised that he would soon return with a huge number of masters. But Lin noticed that they could not bring anyone, since today it would not come out of here. At that moment, the same unknown girl suddenly appeared and brought down a flurry of strokes on Hao. As a result, he collapsed on the floor without feelings. Xiao did not understand why she followed him. Having stepped on his head on the head of the thug, the teenager rushed his gaze to the girl. Having said that he did not ask her to intervene, especially since this does not concern the young person, the warrior, in turn, smiled and replied that this bandit simply stood in her way. Lin understood that she was strong, but for some reason he did not see her cultivation. After that, the guy ordered Hao to restore the house so that he was the same as before. Naturally defeated Guy agreed and began to ask for forgiveness from a relative. Then, inflicting another extremely painful blow, Xiao urged him with his friends to immediately leave the apartment. Hao's minions immediately took him by the arms and hurried to the exit, not understanding how the melee became so strong. But Xuan noticed that if he really brings more fighters next time, they will have problems. However, Lin did not think so. Then the older brother finally calmed down. Since he completely trusted Xiao, suddenly the young master asked John why he did not use key weapons. Li answered that in fact, he was very afraid of someone by accident in anger to kill. Xiao took his leg to cure her and said that if the fat man is using the dagger correctly, he would not kill anyone, even if he will apply dozens of crushing blows, which was some doubts about. Turning around, Lin looked at the stranger and asked what she needed from him. The girl at that moment put a chair in place and also looked in surprise at the guy. The girl said that she just wanted to look at the one who received the highest score in the exam. However, Chu said that she was lying, and at the same time very convincingly. The leader of the clan of the Five Poisons was in solidarity with her. The main character said that when the stranger attacked him, she created an aura in which they crave murder. Therefore, if she does not admit why she came to him, he will have to escort her by force. And considering that she helped him deal with his relatives, Xiao gave her a couple of seconds for explanations. The dumbfounded girls could not believe that after a few seconds, Lin would really kill her. Then, the unknown girl finally called the leader of the sect of Yulan named Shui Yun, adding that in fact she came to him to invite to her guild. All those present were simply shocked by such a sharp statement of a naive person. Suddenly, the young master grabbed her face and said that she was not interesting to him. Moreover, the girl who at the first meeting rushes at him, and then she wants to kiss, does not inspire confidence. In this regard, the young cultivator, without thinking twice, threw her into the porch, which literally shocked the rejected doe, which simply came into fury. Closing the front door behind an inadequate girl, the teenager sighed with relief. Everyone else could not understand how he could throw such a beauty. Then Xiao took the miraculous fruit and told Suyun that he would certainly cure his older brother. The older brother noticed that this was a waste of time, but if he really succeeds, it would be a miracle. Soon, Lin began directly to the treatment procedure using his techniques. Everyone watched what was happening with pleasure, realizing how incredible Xiao was. The leader of the sect noticed that she could not even think about the healing properties of this fruit. Swan for a while even believed that the younger brother could really put him on his feet. A certain time Lin conjured over a healing fruit, until the fire was inflamed from it, which later he directed straight at the feet of his older brother. A moment later, Zhuan began to feel his limbs, which delighted him. At the same time, Xiao urged him not to rush because, in 10 years, his legs clearly weakened and can break down during incorrect movement. Previously, he thanked for the efforts of Lina, but the guy called him to concentrate on his feet. Then Zhuan gathered his thoughts and tried to move the limbs. Everyone really believed that Xiao tried not in vain, and soon he would stand on his feet. After a couple of seconds, the brother was able to move his legs from his place. Everyone immediately began to rejoice, saying that Lin is simply incredible and was able to help Xuani. Of course, he himself was happy. But at the same time, the protagonist once again called him not to overwhelm his legs and gradually train them. Stunned from such a miracle, Xuan said that he would work hard. At this moment, once the mistress of the clan fell to her knees, asking Lina to engage in her training. Realizing that without her therapeutic fruit, his brother's legs would not be cured, he agreed to become her mentor. The girl was immensely happy and rushed into the arms to the teenager while she immediately called her name Hyun. But suddenly, Hao knocked out the front door, which this time brought his coach of the fourth stage of the body of Qi. An angry bandit with all his might hit the wall with his hand. He shouted to the opponent that he was trying to fight with the power of the Qi body of the third level. Lin thought to himself that his opponent, Master Hao, was at the fourth level. He used all his energy to treat his brother. His energy did not recover, and he needed to win a little time. A girl with green hair ran up on the side and shouted to the fighters that their cruelty would not scare her teachers. Hao shouted to the girl with a displeased voice to follow the words. Otherwise, she will have problems. Another bandit in a cunning voice shouted to the girl that she needed someone better than Lin Xiao. He invited her to go with him. Sun asked the fighter with interest where he wanted to take her. The girl shouted to her girlfriend from behind so that she would not leave with evil bandits. Lin thought to himself that no one could be angrier than the former master of the evil horsemen. The bandit with a great desire extended his hands to the girl and said that she would go to him. Sun swung her hand to the side and launched a pink powder into the bandit. She shouted to him that he could not look at her, as his face would be destroyed. The leader scared and bounced to the side. Frightened fighters rushed to him from the side. Shun with a smile told the bandit that he needed to find an antidote against a poisonous powder. If he does not do this within an hour, then he will forever remain a freak. Friends scaredly looked at the girl from behind. The main character recalled that the Lin family, after the death of his father in every possible way, wanted to hurt his descendants. They even wanted to take their house from them. Xiao decided to himself that he would teach a girl a lot. The wounded bandit screamed angrily. Another fighter strictly demanded from the girl to give him an antidote. June held out her hand forward with a small blue ball. She told the bandit with a smile that she would not give him an antidote. The fighter jumped up and shouted to the girl that he would destroy her with her master. Sun in response shouted to the bandit that he offended the child. He cannot be considered a master of martial arts. The girl realized that her opponent was very fast and she should pour all the poisonous powder on him. The fighter ran to the girl and with all his might grabbed her hand with his hand. Jun shouted to the opponent with a displeasure in a dissatisfied voice that he acted very quickly and it was dishonest. The bandit squeezed the girl's hand with all his might and demanded that she give him an antidote. Sun shouted in an evil voice that she would not give the boss the antidote, even if she died. The fighter waved his hand with all his might and prepared to hit his opponent. He shouted that she would go to hell. The main character ran up from the side and grabbed the bandit's hand. Xiao, in a dissatisfied voice, told the fighter that he offends a little girl and could become a laughingstock in the world of martial arts. The bandit was very scared and was surprised due to the fact that the main character was able to block his blow. Xiao got angry. He swung his hand and prepared to attack the opponent. The fighter put his hand in front of him and beat off the blue lightning flying on him. After the attack of the protagonist, the bandit abruptly jumped and drove back. Xiao, in a displeased voice, told the fighter that he could voluntarily leave and should not intervene. Lin Hao deserved to death. Hao shouted to his teacher Jan in a frightened voice that he could not leave him here. Jan looked at his boss and said that he would be loyal to the Lin family. He wanted to deal with the main character. The fighter shouted in a loud voice that he was not throwing his people. The boss near the front door shouted to his subordinate to make sure he would kill all the rivals. The main character in a calm voice called his opponent stupid and arrogant. Xiao in an evil voice told Jan that he had reached a low level of cultivation in order to maintain strength. During the battle, when he uses this power, he breaks his bones and muscles. Yang in a cunning voice told the guy that his personal power would be free only after 3 minutes. The bandit rushed forward and the guy shouted that he would die. He swung his hand to strike. The main character looked at the fighter's fist in front of him. The opponent's strength was 2,000 kilograms and he could not withstand such a blow. Yang hit the main character with all his might and a bright explosion rang out. Friends from the side were scared by Xiao. The main character managed to build a protective dome around him. The opponent's blow could not break him. Xiu thought with excitement and realized to himself that the opponent was ready to fight him to death. The protagonist thoughtfully realized to himself that martial artists during the battle could die at any time. Jan shouted to the main character that he could not cope with him. He viciously asked the opponent if he would withstand his next blow. Xie stood in a combat rack. He told the opponent that he would beat him in 3 minutes. The main character swung his hand and rushed forward at the opponent. He shouted that he was not interested in the enmity of the Lin family, but the honor of a martial artist is very important. Yang angrily answered the guy that he would destroy his honor for the martial artist. Zhuan with excitement repeated to himself the word of his brother about the honor of a martial artist. The girl scaredly thought that Xiao should concentrate on life and not on honor. Zhuan repeated to herself in a wavy voice that the teacher wants to teach her the honor of a martial artist. Jan swung for another attack. He strictly asked the protagonist, can he really not withstand more than 3 blows? During the battle, Xiao unexpectedly opened and received a very strong blow from the opponent in the face. After the blow, the main character realized that he could lose this battle. He remembered that he had never lost either in the past or in the present life. The main character imagined how the girl shouted to him that she would not worry while he is here. The brother shouted to the main character that he was proud of him. Xiao concentrated as much as possible and tried to resist so as not to fall off. He shouted to himself that he could not lose here. The fighter stopped and clenched his fists. He told the main character that he was interested. Jan jumped up and swung his hand to attack the guy. He shouted to stand still. Xiu held out his hand forward and stopped the attack of a man. He sternly told him that his power was useless. Yang sharply bounced back. He shouted to the guy that he broke into the 4th stage of Qi's body. He underestimated him. A beaten protagonist sternly told the opponent that he wants to use all his strength in the next attack and kill him. Xi remembered his past life. Then Lin Hao came to their house. The owner shouted to the bandits that they could take the house but should leave the guy. The main character told the guests that he would return everything that his family climbed. Lin wanted his friend to leave. Hao viciously told the guy that they would kill him right now if he wants to take revenge. The boss ordered the fighters to cut off the guys with brushes and feet. The bandit swung a huge blade and shouted to boss that he would do everything. Li frightenedly explained to the bandits that the main character said and did not think. He suggested that the criminals take him instead of Xiao. A fighter with a bat told the guys that they were very late asking for mercy. A bandit with a blade with an evil voice said that this happens if you offend Lin Hao. Xiao shouted to his friend so that he would not beg the bandits. It is better to die like a man. The bandit with a knife angrily told the guy that when he kills him, he would laugh. Hao unexpectedly got angry. He swung his fist and hit his subordinate on the head. The boss held his outstretched hand. He sternly said that Xiao also has the surname Lin, and you can't laugh at him. Yang displeasedly asked the master, why did he hit the fighter? Hao answered the subordinate that a martial artist has an honor, and he should not do anything reprehensible. The boss told the main character that he was giving him a year. If after this time he withstands his 3 attacks, then he will ask the chapter to allow Xiao to return. The main character flew with an outstretched hand against the boss. He viciously shouted to him that they should together choose the winner with honesty. Xiao, along with their opponent, knocked with all his might on a scope of fists. The guys with the girls saw a very bright explosion in front of them. They closed their hands from him. Zhuan said in a frightened voice that he hopes that his brother was doing well. Li, with excitement, called the protagonist. The girl scaredly thought to herself that Xiao should not allow something to happen to him. Sun shouted with excitement to the teacher that he would win. Gradually, smoke scattered after the battle. Guys with girls could not understand who just won. Yang was lying on the floor unconscious. The main character came out and said that he won it. Xuan praised his brother and called him well done. The girl shouted joyfully that she was scared to death. Sun said in a cheerful voice that the teacher could not lose. A beaten fighter rose above the floor and told the guy that he had wonderful combat abilities. He decided that Xiao went through a very large number of bits. The main character thought to himself that he had lived 1,000 years and killed many people and gods. The beaten Yang told the main character that he honestly lost to him and did not regret anything. He advised the guy to quickly leave here with his family. Li, in a displeased voice, shouted to the bandit that he was very scared and wants to force Lin Xiao to leave. Ian raised himself over the floor and explained to the guys that the family Lin did not love him. This family has no concepts of honor, only benefit. The fighter said that the strongest in the family Lin is Zhen Lei. He is a student of the master of the clan of the Sword and Thunder. He is now at the peak of the 7th stage. Jan said that Lei is a wonderful warrior and a cruel man. No one can contradict him. Li looked with surprise in front of him and said that this is impossible. The girl thoughtfully said that she did not think that in the Lin family there was someone so strong. Xiao, in a dissatisfied voice, answered the opponent that he himself was no longer a child, and knows that the 4th stage is not a limit. Sun looked scared at her teacher and said that he was old. The main character sat down to the bandit and asked why he told him about it. Jan wanted Xiao now at full speed to rush to the Lin family and fight to death. Jan laughed very viciously and told the main character so that he would not be so condemned. Li looked in surprise at the bandit and said that he was crazy. Sun answered a friend, which is probably what it is. Jan looked at the guy and sternly said that he was wondering how far a man who won him could go. He advised Xiao to move forward and reach heights. Xiao listened very carefully to his partner and fell silent. He did not answer him. Suddenly, the main character jumped to his feet and shouted a beaten fighter that such a day would come very soon. Sun sat on the couch and wrapped her arms around her pillow. She shouted that the guy is very hot. Zhuan stood near the stove. He told the girl to be quieter. Xiao trained at this time. Sun asked the guy, "What is he cooking today?" Swan had his legs almost completely cured. The guy near the stove told the girl that the treatment of her teacher is very amazing. His legs almost recovered. There was a loud knock on the door. Sun said in a frightened voice that someone had come to them. The girl went to the door, Juan looked at her, and remembered that they were given the house of the ancestor Lin, so that they would avoid Lin's family. Now they are expecting letters to reception at the university, so they will have to stay in blue for a while. The guest shouted outside the door, "What is his name?" Li Yang, and asked people to open him. He had good news. The girl exhaled in relief. Juan opened the doors and joyfully said that she first decided that the enemies of the teacher had come. Li Yang, with a smile, told her partner that she might not worry. The girl with a smile reported that they had brought a letter about acceptance. Xuan told the guest to enter and asked what university Lin Xiao entered. The girl held a red document in her hands. She said in a joyful voice that Xiao had accepted Sun Chen to the university. The guy said in surprise that his brother could not take a dream Chen. The main character came out with a towel on the body. He said that the University of Song Chen refers to the rank A. This university is ordinary, and they're right from a student with a plus ball. The girl with a red document was surprised to tell the guy that he has S-, and this is completely good. The main character held out his hand and took the document. He told the girl that it does not matter what kind of university it is. Li smiled and told the guy that Su Xiaoer and the sisters also entered the University of San Chen. The main character immediately remembered his acquaintances of two girls. Xiaoer turned to her partner and said that he would no longer talk. She was lucky to get to the same university as the main character. The girl thought that in the heart of her friend, girlfriends Xin and Shi Zian have more weight than she. Xiao stood next to her silently and read the document. The protagonist turned to the girl and said in a joyful voice that they would be classmates. She turned and shouted to the guy that all this is very good. She decided that Xiao was very happy to be her classmate. Xuan came up and told the guest to stay for dinner. Li joyfully replied that he would remain. He even wanted to help the guy in cooking. Sun on the side told the girl that in the future the Xiao would be surrounded by beautiful girls. Therefore, the Xiaoer should not fall in love with him, so as not to make it worse for himself. Xiaoer squeezed her hand into a fist with all her might and shouted that she would not give up, even if there were many other girls. Sun with fright explained to her partner so that she would not take her words seriously. Xiaoer shut her girlfriend's mouth with her hand and said that she had a little crazy. No need to pay attention. Xuan in surprise asked his partner, "Did he hear that words of the girl?" Li answered the partner that the girl said that she would never give up in the hunt. The main character sat at the table near the document and laptop. He did not remember anything about the University of San Chen in a past life. He could not understand why he was accepted there. The guy looked out the window. He thought that if it were Lin's family, it would be completely incomprehensible what was the attitude towards this Qing and Xin and Su Xiaoer. The main character looked at the laptop and told himself that the University of Sleep Chen is the same university. Xiu read that Lin Lanya was admitted to the university. He was the president of the martial arts club. The main character thought and told himself that someone was trying to use Lanya to deal with him. The main character in a confident voice told himself that the place of the club's president is transmitted on the call. He decided that a freshman could become the president of the club. Xuan called the protagonist on the side and shouted to him that dinner was ready. The guy answered his brother that he was coming. On the lands of a huge estate is a school of martial arts. It is surrounded by large buildings, similar to industrial. Nearby stands a building with a large sign of groups. In the office, the boss asked the subordinate, "Is everything ready?" The subordinate replied that they did everything unnoticed and accepted the Xiao to the university. The man viciously said that the protagonist wounded Hao and crippled Lin Jian. As a result, the guy underestimated the family and personally the owner of Lan Hai. Hai, without turning around, told his son named Lin Yan to solve all the questions with the main character and his brother. Yan headed for the exit from the office. He thought that they should now make every effort in relation to the Systems. If they get a marriage with them, then all the property of the family of SE will come to them. The guy joyfully thought to himself that when his plan was fulfilled, the Lin family could do whatever he wants in the city of Sin, and he would be at the head of all this. 3 months later, in early September, studying at the university began. There were many students near the entrance. Sun joyfully looked around and said that there are a lot of people around. Other students stood behind her. Xiaoer said with a smile that they would study here, but she would not worry, since Sun will not go to the university with the guy. The guy stood and photographed a funny Sun. She smiled joyfully at him. The main character turned around and told his companion that they only need to register here. In the back, unexpectedly, Someone went to Lin Xiao and said in an evil voice that he did not expect to meet him here. A student with a backpack on his shoulder and a dissatisfied voice told the guy that he did not know him. The protagonist turned around and told Lanya that he was the president of the Chenchan Martial Arts Club University. Lan looked at the protagonist and said that he was waiting for him in his club. The student went to the crowd of fans. He said goodbye to the main character that he should not disappoint him. Xiao shouted to the student in a displeased voice that when the time of battle came, then Xiao would deal with him. Xuan screamed in displeasure that his brother would deal with him. Lan stepped aside towards other students. They looked at him joyfully. The guy shouted in a joyful voice that in front of him is beauty, and maybe they were twins. From now on, his student life will no longer be boring. Sun shouted in a very dissatisfied voice that it was not clear who even creates such a noise. The feeling is created that the guys did not see beautiful girls here. Swan told his partner with a joyful voice that she needed to grow. The student carefully looked closely and said in a dissatisfied voice that he sees sisters Shi. Zhuan looked thoughtfully in front of him and said that only sisters of X are capable of this. Xiaoper looked aside and said with excitement that she completely forgot that the sisters were also enrolled in this university. The girl looked around with surprise and said that this is the University of Songchen. The sister looked in front of her and said that they would need to visit this university in the next 4 years. Students stood on the side and looked at the sisters with admiration. One guy said with excitement that he would die if at least one of these girls would say a word to him. Xiuer turned around and invited the main character to go and say hello to the sisters of Su. The partner replied that they now need to finish with registration, and then they will go to look for a hostel. The side appeared here Qing. She was surprised to notice the protagonist in front of her. The girl remembered that she did not even thank the guy. She had to do it personally. The student ran forward. The guy shouted with admiration that the goddess was coming to him. Students hugged their friend and said that he no longer dreamed. They looked with admiration at the passing Qing. Qing shouted to the protagonist that he was going very quickly. Xiao did not listen to her and headed to the side. The main character continued to go aside. A whole group of students looked at the girls with admiration. Qing was unhappy with the look in front of her and said that she could not believe that Xiao had left. The sister with a smile answered the girl that there were a lot of people around and it would be a miracle if the guy heard her. The student thought displeasedly to herself that her sister was obsessed with Lin Xiao. Recently, she very often heard this name. The main character stepped aside. His brother and 2 girls walked from behind him. Sun was sitting on the shoulders of Xuan. She told the main character that that idiot did not turn around when the beauty called him. The main character turned around and explained to the girl that there were many people around. There could be people of the Lin family, and he would have entered Qing trouble. Student Na could steal to threaten him personally. Sun was delighted when she heard such an answer from the teacher. Zhuan answered his brother that he said everything was very smart. Zhuan turned around and asked the protagonist about his brother Lin Lanya. Xiao replied that Lan is just a performer, and the customer is hiding. If Lan Hai has traveled a very long way, then this means that he wants to deal with them all. The customer should seem, in any case. Xuan held the girl on his shoulders. He told the main character that he understood everything. Xiu told his brother to take the girl home. When they unpack things, they have dinner all together. The hero approached the hostel building, and a girl followed him. Xiao asked her girlfriend with surprise, would she really go to the male dormitory with him? Xiaoer turned around and went aside. She told the guy that they would see herself later. The main character approached his room number 502 in the hostel. Xiu opened the door to the room and carefully looked at his new neighbors. They were all busy. The protagonist entered the room with a suitcase and introduced himself in a loud voice. He did not think that he would come the last. A student with red hair and headphones said that his name is Nantian Chan. The guy in glasses and with the book said that his name is Kujin Jin. The guy with the phone in his hand said that his name is Zhu Jun. They will now live in the same room all together. Chan raised his hand up and said in a joyful voice that they needed to decide who will be the main one. Jin slammed the book and said that they should fight according to all the rules of the etiquette of the University of Martial Arts. Xiao looked at his new neighbors in the room. He was surprised that they told him everything seriously. The main character stood in the dorm room and carefully looked at his new neighbors. Xiu told his new friends that they would live together for 4 years. They cannot spoil the relationship. The main character suggested getting to know each other. Qian raised his hand up and said in a proud in his voice that he himself entered the university. He was in the second stage of the body of Qi. Jun said with a smile that he had studied 32 hands of the Zhu family. He was in the second stage. Jean slyly looked aside and said that he was using the technique of his school teacher. He was at the second level. The main character stood near the front door. He told students that there is a very big difference between them. Therefore, they will not compete. Students were unhappy when they heard such words from the main character. Jean said in a dissatisfied voice that the rank of Xiao makes no sense. The protagonist told the students in a menacing voice that they could not beat him. He was in the fourth stage. The students laughed merrily. Jia displeasedly pointed his fingers at the guy and said that he could not possess at a young age the fourth stage. Jun slyly asked his partner, why did he go to San Chen with such a high rank? The main character boldly held out his hand forward and told students that they could take him together. Qian swung with his own hands and ran ahead of the protagonist. He shouted to his friends that he would take care of everything. Xiao in a strict voice told the students to attack all together and use the strongest movements. If they lose, then he will become the head of the room. Qian slyly looked at the opponent and decided that he did not know what would be better for him. Jun said with a smile that it would be the way he was doing. Jean became in the combat rack and said that Xiao would be more careful. All three students from all sides rushed at the protagonist and prepared to attack. The protagonist began to catch the students flying from above and throw them on the floor with very fast and dexterous movements. The beaten guys lay on the floor. Jun said, in a displeased voice, that their opponent was very strong. The beaten students thought about how they lost to the main character. Jun looked at his hand and remembered that he did not even have time to use his ancestor's skill. Xiao held out his hand to the student and explained that he himself did not enter here. Someone directed him here on purpose. Qian asked his partner with excitement if he has authority. Two students activated magical skills. Jun extended the blue magic hand and said about expansion and embodiment. Jean explained to his friends that none of them is opponent to the main character. Qian said in a joyful voice that he would be the head of their hostel. Other students also looked delightfully at Xiao. The main character told his new friends that Jun among them is the oldest. Therefore, he will be the head of their team. Jun waved his hands and refused the proposal of the protagonist. He reminded him that they lost. The main character laid his hand on the student's shoulder and said that the very rich and could feed them. The student in a cunning voice told the main character that he has a small business. If Xiao needs help, then he must let him know. Jion in a joyful voice invited the main character to arrange dinner in honor of his acquaintance. One of the students said that he earns 1,000,000 yuan per month. Also, dinner is not a problem for him. In the building of a large corporation, a doe entered the office of the guy. He sat in a chair near the table. The owner in a joyful voice told the guest that he coped well with his post. He worthy of her. Lan with excitement told the partner that he had seen the protagonist today. His aura is very strong. The owner remembered that he saw Xiao 6 months ago and he was a loser. Lan got to his feet and said that he thought today that with a high probability he would kill Xiao and would not even sweat. Yan at the table remembered the sisters of X and said in a thoughtful voice that he should take them first. The girl was sitting on the roof of the house. She told people in the office that if they want to beat the guy who attracted her, it would be difficult. Lan looked out the window and could not understand who was eavesdropping on them now. The girl shouted to the student that if he beats the protagonist, then perhaps she would like him. Lan jumped onto the roof and shouted to the stranger to seem to him. Yan went to the window and looked up carefully. He said that the girl may provoke them. Lan sat in the window. He asked Yan what kind of stranger could provoke them. The partner replied that the girl could be somehow connected with Xiao. A group of students was sitting on a restaurant street and cheerfully celebrated. Someone raised a toast for friendship for the next 4 years. Students sat and drank cheerfully. The protagonist noted to himself that Jean is a good student. Chan raised his finger up and said in a joyful voice that he was very lucky. He can already fight the enemies of his level. Zun hugged his friend and said that they could not even get to the club, even if all their opponents will be such monsters as Lin. Jean turned around and sternly asked the protagonist, "To whom did he cross the road?" Qian with a glass in his hand demanded with displeased the guy to explain what was happening. Jun told his new friend that he could help him. The main character told friends that they know that this is the one that is responsible. This is the one because of whom he was sleeping. Chen, students at the table were surprised to ask who it could be. Xiao explained to his partners that the current president of the martial arts club named Lin Lan was to blame for everything. Students at the table were very amazed when they heard about President Lanya. Dan reminded his new friend that he had the same surname as President Lin Lanya. They could be relatives. Xiao explained in a strict voice to his partners that Lan was his cousin. Jean, with excitement, thought to himself that if a person in the field of martial arts does not have the strength or money, then he is just garbage, which is not suitable for anything. The fighter was sitting at the table with a bottle. He turned around and looked displeased at the group of students at the table. The stranger recalled that the president spoke about the protagonist. This freshman was deliberately sent to the Chen, and the president was going to defeat him. The fighter went to the table with students. Jun told a guy named Bao that he could sit down at the table and drink. Bao explained to students that he wants to teach a lesson to a freshman. Behind the fighter stood other students with bottles. The student, along with his fighters, went to the table and broke a bottle on him. Bao viciously asked the protagonist, "Why didn't he raise the toast for the elders?" The student held out a broken bottle in front of him and shouted to the main character that he would teach him a lesson. Xian got angry and jumped to his feet. Jun reassured his friend and said that he would not be impulsive. Jun joyfully raised a glass and said that he understands the toast for older students. Bao was very angry. He hit the student on his face and shouted that he did not tell him to drink with them. Bao held out his hand and pointed to the protagonist. He demanded that the guy raise a toast for him. Chan shouted to students, an evil voice, that they also beg at trouble. Jun tried to reassure his friends and said that they would not be hot-tempered. Bao approached the students from behind and said in an evil voice that they were a bunch of losers, and they cannot be at the University of San Chen. The main character put a glass of drink on the table and launched a bright blue lightning out of it. He raised Bao above the ground. Frightened fighters stood on the ground. One of them said that Bao brought misfortune. A huge blue magic hand crushed a frightened student. Xiao very viciously demanded that Bao fall to his brother and he would let him go. The protagonist looked angrily at the student and said that there is no point in continuing it. A huge blue magic hand crushed a student with all his strength. He screamed in fright. Jun put his hand on the shoulder of the protagonist and said that he did not need to kill anyone. It was necessary to free Bao. Bao demanded a frightened voice from the protagonist to free him. He would not be able to apologize to Jun if he had died now. Students ran up from the side and rushed into the main character in a whole bunch. They decided to beat him for his friend. The guy glanced angrily at the student and said that they would start as soon as possible. He released Bao and he fell to the ground. The student fell to his knees in front of the fat man and asked him for forgiveness. Jun looked at Bao and said that he could get to his feet. Bao smiled at the students and said that he would leave. He wished them a good dinner. To himself, he angrily thought that he would return and fight the guys one-on-one. The protagonist behind the student viciously told the student that he could not just leave. Bao scaredly stopped and turned around. He asked the guy, what else did he want? The protagonist pointed a hand at his friend and said that according to the law of China, a compensation for 10,000 yuan was required for a slap. Students were delighted. They realized that they could now receive compensation. Bao, in a frightened voice, asked the protagonist to give him a little time to raise money. He did not have 10,000 with him. The main character told the partner that he could lend money for himself. Bao could ask President Lin Yalanya. Shai stood near the table and held glasses with a drink in his hands. Bao scaredly thought to himself that Lan would not give him money, even if he was asking. The main character looked angrily at the student and said that he was giving him 1 minute. He threatened him to send him to prison. Bao thought displeased to himself that if he had a criminal record, he would lose his job and friends. The student grabbed the phone and the Lan called. He prayed to himself so that the president took the phone. Bao stood aside and talked about his problems to the president. Jun on the side told the main character that if he was involved in the president here, then they will have problems. Jin explained to Xiao that they did not need to overdo it now. The protagonist told friends in evil voice that they should witness how Lin Lan will come here. Jun scaredly asked the protagonist, was he going to beat Bao here? Qian warned with the excitement of his friend that there are many people around. Xiao could not be sure that he would defeat his opponent and could be dishonored. Jin looked at the protagonist with excitement and said that he could do everything that his heart tells him. Bao, holding the phone in his hands, said in an evil voice for the protagonist that the president will come here now. Xiao could ask him for money. The student held the phone in front of him. He told Xiao in a strict voice that the president was very angry. Students were very scared. Jun, in a dissatisfied voice, thought that if he offended the president, his chances of getting to the club would become 0. The protagonist told friends in evil voice so that they would not be nervous. He promised them that they would force them to enter the club through the back door. Jun said in a frightened voice that they insulted Bao. Jin explained to his friends with a reasonable voice that without a resume, it was hard to get a good job. Jun, along with Chin, was irritated and displeased with his friend. Whose side is he? The protagonist turned around and told his new friends that he will soon shift Lin Lanya and become the newest president of the martial arts club. Jun, in a dissatisfied and surprised voice, told the main character that he drank. Lan came up from the side. He asked the protagonist with an evil voice, what would he do next? The main character stood with his friends and silently looked at President Lanya. Lan glanced angrily at the protagonist and strictly asked, did he really want to beat him? Students were very scared when they realized that the president really came to them. Jun frightenedly thought that Xiao really got into great trouble. Bao shouted to the main character in a very vicious voice that the president is already here. Lan squeezed the student's head with displeasure and shouted to fail and would not return to the club. Bao asked the president with a frightened voice so that he would not exclude him from the club. After that, no one will take it to work. The frightened Bao fell to his knees in front of the president and said in a frightened voice that his family spent all the money for study. Bao shouted to Lanya with an exciting voice so that he would not do that with him. Lan fell silent. He calmly looked at Bao and did not answer him. The students stood in the side silently and looked at everything that was happening. Qian thought to himself that Bao was not so bad guy. Lan bowed and asked Bao, is he really the only hope of his family? The partner scaredly asked the president to give him another chance. The president looked angrily at his partner. He would be very unhappy. Bao asked the president in a surprised voice to give him another chance. He promised to do everything. Lan suddenly swung sharply and hit the student's foot in the chest. Bao, after a very powerful blow by the president, flew far to the side. Lan looked displeased to the side and said that the losers had no place in the martial art club. Qin said with excitement that the blow destroyed the meridians of Bao. Jun shouted in a frightened voice that Zhen Bao could no longer practice martial arts. Lan looked strictly at the protagonist, said that he could try to win him at any moment. Zhao told his partner a serious voice that he needed to choose a suitable place against a formidable opponent. He wanted to fight in the best ring in the Lanya club. Friends began to reassure the protagonist. They told him that he would not be impulsive and thought yet. Lan shouted in an amazing voice with an amazing voice that he was taking his challenge. They will see in the lobby 3 days later. Chan in a frightened voice told the main character that he was very impulsive. If he opposes the president, then the Do will do everything possible to kill Xiao. The main character took a wand with food. He told his friends that they would not be worried and promised that his opponent would die. 2 girls were sitting in the dorm room. One of them shouted to her sister that the annoying guy was calling again. King, with excitement, told her sister that the guy is a member of the LNN family. If they show disrespect for him, then this will poorly affect the business of their family and sink. The student carefully looked at the phone. She explained to her sister that this would still not affect their property. In extreme cases, they will simply receive a pension. The student shouted to Yan on the phone with an exciting voice that she would not go on a date. Yan got angry when the girl answered him roughly on the phone. He looked viciously in front of him. Qing asked the student with excitement, did she tell her a partner about Xiao? The girl was unhappy with the phone to her. She shouted to her sister that the guy had completely ignored her before. King asked her partner to ask Yan about Linya Xiao. The girl viciously told the partner on the phone that he should tell everything he knows about Xiao. She invited him to meet. The student asked his partner to tell her a place. While this concerns Lin Xiao, this will not be a problem. The partner invited the girl to meet in a cafe Black Nephritis near the university. The student turned off the phone and looked at her excited sister. The girl asked her sister, would she really go there? Qing answered the student to change clothes and they go together. The student grabbed her hands on the clothes. She asked her sister displeasedly, why should she go with her? Yan sat alone with a table in a cafe on a comfortable sofa. There was a cup on the table. The guy in an evil voice told himself that there is no point in love to love these young sisters. While the girl is pregnant with his child, her body will belong to him. The heart does not matter. Students on the street stood joyfully and looked at the car with beautiful freshmen. They were wondering where the girls gathered at such a time. Qian turned and looked at the car. He said with admiration that this is a car of beauties. Jun said in an exciting voice that the girls could go shopping at such a later time. Jean answered a friend that the students could go to a meeting with the head of the university. Xiao looked at his surprised friends and explained to them that he did not know the answer to their question. Qian shouted to the guy with a joyful voice that he did not even discuss the beauties. Jun shouted his friend with a joyful voice that he was at the 4th stage of Qi's body. His John Qi should be very clean. Xiao told his friends that they could go to the hostel. He still had business. Qian looked after the main character. He did not understand what he could have for business in the middle of the night. Jean told friends that the guy could have their own reasons and they could leave. The protagonist walked and thought about the sisters of Xu. He remembered that the expression on Qing's face was very unusual. The main character did not understand where the girl could go so late. Xiao remembered that the girl also has friends here, whom he knows well. Lan and Yan are together in the city of Sanchen. The main character held out his hand and took the phone. He carefully studied the correspondence. King realized to himself that the fate of the Su family had changed very much. He decided not to get in close to Xin. Sooner or later, he will return to the world of immortals. Then the girl's life will change. She does not need to be attached to him. The main character heard some noise on the side. He turned around and decided to go to the traveling car. Xiu flew from above by a traveling car and pursued it. He could not allow someone to harm Qing. The main character told himself with the excitement that he would not allow anyone to destroy Qing's life right before his eyes. If someone does harm a girlfriend, then he will repay such a person 100 times more. The car with the girls stopped near the building. Qing shouted to her sister that they needed to go inside as soon as possible. The student answered her that they did not need to rush. They just learned the news about Xiao. Qing in a thoughtful voice told her girlfriend that she was nervous. The sister answered the girl in a displeased voice that she was very focused on a guy. Xiao avoids her. The guard in glasses said from the connection that the goals passed them. After that, it was necessary to move on to the next step. Qing turned around and strictly asked her sister, whom did she call it strange? The companion answered the girl that she bombarded the guy with messages and there was nothing strange in that. Two sisters went inside the institution. Yan stood near the entrance and met them. The guy held out his hand to the girls and said that it was a very great honor for him to meet them. Yan extended his hand to the girls. They looked at him with a very great suspicion. The student with all her might hit the guy's hand with her hand and shouted that good people were giving 5. The student angrily told the guy that she did not expect him to seem like that. Yan offered his guests with a smile to sit with him and talk. The girls together shouted to Jan that they came here to find out something about the main character. The guy glanced angrily at the girls and reminded them in a strict voice that they were old friends from Sin. He suggested that they discuss everything over a cup of coffee. Qing in a frightened voice explained to her partner that she just wants to know about Lin Xiao. The student bowed to the guy and said that they thank him from a pure heart. In the future, they could do something for him. The girl looked in surprise to the side and noticed that her sister bowed. Yan looked at the student and shouted that she left him no choice. He added in an evil voice that he was much better than the main character. Yan viciously commanded his fighters to start. Two sisters stood in dismay in the center of the room. Yan pulled his glove on his hand and told the girls that their worst nightmare has not yet begun. Jie stood on the street. He thought that his physical abilities were still in the 4th stage. The speed was not his strength. If the girls went inside the institution and there were no brothers, Lin, then he had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, there was a very powerful blow, and one of the guards flew out of the cafe. The girl viciously shouted Lin Yan that her father would do everything to destroy their family. The protagonist was scared to himself that he had heard the voice of Shi Qian. The girls were in trouble. The protagonist, angry with hatred, looked at the cafe opposite him. He viciously remembered Yan. Xiao rushed sharply forward. He thought that if Yan wounded the girls, he would make him regret that he was generally born. The main character ran to the door of the institution and knocked the door there with all his might. The main character stood near the entrance to the cafe and looked in surprise inside. There was nobody there. There was scattered furniture everywhere. Yao looked around with surprise and could not understand why there was no one there. The protagonist remembered how one guard was knocked out of a cafe. The fighter had to know something. Xiao turned around and looked out into the street through the broken glass. He realized that someone noticed him. The protagonist heard some kind of crack next to him. He turned carefully. Xiao, with all his might, knocked his foot on the furniture and asked who was nearby. On the floor lay a frightened waitress. The waitress, in a frightened voice, told the main character that she was just a half-time worker and asked her to be released. Xiao asked the woman, "What happened there?" He asked her where the 2 girls who recently came here have gone. The waitress with excitement told the guy that the girl and the man began a fight. The sisters managed to beat several guards in costumes, but in the end, the fighters seized them. Xiao with excitement asked the woman, "What happened next?" The waitress rushed to the guy and asked him to take her from here. The woman took out a small knife. She shouted to the guy to help her. The waitress hit the guy with a knife. She viciously told him that he was naive and weakened vigilance. The woman kept the blade in the body of the guy. She told him in an evil voice that her knife was greased with snake poison. The more Xiao will resist, the sooner he will die. Suddenly, the knife fell out of the body of the protagonist. The waitress for herself said in surprise that she hit the student straight in her heart. The main character told the woman in an evil voice that he wants to experience something on her. The waitress, scared, asked the guy what he wants to experience on her and why her face is ill. The waitress felt that her face was burning. She angrily asked the guy what he did to her. The main character told the woman that he used powder on her face. Her body will itch and it will never end. The waitress, in dismay, asked for forgiveness from the guy. She promised to tell him where the students were. The main character took a small pill in his hands. He told the girl that when she drinks an antidote, then she would immediately pass the waitress at the guy asked the guy. The guy broke the tablet into 2 parts. He stuck one of them to a woman. The main character sternly told the waitress to take him to the students. After that, he would give her a second half of the antidote. The woman of Joyful swallowed the pill and was surprised to feel that his face was no longer itching. The woman promised the guy that she would now move to where the students were located. She did not want to risk her life. 2 tied students were sitting on a big bed. Qian shouted to her sister that they were in the labyrinth under the cafe. Qing answered the partner so that she could be silent and retained her strength. The door opened and Yan entered the room in a robe and with the guards. He said in a cunning voice that Xian could guess that the foundation of the building was the labyrinth that he built. Qiang shouted to the guy in an evil voice that she herself was able to win 10 people. She viciously added to John that she would never be his woman. Yan hooked on the bed to the girls. He said that they could not escape from him anywhere. The owner viciously told the students that no one could avoid from his cafe. A stranger will not even be able to find this place. Qing, in a strict voice, warned the guy that if something happens to them, then their father would not forgive this. The owner smiled angrily and told the girls that he could subjugate their bodies and minds after they become his children. The sisters frightened the guy. What was he going to do with them? Yan looked angrily at the girls and said that he would close them here for a year until they give birth to his children. The sisters were very scared. They looked with great hatred at the guy. The girls viciously demanded that the guy let him go. Yan ordered the servants to give captives drugs. 2 fighters brought small packages with pills to the girls. It was a special love drug for girls to increase their desire. Yan shouted to the girls in an evil and threatening voice that everything would be fun. 2 guards extended their hands towards the girls on the bed. Sisters Shi sat together on the bed. The subordinate told the young master that the girls swallowed the drug. He began to act 5 minutes later. Yan stood in the room and looked very viciously at the girls on the bed. Qian threatened the guy that her father would not forgive this. Qing shouted to her girlfriend to gather her strength to suppress the drug. Yan viciously told the girl that the more emotional she will be, the faster the drug will affect. The student unexpectedly felt herself very excited and heated. Tian could not understand what happened to her body. She had a very strange feeling. King shouted in a frightened voice to her sister to use energy to strengthen the mind. When the drug gets a heart chakra, it will no longer be possible to protect yourself from its effect. Chiang shouted in a frightened and exciting voice that she could not focus. 2 sisters fell and stretched out on the bed. There was a very strange feeling in their bodies. Yan saw that the girls on the bed were very excited and approached them. The guy told the students in an evil voice that the pleasure pill began to act. They could have fun. The girls on the bed were frightened. They shouted to the guy that he would regret it. Yan held out his hand to the student and said that she was already in the trap of a young master. Suddenly, someone ran into the room and hit one of the guards with all his might. He fell to the ground. The main character came in. He held a waiter with his hand. She scaredly asked the guy to give her the second half of the antidote. The main character handed half the pill for the woman. She was very happy. Xiao threw a tablet of the waitress. She joyfully reached for the antidote. The main character looked very viciously and displeased in front of him. Yan stood near the girls. Chen, in a weak voice, shouted to the protagonist that they are now under drugs. She asked him to kill a young master. Qing looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked why he was here. Yan put his hand on the head of a frightened girl and told the main character in an evil voice that he had good nerves. The young gentleman sternly told the guy that he would not move. He threatened to kill the girl. Yin explained to the chief hero that when his bodyguards came, he will be the end, the weakest of his fighters in the second stage. The main character viciously showed the young master at his beaten bodyguards. Yan scaredly pointed to the guy with his finger. He said in a trembling voice that there were 30 bodyguards. The main character suddenly rushed forward sharply. He grabbed Yan by his head with his hand. The young master was scared. He did not have time to see all the movements of the protagonist. Xiao held his hand by his head. Xiao swung very widely, and with all his might beat Yan as a powerful blow to the side. Xiao threatened the young master with an angry voice that if he attacks his people, then for him this equates to death. Two sisters sat and listened with great excitement to the protagonist. Xiao looked at the girls and said that they would leave with him. Xiao could very soon report everything that happened. The main character thought and decided that he did not want to fight here with Yan. It would be very cheap. The main character stopped and looked at the girls in surprise. He asked her something with them. Qian with excitement told the guy that they were pumped up with a drug. They could not control their body. The student was very heated and rushed forward at the protagonist. Xu thought displeased to himself that the girls even in such a situation continued to speak to him so that he would leave. Ken ran up and shouted to the guy with a frightened voice that she could not control herself. On the side came Yan. He shouted in an evil voice that the sisters Shi would converge with the main character. Lin Xiao will never be able to turn away from this. The young gentleman angrily threatened the main character that he would put him as a rapist of students. Xiao calmly looked at the young master and told him that the sisters Shu will be his witnesses. Xiao in an evil voice told the young master that he would not touch his sisters. There is a much better solution for him now. The protagonist handed a small piece of a white rag in front of him. He said that he would lead drugs from the body of students. Yan strictly answered the guy that there was no antidote to his drugs. The young gentleman angrily continued to repeat to the main character that the clan of 5 poisons created a pill. You can't find an antidote for it. The main character held out a rag in front of him and waved it. Magic powder flew around. Zhao said in a cunning voice that his new student is the former head of this clan. Yan shouted in a frightened voice that there was no antidote against the drug. Opposite him stood 2 sisters of Shu. The young gentleman, in a ringing voice, told Xiao that the head of the clan of the 5 poisons could not be his student. Magic powder hit the girls. After that, they began to cough together. Yan was amazed. He could not believe that a drug of this level could just be taken out. Xiao answered the young master that this is not all. He began the countdown. Chang shouted in a frightened voice that she feels something in her stomach. Qing shouted that she could no longer restrain herself. The girls kneeling near the bed. They felt relief from behind. Xiao told the sisters that they could leave. Detoxification is completely over. The guy remembered to himself that he had taught the girl He Shun with medicine and methods of improving the body. She granted him in response to the technique of the clan of 5 poisons. King scaredly thought that she was disgraced in front of the main character. He will never love her again. Qian looked with interest at her sister and thought that Xiao would forget about her after this relief. Xiao stroked his sister on the head with his hand and said that now everything is in order and she had to move away from him. 2 students sharply bounced off the protagonist. Xiao continued to sit on the bed. The sisters looked at the protagonist with excitement and thanked him. They promised that they would definitely pay him in the future. Xiao looked at the lying young master and asked the girls what would they do with him. The 2 sisters were silent and looked at Yan. They did not know what they should answer the main character. The beaten Yan in a very exciting voice demanded from the girls so that they would not kill him. 2 sisters seemed to look at the young master. They prepared to beat him. Qing viciously asked the owner, "What did he say a couple of minutes ago?" Qian sternly told the young master that he delayed them here with deceit. If Xiao had not arrived on time, then they would be in great trouble now. Yan looked at the girls very scared. He did not know what to tell them in justification. 2 students attacked the young master and began to beat him. A lot of white cars began the streets. They were heading to the cafe. The subordinate told Lanya that the main character burst inside. Yan was still there. The fighters went and looked in surprise at the beaten guards. They could not understand who did all this himself. Lan stood inside the room and looked around. He realized that the beaten guards would be treated for a long time. Lan turned to the side and was surprised to notice how the beaten Yan lay on the floor. The beaten Yan called his second brother a joyful and weakening voice. The guest picked up the owner lying on the bed and asked if the main character did all this. Yan replied that it was not only Xiao. Yan said in a weakened voice that he was also beaten by 2 sisters of Shu. Lan glanced angrily around and asked the fighters, "What are they doing here?" Lan ordered his subordinates in a strict voice to take the young master to the hospital. The fighters took the beaten Yan aside. Lan thought that even if the young master was cured, he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Lan was very angry. He, with all his might, hit the wall with his hand. Lan shouted angrily and displeasedly that the protagonist and sisters C will pay their lives for all this. The main character in the late evening. along with his she, walked along the street. Ching walked next to the guy and could not come up with a topic for a general conversation. After a long pause, the girl turned around and asked his friend, "In which class of the university did he enter?" Xiao answered the partner that the classes were not yet distributed, but soon they should find out. Perhaps they will be in the same class with her. She asked the guy, what faculty would he like to go to? She thought he would go to the Department of Physical Strength. Xiu thoughtfully answered the partner that he would like to join the Faculty of Authority at the Department of Special Arts. Qing asked the guy with interest, why did he choose this particular faculty? Qing told the guy that teachers at this faculty are very careless. When it releases, this will become a real misfortune. The girl told the main character that most graduates from this faculty could not find a job. He had to think about it. The main character explained to the partner that the faculty is problematic and teachers are very difficult. The main character looked in front of him and said in a strict voice that the Department of Special Arts is the most secret. He wanted to know exactly what the powers are. Xiu remembered to himself that in a past life, he never thought about the use of powers with a gorge of divine resolution. But this time he sees many opportunities. The guy decided that the path of the cultivator in this life would be much more successful. The girl said with admiration for her friend that he should go where his heart leads. She will always support him. With his strength, he will succeed at any department. Xiao turned around and in a grateful voice told the girl that her words made him happy. Xiao turned around and asked his girlfriend where she would like to go. The girl thought of herself in fright that she did not speak all this from a pure heart. Qing answered the guy with an exciting voice that she would like to choose a Department of Special Arts. The girl turned around and noticed that her friend had a very serious look. She decided to herself that he was thinking about something. The main character stood with his girlfriend near the large building in the evening. Xiao turned around and in a thoughtful voice told the girl that they could be with her in the same class. He wished her a happy journey to the female dormitory. Suddenly, Qing rushed after the main character and shouted to stop. She wanted to discuss something important with him. Xiao turned around and asked the girl with a displeased voice, what else did she want to say? She asked the protagonist with a trembling voice, so that at least sometimes he answered her messages. Frightened, she told herself that her words were very ill. The main character turned around and looked at the girl with very great attention. Xiao handed the girl the phone and said that she would copy QR code for him. He changed his number with his brother and did not receive her messages. The girl was delighted. She realized that her friend had no hatred to her. The delighted Qing waved her hand to the main character and said goodbye to him. Qian went to her sister and said that her friend had already left and they could go to the hostel together. Qing ran aside, shouted to herself that she should be responsible only for her love. Qian turned around and looked displeased after her escaping sister. She thought that the personality of Qing changed a lot. Qian thought about herself that her sister is now an ordinary girl in love. The main character was sitting in his dormitory room in a meditative pose. Qian slept on his bed and told friends to use the combo. She sat with his eyes closed. He thought that the cultivation of a divine resolution could replenish physical energy. He increased combat experience. This has become better for food for the divine resolution. All this was a special part of the technique of the divine duel. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the Xiao himself. The main character sat with his eyes closed in very deep meditation. Around his body was a bright aura. Xiao woke up and told himself with the excitement that he would return to the world of immortals sooner or later. The main character remembered his girlfriend. He decided that there could be a lot of things to happen and then everything will be broken. Xiao thought that the sooner he would return, the greater the chance that he would find her. The protagonist turned to the side and remembered about Lanya. He seemed to see him live. Xiao in a thoughtful voice told himself that Lin Lan could surprise him and help to reach the 5th stage of the key body. The main character went to the university. Students discussed the distribution among themselves inside the departments. The main character stood with his she and listened to what the students said. They all discussed failures with admission to the departments. The students, along with the girls, were sitting at the desks discussing among themselves to study. She turned around and told the main character so that he would not listen to other people and do what he likes. Xiao explained to his partner that she has no authority and you can change the department as long as there is an opportunity. King turned around and in a cunning voice told the main character that he should respect her choice. Qian sat in her place at the table. She angrily thought to herself that Xiao should treat her sister well. After a small pause, the main character looked at the girl on the side and said that he understood everything. Students were sitting at the desks and talking. They discussed the girls next to them. Si Xiaoyun was a freshman at the University of Sanchen. She put her leg on the table and looked in front of her. A huge magic dog appeared behind Yoon. She shouted to students to shut up, otherwise the wild dog would bite them all. Students turned in surprise and looked at the freshmen. They did not expect that such a talent was hidden at their university. Yoon held out her hand to the guy with the girl and said that they would study together and should meet. The main character decided to answer the girl's greeting. He held out his hand and wanted to introduce himself. Suddenly, a very strong explosion rang out inside the class. Yoon scaredly stepped forward. In the puffs of smoke, an unfamiliar silhouette appeared. Someone said that students are fighting with the Department of Special Arts. Lan appeared from the side. He told the main character with an evil voice that he had a strong psyche. Lan angrily asked the protagonist, how did he dare to appear at the university after what he did with his brother? The girls looked scared at the protagonist. Yoon in dismay called him by name. Lan swung widely with his hand. He shouted to the main character that he would kill him right here and now. She saw that his opponent had almost a 5th rank. He had no other choice, and he had to use it. The main character sharply threw his hand forward and beat off the opponent's blow. The main character bounced to the side. At this time, a teacher in a white suit appeared. He put his hand on Lanya's shoulder. The teacher in a strict voice told Lanya that he decided to attack the student on his first school day. The student swung and prepared to hit the teacher. He shouted to the man not to tell him what to say. The teacher put a green magic hand forward and stopped it from a student. Lan was very amazed. He looked at his hand and realized that he could not move. The teacher straightened his glasses and told the guy that he worked very hard to get the position of club president at a young age. The teacher strictly threatened the student that if he was driving a fool, then one day his star would fall. The man relaxed his magical hand and Lan was able to pull his hand back. Lan turned and strictly reminded the main character that there were a couple of days left before their battle. The university will be a witness to the insignificant death of Xiao. Lan ran sharply to the exit. The main character thought to himself that this guy just wanted to kill him. The student turned around and looked at the teacher with attention. He thought that a tiger and a dragon were hiding at the Department of Special Arts. The teacher looked at the students and said that he is very glad to see them all here. In past years, it was difficult to find students. But he did not think that this time 3 people would arrive. Yoon with excitement told the teacher that he should take them to class. Qing on the side carefully looked at the student. She realized that something happened between her and the teacher. The teacher with a smile told the student that he is her responsible mentor. He must make students successfully release. Yoon jumped to her feet near the table and was surprised to ask the man, was he really her mentor? The student looked in surprise at the responsible mentor. She thought that he personally took them to the classroom. Xiao looked at the man and thought that he was very strong. He had interesting powers. It was humiliated for a man to be just a guide. The man put his hand in his pocket and told the disciples that he wants to explain to them the topic that the dean gave. Qing looked at the teacher in surprise and noted that she had a very serious look. Yoon looked with excitement at the teacher. She did not understand what he was going to do. The man took out the poster and joyfully shouted the slogan about the fact that Xian is welcome. The main character, along with his new ones, stood and looked at the teacher in bewilderment. The teacher stood and held a poster in front of him with inscriptions. The students looked at him in bewilderment. The teacher walked along the corridor and held a poster in front of him. Some of the students cheerfully said that teachers with a small banner could only find at the department. The man went to the room and turned to the students. He told them that there is their classroom. They should not miss his lessons. Yoon showed a finger forward and asked in surprise, was there really a cabinet of the Department of Special Arts in front of them? Qing was surprised to ask how such a room can accommodate all students. Students, along with the teacher, stood near a large building. There was nobody around them. The teacher turned and told students that there would be no one in this building except them. The teacher carefully looked at his students and reminded them that they were the hope of their department. The protagonist thought with his own. He did not know if they made the right decision. The teacher and students went inside the room. He told them to sit on small pillows. The protagonist looked in surprise at the Yoon sitting next to him. She seemed indecent to him. Yoon sat on the pillow on the floor and carefully looked in front of her. On the side of her was watched by Qing. The teacher told students that they will be able to recognize each other better. The teacher jumped up and a bright radiance appeared around him. He told the students that they should learn to survive from his attacks. The teacher soared in height around bright radiation. In front of him was a radiant yellow picture. Students looked at the teacher with surprise. Yoon said in a joyful voice that the teacher plays aggressively from the very beginning. The girl rushed forward and said that there was nothing wrong with knowing the level of power of the future opponent. She had a dangerous pink beast behind her. Suddenly, a huge pink predator with a large acceleration shot down a golden picture. The main character with surprise said to himself that they were fighting with the curator already on the first school day. The teacher held out his hand to the side. There was a golden aura around him. He told students that his authority is the form of powers of the Buddha Vajra, holding heaven. The student looked in surprise at the teacher and the statue in front of her. She asked a friend, "What is it?" Xiao told a girlfriend that the ancient immortal existed before. They could cultivate the powers to the peak and transfer it to the second stage. They reached the final god. The teacher held out his hand to the side. He told the young people that if they surprise him in 3 minutes, then he recognizes them as students. The main character told the student with excitement that they will not cope with such a teacher. They needed to find a way to pull time. Yun ordered her magical dog to attack a man and bit him. There was a very bright radiance inside the room. The main character ran up and grabbed the girl with his hands. She was unhappy with him, shouted that she wanted to fight. The golden statue sharply and confidently stepped forward. Students began to run away very quickly. The teacher stepped forward very sharply. He shouted to students that they had an excellent ability. The man looked angrily at the students and asked himself how long they can do all this. There was a dense fog in the room. The main character told the student that she would die if she moved so sharply. Xiao held a hand near the girl's face. Yun felt murderous desires inside. The main character warned the student that their teacher was very strong. They had no chance of victory. They could stretch out a maximum of 3 minutes. Xiao looked sternly in front of him and said that they needed to find a man. The main character, along with his companions of large and dense smoke, the man in a strict voice told the students to go out and would not hide. In the fog, a magic yellow Buddha sparkled from behind him. Qing decided to rush on the attack on the teacher. Her silhouette flashed in dense smoke. The student sharply swung her hand and decided to attack the teacher in flight. Qing flew forward and viciously forward. She directed her hand against a man. The student shouted to the teacher in a very vicious voice that there was no need to underestimate them. The teacher grabbed the girl's hand. He told her in a dissatisfied voice that he did not like people with high marks. She will not be able to live in a world of martial arts with such high marks. The golden Buddha suddenly came to life and prepared to budge. He swung a huge hand. A predatory pink dog bit the man by the hand on a scale. He was scared. The teacher threw the magic dog aside. He said in a cunning voice that such a clamp is not very useful. The girl Yun accelerated from the side and put her foot in front of her. She shouted to the man that this is not all. The teacher raised his hand for defense from a student. He told her in evil voice that she did not meet the requirements of their school. Yun in the flight angrily shouted to the man that she should beat him today. The teacher turned around with glasses and looked at the student with a strict look. Near the man there was a very bright fiery explosion. The girls scattered from him to the sides. The students were very surprised. They looked at the teacher with great fear. The man in a stern voice told the girl that she underestimated him and overestimated herself. The main character attacked the teacher with the help of the 6 brushes of Shura. Around the man appeared luminous hands. The teacher stood calmly and looked at the student. He said in a cunning voice that for him this authority is very interesting. The teacher bounced back. He shouted to the guy that his control was really not bad. The main character wanted to hit the opponent with his hand. The man dodged and shouted to the guy that this battle was not for life, but for death. The golden Buddha put his hand forward and attacked the student. The teacher told the guy with a cunning voice that he should improve every part of his authority. The main character suddenly abruptly broke off and quickly ran forward. The teacher scaredly realized that the guy was taking strength from the very beginning. He did not aim at his back. The main character ran up and sharply tore off his underwear from a frightened teacher. The man was scared. He realized that he was now a half-hearted student. King was very surprised. She shyly closed her eyes so as not to see a half-destroyed teacher. Yun slyly pointed a finger at the man and said that for her, a surprise due to the fact that he wore such underwear. The teacher scaredly sat down on his knee and covered himself. He shouted to students that they had aimed at his clothes from the very beginning. The frightened teacher was on one knee. Around him were amazed students. Xiao in a strict voice reminded the teacher that in 10 seconds, 3 minutes would end. The teacher glanced angrily at the students and said that this time they ate slipped. He despised their tactics very much. Yun shouted in a displeased voice to the man that they won and are now officially freshmen of the Faculty of Special Arts. The main character held the teacher's clothes in his hands. He explained to him that the difference in the power between them was very large. Therefore, he was forced to use this method. The teacher sharply extended his hand forward and pulled out his pants from the hand of the protagonist. The main character looked after the teacher and thought that the teacher was not going to store them from the very beginning. Xiao thought and realized that he won along with other students thanks to the carelessness of the teacher. The teacher cleared his throat and told his students that from now on, they can consider themselves students of the Department of Special Arts. He said that his name is Si and Yang. He will teach guys and girls in the next 4 years. King turned to the side and reminded the girl that she and the teacher had the same surname. Yun explained the surprised partner that the teacher is her own brother. Qing was surprised to note to herself that from the very beginning, she felt a strange connection between a girl and a teacher. Yun in a proud voice said that she came from the very beginning to defeat the teacher, and everyone knew about it. Ian is not the only talented person in their family. Jan looked at the girl and told her in a restless voice that she had only entered the university and already dreams of fame. He reminded her that the world is much more than she could imagine. The main character looked at the teacher and saw that his eyes hid indignation. He decided to dig a little under him. The teacher turned around and threw their student tickets out of his hands. The teacher told students that everything can leave for today. The guy and the girls looked at his tickets. King told friends with the surprise that their student tickets were already ready. She did not understand why the test was needed. Yun with a smile answered the partner that the man was afraid that they would run away from here and would never come again. Therefore, he prepared everything in advance. The man came in and in a displeased voice shouted to the students to fail. Yun smiled and told friends that they needed to leave. Suddenly, Xiao felt a man telepathically asked him to stay here. Xiao was very surprised and amazed. He did not understand what the teacher needed from him. The teacher sat opposite the guy in a meditative position. He said that Xiao did not use his powers against him. The student answered the teacher with a dissatisfied voice that he could not do anything with his powers, even if he took them away. The man smiled at the guy and said that he did not want to harm him this information. He just wanted to know as much as possible about his students. This would help develop the best program for their training. Ian would like to help the guy teach his own powers. The main character said with excitement to the teacher that a person receives powers from birth. They cannot be found otherwise. Jan with excitement explained to the guy that some people could receive powers after birth. To develop them, you need a lot of energy. Therefore, very few can do this. The main character asked the man, "Why are powers divided into levels of power?" Sia remembered that in a past life he cultivated the body of Qi to the very peak. He was able to reach the spiritual field and did not know anything about the powers. Ian told the guy in detail about all levels of the cultivation of powers. To achieve the highest area, it was necessary to break through the spiritual area. The teacher raised his finger up and told the main character that his powers are completely dependent on the artifact. Jan told the main character that the powers of the girl Yun are already at the level of materialization. Her wild wolf progresses in development. Achieving the formation will be just a matter of time. The teacher was sitting in a meditative pose. A magic golden Buddha glowed from above. John said that his Vajra holds heaven from the other side. It is a marginal form and a legendary creature. If he himself once breaks into the spiritual area, then the powers will continue to develop. He does not know how it will be. Xiao asked the teacher, "Why did he decide to tell such secrets to others?" Yang in a cunning voice answered the guy that they are now his first class. The main character thought that their teacher is a definitely good person. He does not hide his knowledge from the students. Jan sharply waved his hand forward and told the guy that he would now show him how to open his powers. The main character came up and sat in front of the teacher. The man put his both hands on his head. The teacher put his hands on the guy's head. He said that he would float with the flow and not resist. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appeared on top of the protagonist. The teacher scaredly looked up in front of him. Jan, in a bragging voice, told the main character that he could not believe his authority. The teacher was surprised to notice how a huge phantom in a dark aura appeared over his student. A phantom with burning eyes angrily looked at the teacher. He wanted to shout something to him. The ghost with red eyes shouted loudly and the man flew far to the side. Yang shouted an evil voice to himself that he was in front of him, powerful energy. After the attack from the ghost, the teacher bounced sharply back and landed on the floor. Ian looked scaredly aside and realized that he could not see the powers of the ghost. The main character was in a meditative pose. Above him was a dark phantom. Jan thought to himself that such a disaster could happen that even the divine palace could not solve. The teacher thought. He did not know whether he should deal with the crisis now. Jan thought to himself that if he kills the guy now, then everything would dissipate here. The teacher raised his hand up. He thought to himself that the guy was not guilty, that he was born with a demon in his body. For the sake of this world, he had to die. The Buddha from behind reminded the man that they themselves once called demons. Buddha reminded the man in a calm voice that many years have passed since the moment he lost the title of the Golden Demon. Yang thought deeply. He recalled his early childhood and spiritual experience. The students approached the guy and viciously told him that he could not stay here. The guy can take their places when he grows up. Jan thoughtfully looked in front of him and said in a confident voice that he knew what he should do. Buddha looked at the man and told him in a calm voice that he knew this, since they are together. Xiao asked the teacher, how could he see what his powers look like? Ian answered his student that he could not see. The protagonist asked the man with surprise, was he really able to awaken his powers? Xiao thought, and thought that perhaps he had no authority at all. He became the god of martial arts only thanks to the divine resolution. The teacher said for the protagonist that there is strong powers inside him. The teacher pointed a finger at the protagonist and said that he could not help him, but he could unlock the strength himself. A student in a cunning voice promised the teacher that he would make every effort. Jan thought to himself that he would direct the guy on the true path. At home, the main character's son lay on the couch and read a book. She studied various magic products. At this time, June cooked food near the stove. The girl threw the book aside and decided that it was better to pour a bottle of acid on the enemy. Sun turned around and asked the guy from the sofa, is the food ready? Juan strictly demanded from the girl to help him with vegetables. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Sun ran to the exit and shouted that the teacher and she had returned. A girl with blue hair entered the apartment. She slyly asked the owners, were they missing her? Sun shouted to the guest in a displeased voice that there was no teacher here and she was mistaken in the address. The girl thought scared that Juan could not fight herself and only she could protect him. The guest in a cunning voice told the girl that she came here to kidnap her. She has a lot of time. Xuan, along with Sun, were very scared when they heard words about abduction. The guest in a cunning voice said that Xiao very often rejected her, and therefore she took the initiative in her hand. She demanded that Sun begin to cooperate with her. Sun scared into the room and shouted so that Juan ran away as soon as possible. The guest sharply extended her hand forward and grabbed the frightened Sun behind the throat. The girl viciously demanded from the hostess to behave well if she does not want to die. Sun shouted to the guy in the apartment to run away from here as soon as possible. Suen stood near the stove. He told the guest that it would be much more profitable for her to kidnap himself. The guest looked at the guy and with a smile, she told him that she agreed to his proposal. After that, the girl threw a sharp movement towards Sun and ran forward to Xuani. The guest placed the guy in a large and impenetrable bubble. She told him in a cunning voice that he would not be hurt. The girl went to the exit. She said that she would wait today at midnight the protagonist near Lake Lunar's heart. If Xiao does not come on time, then his brother will die. After that, the guest sharply and unexpectedly disappeared. She shouted goodbye that Sun could not catch her. The main character sat in a cafe and talked with a girl on the phone. He asked her to tell him what had already happened. On the contrary, Xiao sat. Xiao was very scared when he heard on the phone from his partner that Juan was abducted. Xiao was very worried when she heard from the protagonist that Juan was abducted. After that, the main character abruptly jumped from his seat. He held the phone in his hand. The main character took the phone and carefully looked at the calist's number. She sharply ran to the exit. He shouted to the girl that he had no time to explain everything to her. He promised to return soon. Xiao looked with excitement into the trail of a runaway guy and thought to herself that everything was much strange in reality. The main character rushed very quickly along the evening street. He wanted to find the kidnapper as soon as possible. The main character fled and could not understand why the girl abducted his brother. After the run, Xiao stopped and noticed a girl in front of him. Next to her was his brother. The main character stood and carefully looked at the kidnapper. He studied her carefully. The girl soared above the ground next to Suan. She told the main character that his brother really means a lot for him. Xiao viciously glanced at the kidnapper and demanded that she let his brother go. The main character realized that the kidnapper was able to do all this only by force of the 7th level of the body of Qi. The girl was not bad in concealing strength. The kidnapper threw the hostage aside to the ground. She told the main character that his brother no longer needs. Xiao ran forward. From below, he had a blue magic stream under his feet. He shouted to his brother that he would save him now. The kidnapper looked at the guy from above and advised him to ask what she needed. She was still not ready to release the hostage. She stood, and around him was a dense blue substance. He told the girl that he could give her that she needed until it hurts others. The kidnapper looked cunningly at the guy. She silently studied him with an attentive look. The girl leaned toward the main character and wanted to tell him something important. The kidnapper whispered to the guy that she needed joint cultivation with him. The protagonist asked his partner with a dissatisfied voice, "What kind of proposal is this?" The girl slyly reminded the guy that he promised to give her everything until it hurts others. The kidnapper angrily said for the protagonist that he did not keep his words. The protagonist headed aside to the blue substance. He told the kidnapper that he would not fulfill her request. She could use her strength to be with him. The girl went behind the guy and wrapped his arms around him. She told him that he was the only one who could help her. The main character beat the girl's hand to the side and shouted to stay away from him. She saw a red seal on the stranger's chest. She told him about a worthy prophecy about her heavenly fate. All this was a reverse reaction of its cultivation. There was also the coercion of ice, which was dressed on her while she was a child. Xiao asked the girl's surprise about the ice press. The kidnapper said she is the head of the Yulin clan named Blue Yun. She wanted to make the main character as her man. Only he could remove the ice of ice from her. Xiao in a dissatisfied voice reminded the fallow party that they were strangers. She could be deceived. The girl said that she heard this story from her teacher before she killed her. The kidnapper was very weak and small in childhood. She could not even move normally, not that to engage in martial arts. Her father spent all the money to cure her. A teacher appeared and said that she could cure a little patient. She also promised to convey to her all knowledge in martial arts. The teacher first took care of the student and even used her own cultivation. In reality, the teacher wanted to use the body of a young student to make Manhwa Dan, which was not produced for centuries. The woman wanted to break through the body of Qi and achieve the area of separation of the soul. The teacher did not know that the girl had a special body. She was able to improve on her own. The pupil took advantage of the situation and killed the teacher with a knife. After that, the girl began to study the secret book that could cure her curse. The teacher knew about the girl's strength before her death. The student could not even think that a woman would be for her who will help to find him. The kidnapper looked at the guy and informed with excitement that she told him everything and asked for help. She promised to never appear in his life again. The kidnapper asked the protagonist in an exciting voice to help her once. Xiu thought deeply to himself. He decided that Yanhua Danish is an ancient heavenly letter, which he had already seen once. To help the girl break through, Zhao went to the Golden Hall of Divine Books. There, he needed to read some texts. The guy slowly walked inside the room of a huge library. Around there were a lot of books. The warrior picked up the book and opened it. He began to read the information from it in detail. Yanhua Danya was recorded in books of demonic cultivation. He needed a body with the strongest energy of yin to use it as the soil for growing ice parasite seeds. When the parasite broke out, the person was dying. The main character knew that in order to help a person with an icy parasite, it was necessary to use the body of Yang to get in touch with him. Xiu carefully looked at the girl and said that he could not help her in any way. But he still had one question. The kidnapper was ready to answer the guy to any question. She had no other way out. How to kidnap Zhuan. Recently, her attacks have become stronger and stronger. She could no longer endure pain. Xiao looked strictly at the girl and asked what she would do if he refuses her. The kidnapper fell silent. She stood in the water opposite the protagonist. The girl got out of the water and began to shake away. Xiao stood on the side and looked at her. The kidnapper explained to the main character that if he refuses her, she will not care. She does not want to force him to anything. The girl held out the body of the hostage. It was inside the bubble. The kidnapper apologized to the main character and asked for forgiveness for creating so many problems. Suddenly, the main character ran sharply and wrapped around the girl with his hands. Xiao hugged the girl with all his might and said that they would do it only once. He wanted to help her. The kidnapper was very happy due to the fact that the guy wanted to help her. The main character, along with his companion, fell deep into the water. She looked at him silently and thanked him. The girl sat opposite the protagonist and helped him unfasten the upper jacket. The main character sat with his companion in an embrace against the background of the evening moon. The next day, the main character woke up at home in the apartment. He was lying on the bed under a white blanket. Xiao got up and dragged abruptly on the bed. He recalled what happened last night. The main character remembered that he was the first time with a girl who had nothing to do with him in a past life. Xiao decided that in this life he had another fate. If this happens a second time, then at first the authority, and now the girl. The door opened and came Xuan. He joyfully greeted the protagonist. Sun, in a frightened voice, told the teacher that he could be late. The main character reminded his partners that today is a weekend. He did not understand where he could be late. Gradually, the memory began to return to the guy. He recalled what should be today. After small thoughts, Xiao remembered that he had an important battle today. A lot of people gathered inside the building. The fans shouted, "That Lan is the best in the world." The student stood and waited for his opponent. One of the spectators shouted that he did not believe that among the freshmen there was someone who challenged Lanya. Other guests also shouted the words of approval for the participant. The teacher came up from the side. He told the fighter that he remembers how he defeated the former president. Xiu turned around and asked the teacher, would he really fight like the last president? The man in a thoughtful voice told the guy that he is now stronger than his teacher. This time, everything will be different. The teacher looked at the fighter and said that he would now like to see more surprises. Yan turned around and said that his opponent still had not come. If the guy is not in the next 5 minutes, then there will be no show. At the University of Martial Arts, the duration of the fight is punishable by exceptions. In the hall, someone shouted that they would now invite Lin Xiao to the ring for a duel. The audience in the hall was surprised. None of them knew who Lin Xiao was and why he challenged the president of the martial arts club. Yan stood in the center of the ring. Behind was his teacher. Silence rushed around for a short while. Students were surprised to wait for the protagonist. Someone said that Xiao can be thrown out of the university if he does not respect a duel. Someone said that Xiao is a loser who entered the Department of Special Arts. The host shouted that the protagonist had 10 seconds left to come to the duel. He began the countdown. Suddenly, the main character appeared in the doorway. He said in a calm voice that he was interested. We will look at the audience with interest at the protagonist and said that he looks very weak. Xiao stood in the center of the ring opposite his opponent. The guest told himself that the freshman underestimated the president of the martial arts club, Sanshin. This title belongs to the strongest student of their university. King told her sister that she believes in the protagonist, but his opponent is the president of the martial arts club. Qian turned around and said in a displeased voice that Xiao would beat Lanya. Qing, with great fright, asked her sister, how can she be so sure? Qian, in an evil voice, told her sister that she was not sure that someone would want to hang out with her since the last time. Qing demanded from her sister to stop laughing at her. The seer was sitting on the rostrum. She prayed so that the heavens were given victory to the main character. Someone came up to her from the side. The girl sat and looked in front of her. She decided that Xiao should not lose. The fan came up and asked the girl, can she sit next to her? The viewer with blue hair said that she came to cheer up her boyfriend. Xiao told the fan that she could sit next to her. The main character stood in the ring opposite his opponent. The host raised his hand. The main character silently and piercingly looked in front of him. He prepared to fight. Lan told the opponent in an evil voice that he thought that he was sitting at home under a blanket and crying with fear. The audience carefully looked at the market. Someone said that Lin Lan was very angry. Xiao turned around and asked the audience, was he really late? Someone shouted from the rostrum that Xiao ignores the president. The judge held a raised hand in front of him. He told the main character that he insulted his opponent and wished good luck. The judge shouted that it was time to start the battle. Lan sat down in a combat pose. The audience around joyfully shouted. People in the hall joyfully shouted and supported Lin Lanya. They called him the strongest fighter at the University of Sanshin. Shira, with excitement, thought to herself that Xiao could do everything. Qing wished his friend to be careful and would not be injured. The viewer looked at the guy and thought that he had to win. Lan kneaded his hands and viciously glanced at the protagonist. He reminded him that his brother would now not be able to get out of bed for 6 months. The main character very viciously told the opponent that he would be next to his brother. Lan viciously rushed forward at the guy and shouted that he was already dead. The presenter scaredly decided that Lin Lan fully used his strength, and they did not need corpses here. The protagonist swung and, with all his might, hit his fist in the fist of the opponent. The fighters hit each other with their hands. There was a bright flash. The host was surprised due to the fact that Xiao was able to block a very powerful blow from Lin Lanya. The girls in the hall were amazed. They could not believe that Xiao was able to block the president's blow. Lan stood and looked very viciously at his opponent. He did not expect Xiao to stop his attack. The protagonist waved his hand with all his might and shouted to his opponent that his turn had come. A very bright glow appeared next to Xiao's hand. He shouted loudly that he was going forward. Lan looked at the guy's fist in dismay. He realized that Xiao was in the 5th stage. The president looked at the fist in front of him. He understood that he could not take this blow. Lan raised his hands above his head and was able to stop the opponent's blow. The president, after a strong blow from the protagonist, bounced far back. After a very powerful blow, the dough flew off the opponent and drove back. The audience in the hall could not believe that the freshman was able to push the president with one blow. The audience carefully looked after the main character. The girl thought that Xiao was not the same as before. The audience in the hall with excitement followed the fight. Someone shouted that Lanya had the true key. Bright lightning appeared around the president's body. The audience in the hall followed the fight with interest. Someone said that Xiao came to an end. He will not be able to fight with a monster in the 6th stage of Qi. The girls in the hall fell silent and carefully looked at the ring. Someone said that this year Sanchen will become famous at the national tournament. It is possible that they will reach the finals. The fighter sat in the hall and thought that if he were not gullible, he would not have lost Lin Lanya. The viewer carefully looked at the ring and said that if Xiao could beat Lanya, he recognizes his strength. The spectator said in a joyful voice that when Lan became the president of the martial arts club, he lost many talents. The girl carefully watched the fight. She told herself that she was only for the strongest. Lan viciously told the main character that the Lin family would reign in everything. Xiu looked at the opponent very viciously and said that he was very smart. Lan looked angrily at the guy and said that he would die today from his hands. He swung and prepared to attack. The president folded his hands in front of him and a bright blue glow appeared around them. He shouted to the opponent that he would die. Xiao carefully looked at the opponent. The clutch of true Qi was the most powerful form of Kan Qi. It could be used to control Qi after reaching the 4th stage of the body. The main character stood in a combat pose. He thought that a fist with true Qi could become 4 times stronger. The viewer in the hall shouted that the guy wants to take the opponent's blow. Another fan said that the boy would only bluff to deceive the president. The fans turned around and looked strictly at the guy. He said in a frightened voice that he was mistaken. Lan directed magical energy to his opponent. He shouted to him that he would regret his choice all his life. The main character folded his hands in front of him. There was a pink glow around him. Lan sharply jumped and flew to the protagonist. Xiao defended himself with a pink dome. The president angrily shouted to his opponent that the powers would be useless in the face of real power. The president waved his hand with all his might and tried to break through the pink protective dome. Xiao inside the dome shouted to the opponent to put more power in the next blow. He decided to annoy him. Lan jumped up and shouted for the protagonist that he would do everything as he wishes. The audience in the hall was very surprised. One student shouted that he could not believe that Lan inside himself hid so much power. Jan carefully watched the side of the fight. He said that Xiao is very good in using external power. Many people witnessed its transformation. The teacher thought, he could not understand what was awakened inside the guy last time. Jan told his student that he could not activate his powers, but this does not mean that he is not inside the guy. Everything can be especially on the deathbed. The main character remembered the words to himself about the fact that miracles happen on the deathbed. Xiao put his hands in front of him to protect. He thought about the moment of death, when a person gets one step closer to death. Lan attacked a protective dome with his magic and shouted to break into pieces. Protection around the protagonist scattered. Lan shouted to the guy an evil voice that he would be a winner. The main character remembered the multicolored magic balls. He thought he was now on the verge of death. The main character thought that God could not die. He did not understand what was happening to him. Lan was very angry. He could not believe that his fist could not break such a barrier. Suddenly, a new fighter ran up from the side. He held out his hand and stopped the Lanet. The president was surprised. He did not understand how it was possible and what it is in front of him. An unfamiliar girl with a predator's head ran out into the ring and stopped the Lanet with her hand. The viewer looked at the ring. He did not understand why the president did not beat the guy in the face. Lan jumped up and flew to the protagonist. The audience shouted to him the words of support. Xiao calmly stood still and turned to the side. The fans looked at the ring and could not understand what was happening there. The girl told herself that President Lanya had problems. Shiwer looked in front of her scared and did not understand what was happening in the ring. King in a frightened voice told her sister that Xiao was doing something with the authority. The viewer carefully looked at the protagonist and did not understand why he did not use her strength. The protagonist asked the judge, "What will be the punishment if he hurts the opponent?" The presenter answered the guy that injuries are common on fights. The parties sign an agreement before the match. Xiao raised his hand up and said in an evil voice that he would no longer hesitate. The main character launched a magic driver from himself. He shouted to ate a Lania's brain. The president screamed in a frightened voice. He felt something hurt anything inside him. The warrior stood near the student. She viciously told him that if he had not been an enemy of her master, then she would never eat his brain. Shu came up and asked the girl if she was one of the 6 paths. The warrior greeted the master and said that she had arrived at his call. Xiao waved his hand and told the warrior that she could return. She silently looked at his hand in the fire. He thought that he immediately felt that they seemed to be connected with his soul. Lan was lying in the market and called Lady Dragon in a weak voice. Xiao realized that the demoness attended a piece of the president's soul. Now he will live a fool all his life. Such a life is a punishment, which is much worse than death. The host from the side looked at Lanya and realized that he had gone crazy in this, should have recognized Xiao Yang. The judge thought to himself that a promising young man named Lin Lan very stupidly spent his life. Xiao turned around and reminded the judge that he had to announce the results. The host thought to himself that a lot of things had happened around him. He was completely forgotten. The judge raised the hand of the protagonist and said that the winner is a freshman of Xiao. Spectators in the stands were surprised due to the fact that the president was completely defeated. Qing in a very joyful voice said to herself that her friend had won. Qian told his sister a dissatisfied voice that Xiao had not even tried to fight. Zhewer was surprised to know that she knew that the main character would win. The partner answered her that everyone knew about it. The girl thought displeasedly to herself that she did not expect just such a victory. The teacher looked at the guy and told himself that something had appeared that intensified him. The audience sat in their places and looked at the ring. One guest said that he could not believe that Xiao won Lanya. The protagonist said in a menacing voice that, from this day, he is considered the new president of the martial arts club. Yao raised his hand up and said that all club members should gather in a conference hall. The main character approached the door. He heard someone talked about him inside. Xiao opened the door in the room and saw there a lot of guests at the table. They all turned around and looked at him. The main character passed by the table. He felt that in the entire club only 4 people were capable of something. The rest were below the 4th stage. Guests at the table looked angrily at the guy. They decided to force him to retreat. She stood near the table and was silent. The rest of the club participants sat next to him. The main character called the guests his name and said that he is the new president of the martial arts club. Drink at the table said that he is a vice president of the right wing. Liu Feng told the main character that he is the current president of the left wing. The main character looked angrily at the participants and said that they would not bother. People at the table looked at the protagonist with surprise. They were amazed at his words. The guy jumped up and hit his hand on the table. He viciously shouted that before the president had never excluded participants from the club immediately after taking the position. The participant stood and viciously accused the protagonist that he wanted to deprive him of the last chance to go to the National Martial Arts Championship. The participant shouted in a loud voice that the club instructors would never have allowed this. He invited other guests to go to the instructor. They needed justice. The fighters jumped to their feet and prepared to leave. One of them shouted that even their president is obliged to comply with the rules of the martial arts club. A girl with red hair said that the president could do whatever she wants. The instructor cannot interfere in his decision. The fighters were surprised when they heard such words of the girl. The guy said that this could not be. Xiao in an evil voice demanded that the participants leave the martial arts club. The main character angrily shouted to the fighters that they are now all excluded. The girl cunningly told the guy not to worry about her. He could do whatever he wants, but she would just watch. The main character told the participants that everyone could speak out or ask a question. He could not understand why the teacher helped him. The fighters were silent. None of them wanted to say anything in such a situation. The participants were silent. Among them was one strongest. Therefore, they had to obey. They also had the hope that sooner or later everything would change in their favor. The main character extended a finger forward and told the fighters that now each of them has the opportunity to challenge him. The fighters looked in surprise at the Xiao. One of them remembered that the guy had just beaten the former president. The participants decided that no one would want to fight against the protagonist. It is as if to ask for death. The main character slyly told the fighters that they should not defeat him. If they can withstand for 3 of his movements, then he will leave them in the club. Drink in an evil voice to the new president that they are not as simple as it seems to him. Liu told the main character that he would fight against him. The Liu family loves sparring. The girl looked angrily at the protagonist and said that if he wants a battle, there will be a battle. The main character stood near the table. He carefully examined his future rivals. These were just those who he needed. The girl stood and looked with interest in front of her. She did not know what a surprise was prepared by Xiaoyang. The main character stood in the center of the ring with the girl. He was ready to fight against other fighters. A girl with red hair said she would be a referee. She did not want to allow students to get hurt. Drink in a strict voice told the main character that he could choose an opponent for the battle. Xiao angrily looked at the fighters and said that they all approached him at once. He could not spend so much time on them. The girl viciously told the president that he would not immediately cope against all of them. Liu defeated the protagonist in displeasure that arrogance leads only to defeat. The main character in a strict voice told the rivals that if they survive after 3 blows, they will win. They could use all their strength against him. The fighters and the girls prepared to fight. One of them shouted that the time has come for real. The referee with a smile told the participants that they could just start. The main character angrily and with a smile looked at the fighters and said that they could start. Pei put his fingers in front of him and rushed to attack the protagonist. The participant swung his foot and flew from above to hit the opponent. The girl launched a whole rain of magic needles against the protagonist. Drink ran behind the guy and held out his hand to him. He shouted that he had to go forward. The protagonist realized that Pei Yun is at the 6th stage of the Qi body. By strength, he lost only Lin Lanya. Xiao thought to himself that the fighter Lu Feng is very strong, although he only ascended to the 6th stage. He used the piercing fist of Samadhi. The main character squeezed his hand into a fist. Zhan Van Yu used the weapon perfectly against him. She thought that Venu Yue was very weak in techniques, but she was at the peak of physical force as she used body hardening. Behind the protagonist, a demonic warrior appeared. Xiao thought cunningly to himself that all his rivals were weaknesses in the face of divine reinforcement. The main character stood in a combat rack and touched his knee with his hand. Drink carefully looked at his opponent and did not understand why he did not defend himself. Liu carefully looked at the protagonist and realized that with this guy, something was definitely wrong. The girl bent down and tried to hit the protagonist with blowing her legs. He did not even use protection against her. The rival attacked the protagonist with a large swarm of dangerous needles. The fighters looked in front of them in surprise and realized that the main character wanted to use the Kanchi technique against them. There was a very strong and bright yellow explosion. Fighters smashed far to the sides. A demonic warrior appeared. She shouted to the fighters that they were strong, but they were not so powerful as to be opponents of her master. Drink in a frightened voice to a friend that in front of him is now talking dragon with the body of a person. Liu shouted in an exciting voice that he had heard about it, but did not think that all this would be so amazing. The girl said in an exciting voice that she did not think that the authority will be so incredible. A participant in a delighted voice reminded her girlfriend what the main character with Lan did. Xiao looked at the rivals and said that they did not understand everything incorrectly. It was not authority. Xiao raised his finger up and shouted to the fighters that he had come to attack his turn. After that, they all flew away far aside. The main character looked angrily at the fighters and said that they should now understand the difference in their level. Pei looked scared at the protagonist and realized that it was all the power of authority. She was much higher than the force of the body of Qi. The main character squeezed his hand into a fist. He thought that if he had such opportunities in a past life, then he would never allow himself to die. Drink in a humble voice told the main character that they seemed to lose to him. They now agree with his rules. Drink told his partners that he was now leaving the martial arts club. He considers himself incompetent for him. The protagonist after the fighter told the fighter that he did not need to rush and he did not drive him out. The fighter turned around and reminded the president of his past words. Xiao explained to the fighters that they lost because they had no idea about his abilities. The main character told the opponent that if he pumps and fight him again, then the Xiao himself could lose. Drive answered angrily to his partner that they were not going to give up. They just recognized the defeat. The main character explained to the fighter that a simple entry into the martial arts club would not be enough for his resume. The girl said in a thoughtful voice that she was worried about the hopes of her family. She really wanted to be proud of it. The main character told the fighters that each of them wants to establish himself in the cruel world of martial arts. There is a shortest way for this. Xiao offered fighters participation in national martial arts, but the University of Sli-Chen over the past couple of years has not been able to rise above the regional level. Drink with excitement asked the protagonist, would he be able to transfer them to victory? The level of competition is very large. They will face students from the best universities in the country. Xiao in a confident voice told the guy that weaknesses are not interesting. He decided to go down in history. Drive looked after the main character and said that he was very self-confident, The girl dreamily said that they now really have a chance to win in national competitions. The main character prepared to leave the ring. He told the fighters to go and check the rest. All paths should be so strong that he also considered them worthy. There will be no weaklings in their club. Students stood and spoke among themselves about the proposal of the protagonist. After that, the fighters all together bowed to the president and said that they would follow his orders. The girl thought and decided that their martial arts club would certainly change. It is necessary to stop the war for independence and start working together to achieve a common goal. The participant carefully glanced at the guy and thought that one student had more. Xiao to himself with excitement thought that the call of the divine monster is very dangerous for his body. The girl put her hand on the shoulder of the protagonist. She offered him to see the teacher. Xiao turned around and asked the instructor, how could he help her? The instructor very slyly looked at the partner, suggested that he become her student. The main character realized that the girl wanted to use beauty to encourage students to become her students. He had to refuse her proposal so that she no longer bother him. Zhao answered the girl that he did not agree to her offer. The instructor explained to the guy that if he is her student, he will receive exceptional advantages. The main character turned around with a great desire, looked at the instructor. The girl pulled clothes on herself. She told the main character that he would not find such a teacher with such charisma as her. The instructor came close to the guy and put his hand on him. On the side, someone shouted so that Bai did not tease the protagonist. Bai turned around and noticed that Yun was standing near the entrance. She did not see her at once. Yun explained to the main character that the instructor in him saw the opportunity to get a good rating in the National University Tournament. Xiao asked the instructor, did she really argue with his mentor? Bai answered the guy that everything was so. Bai said in a thoughtful voice that Jan would marry her if she would bring their team to the 8th of the best national championship this year. The main character was surprised when he heard from the girl a word about marriage to Yana. Bai said in a romantic voice that she would not marry anyone except Yan. Yun demanded that the instructor set up a guy in more ordinary ways. The instructor told the girl that she herself could take care of her affairs. Bai in a cunning voice told the girl that if she wants to surpass her brother, then she needs more effort. Yun shouted in evil voice that she would surpass her brother. She will show everyone that she is a real genius of the family. The main character thanked the girl for holding out a helping hand to him. He had no idea that a lot of this happened to her. Yun strictly asked the protagonist if he was pleased with his victory in the martial art club today. The girl angrily pointed to the guy with her hand and said that he was in great trouble. Xiao answered his partner that he had won the battle honestly. He cannot have any problems. The protagonist decided to himself that Lanya could have other patrons. Yun looked strictly at the protagonist and wanted to tell him about the patron of Lin Lanya. Yun with excitement told the main character that the mentor Lanya is the strong principal of the University of Sanshan, named a daring palm with 8 diagrams of Shui Zhenchao. This man is so much powerful that even the principal does not guarantee victory over him. The protagonist repeated the name about the daring palm with 8 tiger pims and said that this is a merciless nickname. Xiao thought and decided to himself that the highest echelons of martial arts are transmitted from master to student. He was really lucky to get the Sutra of the Permission of God in his previous life. Yun said with excitement to the main character that a fighter could kill him in a matter of minutes. The main character asked his partner, why does she care about him? Yun thought deeply and looked down in front of her. She did not know what to answer the guy. The girl told herself that the problems of the protagonist should not be her problems. Yun thought and realized that in reality she was worried about the student of Jani. The girl turned and sharply ran to the side. She shouted that something was wrong with her. Xiao looked at the student and thought that she had head problems. The main character turned and looked aside. He decided to return to the hostel and relax a bit. She unexpectedly sharply turned to the side and saw a stranger in front of him. The guard in an evil voice told the guy that he should now approach the deputy director Suyu. Xiao asked the fighter in a strict voice, what would happen if he refuses to go? The guard told the main character that he should go to the deputy director. Teacher Yang is already called there too. The protagonist was surprised to ask the fighter, is the teacher Yang is already there too? The guard told the main character that the teachers of Yana were called into the office because of his today's victory over Lan. The guard went to the door and prepared to go inside. He told the main character that he would first warn the deputy director of the Tsu. The main character thought that if Qi wants to oppose the teacher, then he did not mind erase the deputy director from the face of the earth. Xiao was surprised to notice how the guard suddenly abruptly left the office. The fighter bowed to the main character and invited him to enter the office. The protagonist noticed that a trace of a slap appeared on the bodyguard's face. Xiao walked forward along the office. He thought that the office is very luxurious for the deputy president. Xiao went into the office and asked the boss, did he wanted to see him? Su sat at the table. He viciously told the main character that he wanted to see him, because he wanted to entrust him with an important task. The main character realized that the boss did not want to say anything to his teacher. He thought of him too much. He congratulated the protagonist and said that he had recently entered their university and was able to defeat a good president. Xiao explained to the boss that all this was just luck. The guy did not understand to himself what the Tsu wanted to achieve. The main character looked silently at the boss and waited for him to tell him. Tsu, in a strict voice, told the guy that Lan was his student and hope of the university. Xiao destroyed everything. They now do not know what to do. The main character asked the chief of Qi, what did he want to say to him with all these words? Tsu swung his hand and shouted to the main character so that he would not be so impudent. Jan calmly held out his hand forward and grabbed her hand by the boss. Jan said the deputy director in a calm voice that both participants in the battle signed the contract. There are accidents and cannot now blame everyone in a row. The boss angrily looked at the main character, threatened that he would teach him a lesson. Tsu angrily told the main character so that he would not think that he was omnipotent only because he defeated Lanya. The main character thought to himself that he could not defeat the boss only by martial arts. The main character looked closely and noticed that there was a fiery aura around the deputy director. Yang, in a cunning voice, told the boss that he did not need help in raising his students. Tsu said in an evil voice that if the main character defeated the previous president, now Lanya needs to find a replacement. Tsu angrily looked at the protagonist and thought that he did not need to fight openly with him. The main character asked the boss, where should he start? Xiao noted to himself that the deputy director was afraid of the teacher Yanni. The boss demanded from the protagonist to lead their university in the upcoming school. Xiao promised the boss that he would take care so that the name Songfan would become famous in competitions. The boss at the table shouted to the main character that he would believe him for a word. Ian hugged the guy and said that they discussed everything and could leave. The boss got angry due to the fact that the teacher interrupted him. Tsu thought that very soon the old man would resign, and then the director's chair would belong to him. The boss looked out of the window to the street. He thought that he would take everything Kangjing. Tsu angrily thought to himself that he would definitely take revenge on Lin Lanya. The teacher hugged the protagonist and said that if he had not been in his office with him, the Tsu would certainly have killed him. Xiu turned around and asked the teacher, did he really say all this seriously? Jan explained to the guy that the boss was very worried about the students. Xiao asked his partner, why did the boss constantly smile when he looked at him, and what was in common with the teacher and Tsu? Ian cunningly glanced at the protagonist and explained that he argued with the boss. The main character walked next to the teacher. He asked if he hears at least himself. Ian, with all his might, hit the protagonist with his foot and explained that he was telling him about a normal contract. The teacher explained to the beaten chief hero that under the deal he had in mind voting in the upcoming elections, he will cast his vote to Zhenchao. The main character grabbed his head and asked the teacher, did he really have friends? Two students approached the side. Yan wrapped his arms around the protagonist and demanded that he do not say a word anymore. The students on the side looked at the guy with a man and thought that there was a love couple between them. The teacher at a distance told the main character that he looked sorry. Xiao answered the man that he did not understand what he was talking about. Two girls stood on the side. They carefully looked at the communication of the teacher and the student. The teacher told the main character that if they vote for Sui Zhenchao, he will become a new director. The man asked the guy, does he understand what this means? The teacher wanted the main character to ask him a question. He would be able to boast then. Xiao answered the man that he understands him. To save him personally, John decided to put the future of Songda. The man told the main character that everything would be fine. They still had a whole year before choosing the next director. They needed to raise the name of Songda to the international level. The protagonist asked the teacher, is there really someone who is tuned against Zuya Zhenchao? Jan explained to the guy that only two candidates will be in the upcoming elections. One of them will be the current assistant director Shui Zhenchao. The teacher slyly smiled at the main character and said that he himself would be the second candidate. The main character was amazed when I realized that Jan would be the second participant in the elections. Jan told the guy that the director of Songda should be capable and should collect the largest number of points. The main character told the teacher that he underestimated him. He used to take him as an ordinary teacher. Jan told the student that they would meet in his apartment at 8 in the morning and will begin a special training. 2 months later, students sat in their room in a dormitory. June stood near the window and told friends that the main character trains every day like crazy. Qian explained to his partner that Xiao is the president of martial arts. If people follow him, then they will also be successful. Jean was sitting at the table. He turned to the students and asked, "Is it really not interesting?" Jean explained to his friends that the protagonist was training earnestly. He is already strong, but continues training. Most likely, it is already at 6:30. June held a piece of bread in his hands. He thought and asked himself, why does the main character still continue to train so hard? Jean put a book on the table. He told his friends in an important voice that Xiao wants to become a leader and go down in history. Jean said in a thoughtful voice that the martial arts club of their schools is inconceivable to raise to the international level. Qian said in a joyful voice that if he had such a force as Xiao, he would become a rich bodyguard. This is better than getting a trophy. Jean turned around and in a strict voice asked his friends, did they really not notice anything? Jean, in a very strict voice, explained to students that not all participants were fighting only for the sake of trophy and honor. Tian asked his friend how much an expensive prize in the competition. June said in an exciting voice that, as a prize, there will be the right to enter the secret area. The protagonist fled along the street at full speed. He thought that he should, no matter what, forced Songdu to win. This is exactly the place where the cultivator left his treasures of immortality. If Xiao finds at least some clues, then the path to the restoration of his strength and status will be easy. Although the warrior found a way to get divine forces, he did not know how to hide all this and show the power to others. Xiao was strong enough to give everyone a rebuff. He managed to escape only after a fierce battle. The warrior hid behind the building and looked at the pursuers. He was death due to a severe wound. He had many fractures. If people caught him, then he could no longer escape. The fighter carefully looked out from behind the building. Suddenly, he turned around and a branch cracked next to him. The fighters surrounded the warrior and demanded that he give them a secret. They wanted to send him to the mountain of a cheerful spirit so that the leader himself examines his soul. The guy stopped and asked the pursuers with an evil voice, do they really want to know his secret? Around the warrior there was a bright red light. He shouted to the fighters that they could only find out the secret in the next world. The pursuers were scared. Someone shouted that the guy wants to blow up his protective life field. They needed to run away. A bright red fire appeared on the warrior's chest. He shouted to the pursuer that they would remain with him and die. After that, he laughed angrily. The warriors were scared. They looked at the guy with fear and deviated to the side. Suddenly, there was a very bright explosion. A very strong fire lit up. The guy flew far aside. He thought that he still had not spent his accumulation. The main character thought that everything looked as if it were the end. He was already sure that he was already dead. The guy was unconscious. He did not expect a secret place at the very bottom in the water. The warrior continued to sail through the water. His blood blushed through his clothes. The guy looked at his hands. He was surprised to notice that the light around him instantly healed all his wounds. The warrior ducked to a great depth. He decided to find something useful there. The guy saw a very bright light in front of him. He did not understand where this powerful power could come from. Sho headed up in the water to come through a bright fiery portal. The main character was in a magical dimension. He saw a green lotus in front of him. The guy held out his hand to the green lotus. He then did not know that he was in a secret place. After that, he just left. The warrior handed the green flower to himself and began to absorb it a little. The guy thought to himself that he ate a stupid lotus. After that, there was something wrong with his brain later. His strength unexpectedly increased to the level of the ferocious soul. He killed everyone from the sect and committed Lin with his family. She thought to himself that his life changed a lot after he got into the secret area. When he again dived into that lake, then there was no great power in it. The main character has cultivated almost all his life, only to get the rank of fierce soul. For him, it was the irony of fate. 2 students approached the main character and offered him a towel and water after training. The girls looked at each other viciously. Each of them wanted to get himself Linya Xiao. Students looked from the side and envied the main character. There were 2 beauties around him. From the side, Chen ran up. She hit the guys with her hand and shouted to fail. The main character stood and held a bottle in his hands and a towel. He told the students that Qian is very energetic. Xie stood and looked at the bottle and a towel in his hands. Opposite him were 2 girls. The main character rang the phone. He stepped aside and turned on the device. The students carefully watched him. Xiao, in an exciting voice, told his partner that he would arrive at him from a minute. Xiao asked with the excitement of a friend. What happened? Qing asked the guy. Did something really happen associated with the martial arts club? The main character headed to the side. He told the surprised girls that he was calling the guys from a neighboring college. King shouted with excitement that the neighboring college belongs to the Kudgong martial arts. He is in third place in the state. The protagonist Chagall in the stadium, Qing turned around and told her partner details about the Huagong martial arts school. Xiao suspiciously told the partner that schools with such a high status do not need to come here. If they want to see Xiao, then it looks like someone specifically wanted to create problems for them. Ian sat on top of the piles of beaten guys and looked around. Students asked the girl to give them the opportunity to leave. Qian scaredly told herself that the main character fled along with her. A group of students stood on the street and talked among themselves. The guy told Pei to Yunu that they came here for the sake of the protagonist and all this is his business. The guest asked the student, should he really inform him of all his actions? Drive strictly asked his partner, why did he decide to find his president? The guest angrily told Puya to know his place. He came here to just chat. Drink became in the combat rack. He shouted to the student that he had not contacted that person. He wanted to teach him a lesson. People around were scared. Someone shouted displeasedly that the vice president is very serious and this would not lead to anything good. Someone in the crowd shouted that it was necessary to hurry and warn the president. They could not just take risks. Drink jumped in flight and decided to attack his opponent. The student sharply grabbed his hand and viciously said that he wanted to fight with him with such little sods. The guest grabbed the student by the hand with all his might and turned it out. He pulled Pei to him. The guy after reception from the opponent fell to the ground with all his strength. He had a bloody cough. The fighter looked angrily at the beaten P and in a cunning voice said that he had fun. Lao ran up with a girl from the side. They rushed on the attack on the opponent in flight. The fighter quickly bounced back. He let go of his hand and hand of Pei and prepared to fight back. The guest looked displeased at his rivals and strictly asked if there is anyone among this garbage who knows how to not only chat. The student came up on the side and helped the beaten guy jumping by the legs. The guy told the guest that he was really very strong, but he also turned out to be very rude. The guest angrily shouted to the students that his name was Zhu Jiayun. The fighter demanded from the students to remember his name. Students realized that in front of him is a very dangerous opponent. They could not understand why Zhu came here with a rating of 23 among all martial arts schools. Zhu looked with an evil smile at the students and wanted to tell them why he came to them today. The fighter shouted to students that he came here to personally destroy their confidence. Zhu commanded his subordinate girls to attack. After that, they ran forward. The girls began to beat poor students with powerful blows. One of the attackers became in a combat pose. She told the rivals that they are a bunch of weak losers. Liu ran up from the side and held out his hand to the girl to stop her. The rival hit Liu on her hand and told him that she had not met a fighter with the same style as his. The student could not understand where the girl had so much power in her hands. The attacker in a dissatisfied voice said that in the Songda Martial Arts Club there is no one who could beat her. The athlete ran forward and tried to stop the attacked stranger with a blow to the legs. She shouted so that she would not touch the people from her school. The attacker sternly looked at the athlete and shouted to leave her road. The girl hit the athlete with all her might. The girl fell to the floor. Zhu grabbed a student in his hand and stepped on a pea. He shouted to students that their president should not be afraid of them. Suddenly, someone shouted on the side so that everyone stopped. Zhu turned aside with interest. He was still holding the girl with his hand. The main character appeared, accompanied by girls. He strictly asked the guest, why does he touch his people? Zhu released a girl out of his hand. After that, he greeted the protagonist with an evil voice. Xiao swung with all his might and hit the fighter with his blue magic fist. The annoyed protagonist shouted to the fighter that he had hit his people and still continues to act on his nerves with chatter. After a very powerful blow from the guy, Zhu flew far to the side and hit the wall. His subordinates ran to his aid. The protagonist approached the student of Pew and took him by the hands. He asked if he was all right. The guy answered the partner that all this happened due to his incompetence. The main character told the guy to leave and take care of his injuries. He wanted to take the rest. Drink in a frightened voice that June had a 23rd rank in strength. The main character turned aside and said that the guests beat his people in his own territory. He will make them pay for it. The girls approached the master and scaredly asked if he was fine. June lay in the corner. He said in an evil voice that the main character could not do anything to him. The master found the strength and got to his feet. He told people a displeased voice so that they would not look at him like that. It was not at all fun for him. June looked strictly at the protagonist and said that nightmares were just beginning for him. The subordinates shouted to the master that they wanted to teach a lesson in Xiao. June raised his hands and magic pink flowers appeared above them. He viciously promised that he would personally cripple his opponent. As a result, the whole school will lose the fighting spirit. June rushed forward on the attack on the protagonist. He demanded that Xiao fight at full strength. Otherwise, the young master will be able to kill him. Xiu told his friends that they all remain in their places. He promised himself to personally cope with the guests. Students all stood together and told their boss that they would do so. The main character extended his hand forward and decided to stop the fighter running at him. Zhang shouted to the opponent that all this is a specialty of a young master. Jun ran close to his opponent and grabbed his hand. He used crossing flying flowers against him. The master put his hand forward to grab the guy by the head. The main character managed to dodge in time to the side. Xiao jumped aside. He shouted to the opponent that his technique even for a 10th is not as strong as the original. Zhong stood and swung his hand. He shouted to the main character that these touches are incomparable with his flower technique. Xiao raised his hand in front of him. He told the fighter that he should fight him, using only his fists. If Zhang defeats him, then he will personally take Songda from the competition. The master viciously told the chief hero that he would force him to voluntarily surrender from participation in this year's competitions. Xiao raised his hand in front of him and asked the opponent, what would he do in the event of his loss? June, in a confident voice, told the main character that he could not lose, so there is no point in a new agreement. Xiao looked at the opponent and said that he was just afraid to lose. June promised his partner in a serious voice that, in the event of a loss, he would bow and apologize to all students. He will also call the main character grandfather 3 times. Xiao looked strictly at the opponent and reminded him not to take his words back. June sharply put his hand in front of him. He shouted to the main character that he had to get down to business. The master looked displeased at the protagonist. He decided that he could not lose to a loser who is not even in the list of rank of strength. June sharply held out his hands in front of him, and magical pink flowers appeared near them. The main character jumped up and flew over the hall. He thought to himself that the main thing for the fighter is not a technique, but the intensity of the power attached to it. Xiao grabbed the opponent by the head and shouted that it was time for them to end. The protagonist, on a scale and with all his might, hit his opponent with his head in the ground. Xiao came his opponent with his head to the ground and strictly reminded him that he would have to call him a grandfather 3 times. June shouted displeasedly to his opponent that he was not using Tai Chi's real touch. The main character with excitement realized that the opponent wanted to use his gang chi. June attacked his opponent using pink radiation. After that, he very quickly bounced back. June, in an evil voice, explained to the main character that he had already spit on his personal authority. He just wanted to beat Xiao. The girls looked displeased at their master. One of them said that they are now a worthy sight. Zhang was not worried because he could lose his face. Zhang attacked the opponent with the help of pink magic flowers. He shouted to the students so that everyone would look at him and study. The pink flower flew up to the frightened girl. She held out her hand in front of her to protect herself. Xiu ran in the side and grabbed a very surprised girl in his arms. The guy handed over a frightened girl to the student in his hands. Xiao shouted that he should prevent the master from distributing his energy everywhere. His strength at the top of the 7th level form of the body of Kai. If June continues to rage in this way, then the entire hall will be destroyed. Xiao turned around and looked in surprise at the girls. Qing scaredly asked his friend if he could really stop Zhang. The master walked around the room and attacked students with the help of pink flowers. The protagonist said in a dissatisfied voice that the actions of Zhang will poorly affect the reputation of Song. They can lose their face. The master launched magic pink flowers against a runaway student. The magic flower fell on his back with a frightened guy. June angrily shouted to the student, which was already very late for him to ask for forgiveness. The main character ran on time. He installed a magic shield against pink flowers. Xiao turned around and told the student to leave. The guy turned frightened and called the president. Zhong stood and bright flowers flew around him. He told the main character in a dissatisfied voice that he had chewed and forced him to make this move in order to win. The master, in a cunning voice, told the chief hero that his Tai Chi is not enough for the power of CY, which is needed for this technique. The protagonist, in an evil voice, answered the partner that his strokes of the flowers of drain would not harm him in any way. The girl stood aside and worried about the protagonist. The girl told herself that Xiao is very hot. Zhang continued to wave his hands in all directions. He shouted to the main character that he would crush him like an ant. Xiao leaned forward and prepared to attack. Next to him was a bright blue glow. At the last moment, the main character remembered his girlfriend. He seemed to see her nearby. Around the Xiao there was a very bright blue glow. He held out his hands in front of him. The main character sharply swung his hand and a blue glow appeared around her. Zhang sharply put his hand forward and stopped her attack from the opponent. Students were surprised to stand behind and followed the main character. They all looked at him with admiration. After the next blow, Xiao flew to the side and landed to the ground. In front of him were large puffs of smoke. Two girls flew up to the main character. They were worried if he was all right. Xiu held out his hand forward and shouted to the surprised students so that they would not fit. Jun, in an evil voice, told the opponent that he is only at the 6th level. The guest, in an evil voice, told the rivals that they can still leave the competition. Zhang held out his hand forward and jumped abruptly up to the protagonist. He shouted that he would begin with the destruction of the main power of this martial art club. Students sharply rushed forward to protect the protagonist. Zhang flew on him from above. Zhang directed his hand forward against the protagonist. He shouted to students that it was too late for them to defend their president. The main character turned around and told the opponent that he uses the power of 101 and will surely damage his hand. Zhang was very scared. He did not understand what was happening. His hand was drawn by blue radiation. The fighter scaredly grabbed his hand. He could not feel her. Zhang could not stand on his feet. He abruptly fell to the floor and looked with hatred at the protagonist. The master screamed in a frightened voice that his opponent was using poison. Xiu smiled and in a displeased voice explained to the opponent that he used something stronger than poison. The protagonist recalled that when he spent time with Shu Lan Yun, he found that there was an additional part of the crystallized power of K wine in his body. Zhao noticed that while he continued to develop a crystallized force, ice was awakened in him. He got the opportunity to invade the minds of people and completely freeze their bodies. To activate this ability, he must touch his goal. The main character allowed the opponent to attack him to touch him. Jun was lying in front of him on the floor. Jun was lying on the floor. He angrily threatened the main character to remove the poison. Otherwise, he will kill his whole family. A beaten fighter looked frightened. The main character stepped on him. Xiao in an evil voice told the opponent that he hates anyone who threatens his family. Two girls ran up from the side. They shouted so that Xiao move away from the young master. Students surrounded two girls. Qing shouted to the guests that their president would cripple people and it would not get away with them. The two girls stood and looked in front of them. One of them thought that it would be problematic to cope with Drink Yun. The beaten Zhang in a frightened voice asked the protagonist and asked him to remove the spell. He could soon lose his hand. Zhang looked angrily at the protagonist and thought that when he would return, he would send people away at once who would kill him. Xiao held out his leg in front of him. He reminded the opponent that he had just threatened to kill his whole family. The main character maliciously told the fighter that he was not going to let him go. With all his might, he pressed his foot on his leg. Students stood on the side and followed the main character. One of the guys said that teachers of another school are known for protecting their wards. Soon they can return to take revenge on the students. On the side near the protagonist appeared a flying burning ball. He said in a suspicious voice that someone was approaching. The burning huge ball sharply fell to the floor in front of the main character. The main character realized that someone had arrived in front of him now. The fighter had a much stronger aura than Chun. Students around were very surprised. Someone shouted that this aura does not belong to any of their teachers. An unfamiliar man flew into the hall. He lifted the guy in his arms and lifted him above the floor. The man viciously asked the guy, "Was this the main character wounded him in this way?" Zhang in a weak voice asked the mentor to kill Xiaowei. The main character carefully looked at the man. Judging by his aura, his body was at the 8th level. The man put his hands on the guy's body. He explained to him that he was absorbed by the frost and Zhang was suppressed to him. The mentor extended his hand to the side and a blue glow came out of it. He told the guy that this is just ice and nothing to worry. Drink looked in surprise in front of him and said that in front of him was the mentor of the Club of Martial Arts Sin Si. This legendary person has reached the top of the 8th level. The main character carefully looked in front of him. He had already heard the name Sin Sui before. The man looked angrily at the guy and said that he would take revenge on him. Zhang, in an evil voice, asked the mentor to kill the protagonist. His grandfather will take care of everything. The man went to the main character and strictly demanded that he do everything himself. Xiao, in a strict voice, told the opponent that he could try to attack him if he is not afraid that he would die. Sin told the guy in a strict voice that he was the end, and he still behaves arrogantly. The main character realized that he should now use 6 ways of the beast. The moment when his opponent stimulates will be perfect. Sin flew up and swung his hand. He shouted to the main character that he would die now. At the last moment, the protagonist called on 6 paths of the beast to help. A huge demonic dragon appeared. He shouted to the frightened mentor that he could not hurt his master. Sin scaredly looked at the demon flying at him. He told himself that the guy is an unusual fighter with the power of Kai. The mentor showed his hand to the side and told the guy in evil voice that he could not stop him with a simple ability. The man shouted to the main character in a displeased voice to get out of his path. Siu looked at his opponent and, very pretty to himself, thought that he was caught. The dragon ran up and grabbed a surprised and frightened man by the hand. The red monster bounced back. He shouted to the mentor that he would take his hand away from him. Sin stood and was surprised to realize that he did not feel pain and did not feel his hand. The protagonist rushed in flight against the opponent. He decided to hit the mentor on the head and freeze his brain. Sin looked displeased at the opponent and shouted so that he would not look down on him. Xiao with all his might hit his hand into the protective dome around the mentor. He could not break him. Sin stood inside the protective dome. It was his ultimate ability of the golden barrier. She served not only for his protection. A huge demonic monster appeared above the mentor. Sin shouted to the guy that his strength was admirable, but he was still very naive. She stood on the ground and extended his hand for protection. The mentor realized that he could not leave the protagonist alive. As a result, it can happen, so Hugon will give way to such a terrible school as Sangha. The main character scaredly thought to himself that if the opponent hit him, then his body could not stand it. Students from all sides rushed to the monster in flight. The girl shouted to the mentor that they did not allow him to touch their president. King ran forward and shouted so that Sin would not dare to touch the main character. Shu looked at students with great joy. They all together attacked a demonic warrior around. The blue voice called rivals worthless garbage and said that they could not resist him. Students were scared. They realized that the mentor still had a lot of strength. The demonic monster growled menacingly. The young fighters scattered around him. Sin stood calmly on the floor. The guy and the girl stood on the floor, and around them was a bright glow. The girl was very amazed. She could not believe that her opponent was so strong. A blue voice told the girl to leave if she does not want to die. The warrior took out a fabric with magic needles. She did not want to leave and believed in her president of Xiao. Student Van Yu attacked a man with the help of magic needles. Near the mentor was his huge demonic monster. He viciously shouted to the girl that he would explain everything to her now. Sin jumped up and prepared to crush the girl with a powerful blow of the leg with the monster. Van scared to the ground. The main character ran up from the side and with his hand stopped the mutant's leg. Xiao, without turning around, told the girl that she could now go. He himself will take care of the rest. She said goodbye to the girl to take care of the victims. She stood in a combat rack. He shouted to the mentor that they would end it now. A blue voice told the guy that his golden barrier had wound him. In the body of the guy began an imbalance. A burning dragon appeared above the main character. This time, he decided to use all his strength. The protagonist jumped up and with all his might hit the monster's hand over his body. Xiao shouted to the mentor that his ability against him would be useless. The main character continued with all his might to knock on the body of a demonic beast. He shouted to the man that he would break this shell. Sin answered the opponent that he could not break anything. He was at the 8th level of the body of Kai. The protagonist swung his fist and activated the Sutra of the Permission of God and the Melting Technique. Around the protagonist was a bright fiery glow. Sin looked in front of him and did not understand how this could be possible. The dragon rushed at the mentor and viciously shouted that he would take his brain. Xiao Pretty to himself thought that from the very beginning his advantage has always been and will be the Sutra of God's Permission. The mentor extended his hand and was able to stop the dragon flying at him. He viciously told the monster that he already knew that he would try to do it. Xiao was very scared and became worried. He realized that the mentor stopped his demonic assistant. Sin held his hand with a woman with the head of the dragon. He told her that he knows very well about her features. When she grabbed his hand, he realized that the dragon could attack the soul of people directly. Therefore, Lan suddenly lost his mind after meeting with him. The main character angrily asked the man, "How does he know about Lana?" Xiao recalled that the causes of any changes in the martial arts club cannot be disclosed. The man threw the dragon to the ground. He told the main character with an evil voice that he was familiar with anyone from his school. At first, he decided to cripple Xiao, but he realized that the issue would not be able to solve in such a way. The mentor looked angrily at the protagonist and said that he would die now. The main character maliciously told the opponent that he could not just kill him. The guy said that his teachers would come here soon. Sin menacingly rushed at the protagonist and shouted that he would be more serious about this. Behind the man was his huge demonic beast. The mentor shouted loudly that his golden barrier was not the usual technique of martial arts. He decided to show his opponent his full strength. The burning monster screamed angrily and very loudly. People around him looked at him in surprise. Jun shouted in evil voice that he sees the strength of the body of the CI. It was the power of his teacher. The fighter demanded from the protagonist that he unleashed him, and he would think about leaving his body safe and preservation. C stood and silently looked at the opponent. The student shouted in a surprised voice that in front of him was the true power of the 8th level of the body of Kai. Sin flew in the air near his monster. He told the main character that he would now kill him as easily as he would crush an ant. The mentor demanded that the main character say his last word. Above his head, the guy had a huge monster's leg. Xiao demanded that the man tell him who was in conspiracy with him. The main character viciously explained to the man that he needed to know the name, otherwise he could not die calmly. The blue voice shouted to the guy that even after death he could not do anything. He said that Vice President Zhen Chao ordered the main character. The main character thought and realized that from the very beginning he suspected Vice President. Above his head, the guy had a huge leg of the demonic monster. Sin shouted to the student that he had no right to live in this world more and go to hell. A magic Buddha appeared on the side to protect the protagonist. He told the mentor that he wanted to kill his student and destroy the hope of their martial arts club. Students stood and looked in surprise at large monsters. John told the opponent that he was very brave and looking for death. Buddha extended his leg forward and stopped a blow to the demonic monster. Students were delighted when they realized that the teacher Yang appeared from the side. The main character thought that now there would be a fight only between teachers. Sin hung in the air near his monster. He realized that the guy was just pulling time. The mentor, in a displeased voice, thought that the main character now could no longer remain alive. Buddha angrily shouted to the monster that he could only dream to stop him. Buddha swung and hit the demonic beast with his hand over his head. He shouted that for starters they would grab him. Hai stood and carefully looked at the huge demonic group in front of him. The protagonist was frightenedly returned to the side and realized that the monster had come for him. A bright fire broke out in front of the main character. Nearby stood the girl Bai and raised her hands up. Bai held out his hand to the side. The fire in front of her stopped very quickly. The girl viciously told Sin that at this decisive moment he decided to harm his student. She was very angry today. The girl's body swept very bright fire. She prepared to go on the attack. Bai jumped up and hit the demonic beast with her hand. She shouted that she would destroy the golden body. The main character looked at the girl with surprise and said that the mentor Bai was always very strong. Bai flew forward to the man and angrily asked how he dared to harm her student. Jan, in a cunning voice, shouted to the girl so that she would not kill the mentor. They still needed to find out something. Sin swung his hand and shouted to his rival that she had deprived his hand and he would kill her. The burning warrior swung her hand and angrily asked the man, did he really decide that Sangha was weak? Sin looked displeased at the rival and said that his protection is 10 times stronger than her hands. The woman jumped up and with all her might hit her hand on the protective dome. Bai flew forward to the mentor and directed her hand at him. She strictly demanded that he repeat the words. Sin, in an evil voice, demanded that the rival to fight honestly against him. Bai, with all her might, hit the man's hand on her face and shouted that they always fight in Sangha honestly. The mentor flew back after a powerful blow. The body of the demonic beast behind him began to crumble. Bai sharply rushed forward and began to continue to attack the opponent. Students scattered sharply to the sides. Sin and Bai fell from a height. The audience decided to find a place with the best review for themselves to further support the girl. Students stood on the side and in a joyful voice supported the girl when she beat the Sinya. Bai went to the man and swung her hand. She decided to finish him for all his sins. Jan came from behind and put his hand on the woman's shoulder. Bai was unhappy due to the fact that the teacher wanted to stop her. Jan explained to his partner that they needed to leave a Sinny alive. Otherwise, they will not be able to prove that he worked with Zhen Chao. The woman turned angrily and shouted that Yang would also receive from her because he wanted to stop her. Jan grabbed the woman by the hand and explained that his students were injured. But now, they have more important things to do. Bai took on the human appearance. She told the teacher in evil voice that, instead of beating a bruise, they can drive the guy out of the school. Bai joyfully turned to the side and realized that the teacher smiled. She was very happy. Buddha took Sinya on his shoulder. The teacher told him that they needed to go to the director and tell about everything that happened. Students parted to the sides. Buddha walked forward and carried on his hands an unconscious man. The teacher stopped and turned to the main character. He showed him a positive gesture. People around were very happy. Each of them decided that the teacher complimented for him. The protagonist pointed to the side with his hand and said that they still need to do something with 3 students. The tied Jun, along with the girl, shouted in a frightened voice that he knew nothing, and it was all Chin Ki. Students surrounded Zhang and prepared to beat him. One guy angrily said that now their turn has come. Students attacked the whole group and began to beat a bun. The girls picked up the protagonist and led him to the arms. King, in a wave of voice, invited the main character to go and see the battle between Qing Qi and Zhen Chao. The protagonist cunningly turned around and told the partner that the outcome of the battle was already a foregone conclusion. Girls on the side looked at the guy with surprise. Xiao silently stood with his eyes closed. The student saw a flying airship in front of her. She shouted to her friends to look at him. The airship flew over the city. A huge red poster hung from below. On a large red poster, there was an advertisement for martial arts master named Guan Su Li. Xiao looked thoughtfully in front of him and told the girls that their era was just beginning.